Storm, who are 8th. But today, crucially, the Central Sparks have won the toss and unsurprisingly chosen to bowl. They make just one change to their team. Emily Arlett is out, Ria Fackrell comes in, so they line up in full. Eve Jones, Chloe Brewer, Abby Freeborn, Davina Perrin, Courtney Webb, the overseas player, Katie George, Bethan Ellis, Ria Fackrell, Georgia Davis, Grace Potts and Hannah Baker. The last 3 of those players are all making their 50th appearance, so we've had a cap presentation this morning. As for Western Storm, they line up with exactly the same as they did in their previous game, in fact. So no changes at all. Emma Corney, Sophia Smale, Sophie Luff, Fran Wilson, Nat Rape, Neve Holland, Amanda Jade Wellington, Alex Griffiths, Izzy Wong, who's on loan from Sparks, Chloe Skelton and Ellie Anderson, who is also on loan from Sparks. So Sparks have decided here that they've sent those players out to get cricket, and it's in their interest to allow that to happen. Obviously not too much riding on this in terms of the final table and the final placings for the top 4, so something of a pragmatic decision I think has been made there. Carol Camino, what do you make of the teams that have been selected there? Just the one change for Sparks.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, I think as far as Sparks are concerned, obviously they played here on Wednesday and they saw Thunder using more spinners than they had, so I think a sensible change of Emily Arla out as a quicker bowler and bringing Ria Fackrell in. As far as Storm are concerned, it's a really pleasing decision to see both Wong and Anderson playing. It would be a shame for them not to play, as you've just said. It shouldn't affect who gets through to the finals, and I'm looking forward to seeing both of them bowl. I've seen Ellie Anderson earlier in the season playing for Storm, and she looked really good, and I think she's really benefited from her experience playing down at Storm.
Yes, and as I say, they've been sent out to play cricket, so it would be pretty disappointing if they didn't get the opportunity to. The Sparks players just in a huddle away to the left hand side of our commentary position, which is sort of square on to the wicket, looking towards the cathedral and the green trees by the river. Saw a couple of swans making their leisurely Friday morning way down the Severn this morning, and we're all set to get going here at New Road, and the Central Sparks making their way out. Both teams here really, Carol, are in need of a win.
I think they are, even if only for their own confidence and sort of motivation. For Storm, I can see it's really difficult at the moment, because obviously they will be moving into a very different scenario moving forward. I would expect that many of the Central Sparks players will move into the new setup as Warwickshire for next year, but I think there's a few people out there who will be thinking, I want to continue playing professionally, and actually I need to make a name for myself here, and it's an opportunity to do that. So but from what we've seen early on, there's a really nice team ethic. I noticed that when the 50 caps presentation was being done, that different members of the squad were all talking about those the players who'd got their caps and putting their own few words into it, and lots of hugs and rounds of applause at the end of it. So it looks like a really nice team spirit going on there.
Yeah, as I say, there's certainly a togetherness there, isn't there? I think there are lots of players that have maybe 4 or 5 offers on the table, and there are other players who perhaps don't have an offer on the table yet and are wondering what's going to happen next. So it is pretty crucial, it has to be said, in terms of how their futures look, how this goes, and it's as I say, it's an uncertain time, but hopefully it will be a time that we look back on and say was for the good of women's cricket, as things revert back to counties and back to that setup, and provides a bit of familiarisation, I think, and make sure that they can sort of build on that success we've seen with teams with the same names playing in the 100 as well. As this first ball from Potts is played with soft hands down to third through the gully region. There was a dive from Katie George, it couldn't quite get there. The first run is on the board, it's 1 without loss. Storm batting, and Sparks in their purple with the yellow trim are in the field.
Potts straight on the spot there. I think we might have detected a little hint of early movement there, so it'll be interesting to see how this over goes.
Potts just waiting for the batter to mark their guard. Opening up for Western Storm is Emma Corney and Sophia Smale, who both probably fall into that category of wanting a score here. They've not had the best seasons, but it's quite noticeable looking at the middle order of Western Storm that actually the averages of Luff, Wilson and Wraith have all been around the 40s, so they've certainly not had too much of a problem in that respect, even if none of them have reached 3 figures yet. That one prodded off the back foot up to Georgia Davis at mid-off, and there is no run as a few school children make their way in on the far side, which is good to see on this Friday morning.
Yes, we heard on the early announcement that there were several schools in there, and it looks like there's some more coming in now. Brilliant opportunity for them to see another level of cricket, and particularly to see so many girls here watching that. And I saw some of them behind the pavilion earlier.
His Potts bowls, full of length, takes an edge, and George was again close there with the hand diving to her left at gully. The right hand of Eve Jones also went out at slip. It dissected the two of them and went away for the first boundary, but an unconvincing one, I think it's fair to say. 4 to the total. Sophia Smale gets them 5 without loss.
Yeah, this is always where it seems a little bit unfair that's 4 runs against the bowler from what was a really good ball. She's making a really good start, Grace Potts, and I think that sort of reflects how she's been bowling this season. She's been really effective. She's coming in again now.
Brilliant to have more than 700 of you with us already on the Central Sparks YouTube stream, as that one beats an advancing Sophia Smale outside the off stump through to the keeper Freeborn, who is able to gather.
Yeah,
that was given as a wide there.
It was a close one.
6 without loss.
Yeah, there's just that little bit of swing away there, and I think that just took it outside the blue line.
So what can Potts produce here? She does get a little bit of lateral movement. Bowled very well at Kidderminster earlier in the season against Sunrisers, as this one is defended, but perhaps without the reward she would have liked on that day. It's prodded to mid-wicket this time, which is Bethan Ellis. We have Hannah Baker right back at deep square leg. The other fielder outside the ring at the moment is down at third, and we've now got 2 slips. Well, no, we haven't. I thought Perrin was going to move in from backward point to gully, but she's going to stick at backward point, so we've still got a slip and a gully. It's almost a kind of 4th slip that Katie George finds herself in, as in comes Potts to bowl, and that one is played away into the leg side, finds Ellis. There is no run on offer, and it's been a steady start, but a slightly edgy one from the Storm's point of view, Carol.
I think that's right. I mean, the bowling has been very accurate. I mean, we're playing on a 10 over power play today in a 50 over game, so these first 10 overs are going to be really crucial with just the 2 fielders outside the ring, but taking a little time to have a look in the first over is not a bad idea at all.
Here comes Potts again, striding in from the Diglis end. So completely over, bowled, it kept slightly on the low sides, clipped away down to long leg. Baker has to come round from deep backward square, does the fielding on her 50th appearance for the Sparks. There is another single to the total, 7 without loss. Becomes 8 without loss, in fact, because they got back for the second there. So 8 without loss at the end of the first. I think given the scores the other day, 145 the Sparks total, Storm will be quite happy with that as a first over. They progressed nicely there.
I think they have, and as we were just saying, that with that having that early power play, you really need to take advantage of that. So yes, I think they will be very pleased with that start, even though I think Grace Potts will think it as a moral victory of that one that just went down through the slips.
As we say, Storm coming into this one at the bottom of the table on 9 points with 2 wins and 7 defeats. Sparks 2 wins and 6 losses as well as a no result, so they are 2 points better off in 7th. But it's more, I think, for both these sides, they need a victory just to boost that morale a little bit in the camp and make sure that they are just giving themselves a little bit of a confidence going into this break that's coming up for the 100, as in comes Katie George, who will be representing the Manchester Originals again, as this one is defended firmly by Corney. Up to Hannah Baker, who now positions herself at mid-off. Mid-on rather. Katie George 2 back on the boundary, I see there.
2 back, 1 at square and 1 behind square. I hope that doesn't mean they think she's going to drift it down the leg side.
I think it generally means that she's going to go a little bit short in Katie George's case and try and get one up above the eye line of the batter.
Yes.
As George bowls, full of length, through outside the off stump, not even taken cleanly by Freeborn. It's a no ball though, so we're going to have a free hit, which will be interesting actually with 2 back on the leg side, because I think the batters preferred option might be to try and club this over mid-wicket or mid-on. So if they get it slightly wrong, it could bring into play Brewer and Fackrell, who are down here behind square on the leg side.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it was doing on Wednesday. It's not, to me, looking like a pitch that's going to lift up very much.
No, it didn't get past about knee high the other day. Other than perhaps one or two Katie George deliveries. She slams that one in and is cut away into the offside and will get away with a single there, so I think we'll be quite content in that sense. 9 without loss the score moves on to.
Yeah, that's a nice shot there, but with the fielders in the ring, it's quite hard to get through on that offside at the moment.
Yeah, so cut stroke, taking advantage of the slightly shorter length from Katie George. But no, it was very much, again, the other day, where if you bowled full and on the stumps, it was difficult to score. You could sort of put cover mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, and you could pretty much stop the batter scoring by that tactic. So whether Sparks will adopt that, we'll see. George bowls through low to Freeborn again. He takes almost off the turf there. It wasn't even round her ankles, it was right off the turf.
Yeah, I think that emphasises what we've just been saying there. So it would be interesting to see if any of the bowlers managed to get a little bit more out of it, or whether there's any variability in the bounce.
Dot ball, leaving it 10 without loss. The voice of Carol Camino next to myself, Mike Perkins from Middlesex and Worcestershire cricketer is Carol Camino. We'll also be joined by Sarah Ginn later in the piece, as that one escapes past the outside edge once again and through to Freeborn, and Katie George just finding a little bit in the wicket there. Another dot.
Yeah, that was a lovely ball, and I can read Freeborn's face there as an ex-wicket keeper. She thought she had a good chance of that one, but it just missed the edge.
Yeah, she would have thought just for a second she was in the game from the 10th ball of it, but wasn't to be the case, as George continues from the New Road end, just approaching now past the umpire, delivers left arm over the wicket. It's driven into the cover region by Sophia Smale. It was a nice looking shot, but it doesn't bring a run, so it remains 10 without loss. A few gulls circling in the distance off towards the cathedral. Lighter the cloud today, so in that sense it feels a better day for batting.
No, that's right. Katie George here will be just looking to close out this over. She's bowled really well so far, few runs from it, so if she can finish this off, she will be a very happy bowler.
Will indeed. Let's see what she produces. A ball that nips through.
Yeah.
And that does bring the over to an end. 10 without loss, the score so far. And as I say, it's brilliant to have you all with us on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. My name's Mike Perkins. Next to me is former Middlesex and Worcestershire cricketer Carol Camino.
Yeah. Thank you. I think we said, Storm would have been very happy with that first over. Sparks, I think, will be really pleased with the way Katie George bowled in that second over. That's brought that run rate down to a sort of 5 and over, which would be what you'd be looking for as a minimum through these games. Yes, I think it's actually even brightening up a little bit at the moment.
It is. I was just thinking actually that the green of Worcestershire looking very proud today in the trees and on the turf of the outfield. It's all looking in very good mid-season form all of a sudden. It has been a damp winter as that one's driven away, and that'll go for 4, no problem whatsoever. One of the best extra cover drives you're ever likely to see there from Emma Corney. It was over-pitched by Grace Potts. It was a pretty poor piece of bowling in truth in that sense. It takes the score on to 14, but that was a lovely extra cover drive from Corney.
Yes, I saw Corney playing for Storm earlier in the year, and those shots are not uncommon from her. I think with a lot of the Storm batters, it's been their ability to stay there and build the innings, but perhaps there's a different feel about a 50 over game than there might be in a T20 game.
Here is Potts again, elbows jutting out slightly as she approaches, high knees, delivers a ball. It's this time onto the pads and turned around the corner to Hannah Baker out at deep backward square leg. That's one more to the total, 15 without loss. Field is still in place down at third. Chloe Brewer, she'll be one when Sparks come to bat, who's probably in need of a score as well, as these two Western Storm openers are at the moment. I guess Sophia Smale's success in the 100 probably means she will have plenty of offers, be it late in the season or over the winter, of a contract in the new county setup. That one's short of length, whisked round the corner, and that shows the quality that Smale has. finds the boundary, and she is on to 19 without loss.
Indeed, yeah, she could have left that one, I think, for the wide, because it was definitely going down the leg side, but she got her eye in, she took that nicely and hit it for 4.
It's always that dilemma, isn't it, with if you do get a ball that you've recognised is wide, whether to hit it or not, because you can cash in like that, but it's very frustrating if you hit a wide and get nothing for it. But
yes.
Smale made the right calculation there, definitely.
I think now that you have got higher qualified umpires umpiring the professional cricket, there's less uncertainty about whether it's going to be called a wide or not, so I think that's really helpful.
Potts bowls, and that one is a good delivery, beating the outside edge there of Smale, who was back in a crease. And I think that's a little bit of what we saw the other day. I mean, this pitch will have dried slightly, you would imagine, from the heavy rain we'd had kind of around last weekend, but it was a case of if you played forward you could look fairly comfortable even though it was hard to score, but if you played back you'd be in trouble, and Smale was there. Potts hitting just the right length as she delivers again, shorter length, and whisked round the corner for a second time the over. And I suppose from Smale's point of view that is the advantage of playing back. She's got a second boundary with a just little clipped pull fine. 23 without loss. Carol Kinnaird.
Yeah, action replay of the previous shot. Turning out to be a slightly expensive over. It was interesting that last ball but one, that Abby Freeborn had actually adjusted to go down the leg side and then had to change and come back the other way. So there's obviously something happening out there. But yes, at the moment Smale's saying thank you very much, I quite like those ones on the leg side, and I'll take those, and we've had the 2 4s resulting from that.
It's almost looking for a full length and then just pulling it back half a yard, isn't it? So that you're still bowling full, but just out of reach of the batter's drive, as in comes Potts again, striving for that length, and it's a little on the short side. That one's going over the top, I'm fairly certain. But there was a big appeal from the Sparks players. They were keen, and I think there's just a bit of buzz about them, the fact that they've got ball in hand today, and they know that was sort of their undoing, losing the toss and having to bat here yesterday.
They've got the balls in. The bowlers are bowling some really good balls. It encourages the whole field. There's nothing worse than really feeling that nothing's happening on the pitch. It's not going to do anything. Your bowlers can't take advantage of it. But I think they can see something in this pitch for the bowlers, and yes, they will be very happy to have won the toss and be bowling first.
Yeah, I think had they been put in today, there'd have been sort of a little bit of nerves around going out there, and I'm sure that's what Western Storm would have done if they'd had the option. Corney, who played that excellent extra cover drive in the previous over, is facing up now with Katie George, the left armour, approaching, and she lets it go outside the off stump. Just a sort of casual stride forward to watch it go by on a relatively good length, albeit a little wide of the stumps. Yes,
it ended up wide, but wasn't wide when it went past the stump, so she was quite no wide given there, which is quite right. So yes, you can see that George is, whereas Potts was targeting the pads and that edge, it looks like Katie George is wanting to bowl across and see if she can pick up that edge.
Here she comes again, bends her back as she always does, Katie George. That one's through low, and that will be a wide outside the off stump. 24 without loss. Yeah,
it's that fine dividing line between trying to come across the batter, but putting a little bit too much on it, and it keeps going.
We were saying the other day, I think it was when we were watching Tara Norris and Naomi Dutani bowl at Blackpool, that generally the consensus amongst the coaches seems to be, unless you bowl really, really quick, and we're talking, the sort of speeds that we don't yet see in women's cricket, up around 90 miles an hour, 25 without loss, you generally as a left armour do have to be bringing it back to threaten those stumps, and kind of the one going across being the occasional one. But I don't think George is getting too much coming back at the moment, unfortunately.
She isn't, an interesting see her there as she was sort of telling herself off and walking back, that she was trying to adjust her shoulders and to correct her line.
She loosened up here. That one goes the other way and will be a wide down the leg side, so a little bit of pressure on Katie George here, who has international experience, a couple of T20s and 5 ODIs from early in her career. 26 without loss, the score with that one.
Yeah, she's had lots of injury problems, and it's been really good to see her doing well at Central Sparks, because she's the sort of player you want to see playing, and she's done well to embed herself, and I think it's been useful for her batting as well. But today she needs to get that line sorted out.
Delivers now to Corney, takes the edge of the bat, goes through low to Eve Jones, and the exasperation is because no ball is signalled by the umpire, so this will be a free hit now.
It was a much better ball. She'd got the line right. Sadly, her foot went over. So, yes, we're going to see the free hit. So really needs to get her head together now and get the ball in to not allow them to take advantage.
Playing against her former team is Katie George, struggling a little bit at the moment to get this over right. Delivers now, driven up to mid-on, doesn't get that far. In fact, the bowler feels in the follow through, and that's a dot ball, and it's probably the best ball of the over so far.
Saying that, yeah, there wasn't another no ball given there. Another no ball.
Yeah, another no ball, so 28 without loss, another free hit. I imagine a different strategy might be adopted here by Corney, who played a fairly orthodox drive to that one. What will she try to do to this delivery from Katie George, who's close to the line again as this one's pulled away, and will it go all the way for 4? I think there was a little touch at mid-wicket from Bethan Ellis. There will be 2 more to the total, so 30 without loss in what is becoming a very difficult over for Katie George here. Chloe Brewer going back from mid-on to do the fielding. In fact, it's Hannah Baker who got there eventually. Chloe Brewer just coming round to backward square leg in front of us.
Yeah, there's a little shake of the head there as Katie George was going back. She's just trying to get herself together to bowl this last ball.
She comes once again. Just a third of the over. Appeal for LBW, and that would have been the irony of all ironies when she gets one right if she'd got the wicket LBW, but it was just creeping down the leg side, so it remains 30 without loss. No run there.
No run, and she's going back to her mark again, so hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 illegal balls, so we've still got this over. It still continues, but that was a much better ball.
Yeah, still 3 more deliveries for George to bowl. I suppose 3 more opportunities to get Corney out here as she delivers. Left arm over the wicket, down the leg side it goes, and that'll be another one. 31 without loss. It's a strange time for the Sparks at the moment. They're in the process of trying to recruit a new head coach, so there's plenty going on at the club. That will of course be recruiting for the position at Warwickshire, as the Sparks will become at the end of the season. Playing here at New Road at the moment as Katie George bowls, and forward comes Corney, orderly fashion, defends into the offside, won't mind a dot ball there because she's had plenty of extras in this over as well as a 2.
She just needs to relax a bit and stay calm and forget those balls that have already been bowled and just try and get herself back on it. But that was a good, she'd done that well in that last bowl there.
We know Grace Potts had issues bowling from this end right arm over in the previous game just because of a portion of the outfield that was right on one of her strides. This one's edged and away for 4, and Corney will pick up 4 fortuitous runs to the right hand of Eve Jones at slip, who's still there on the ground wondering why she couldn't quite reach that one. I think 35 without loss. She was never really in the hunt for the catch, the captain, but frustrating nonetheless.
But that's one of those that you know, that's what cricket does to you, isn't it? That's probably the best ball that Katie George has bowled, gets the edge, but unfortunately it just goes between the keeper and the slip.
So the left hand in the end actually of Jones, wasn't
yes.
it, that one? There's a fielder at short third just on the edge of would be the slip corner, but too deep to be catching. But Eve Jones most certainly is at a kind of wide second slip position. That one's clipped away off the hip, and Ria Fackrell will pick up. That will complete the over. 36 without loss after 4 overs. So Western Storm very much having the better of the early stages here, Carol Camino.
Indeed, and I think that they will clearly be very pleased with that. I mean, you're always happy if you're batting and there's an over that's going on where you're accumulating runs without actually having to do anything. And I think that's what's happened there. Add in the free hits, and they've had a really good opportunity to build up there. So 15 off Katie George's 2 overs at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see whether Sparks make a bowling change for the next over, just to give Katie George a little time to settle.
Yeah, certainly will. As I say, Grace Potts struggled to bowl from that end because of a sort of patch of the outfield that her foot was landing off and was throwing her run. So she switched ends in the previous game here and is bowling from the Diglas end today, as that one's played into the leg side. And the fielding is done at mid-wicket without an addition to the total. But I guess the Sparks have gone with spin really as their preferred option here. Courtney Webb seems to be getting loose, the Australian overseas, who's at cover at the moment. But they've brought Ria Fackrell in to add to Georgia Davis and Hannah Baker. So they've gone for the 3 spin option, which was sort of their undoing the other day against Thunder. As there's a peel for caught behind. A bit of a fresh air shot on first view here. We're sort of square on at cover to the right-hander when the bowling's coming from the Diglas end. Dot ball recorded.
Yeah, that sounded a little bit like one of those keeper ones that then other people join in. Abby Freeborn looked fairly certain. The rest of the team are not looking quite so convinced.
I think whatever she heard though was not the bat of Emma Corney.
No.
As Potts bowls, Corney's back and is fiddling at that one, was just sort of stuck on the crease there. It's kind of neither back nor forward in the end. I think was trying to get forward but realised she couldn't and saw it whiz past her stumps and just wasn't quite sure whether to jab the bat out or not. Another dot ball.
Yeah, she's got a nice line there, Potts, and it's reaping it. She's bowling reasonably full, and that is making it quite difficult for the batsmen whether they go backwards or whether they come forwards.
Mike Perkins alongside Carol Camino, the former Worcestershire and Middlesex cricketer. The score 36 without loss, and that's where it will remain as this one is defended up to mid-on. There is no run, and Storm continue to make what is a good start to this game. We've got no games happening elsewhere today in this competition. The rest of this round of fixtures will be played on Sunday. So just this game in the Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy. So as I say, good to have plenty of you with us in the early stages. That takes the outside edge to Davina Perrin, who's at backward point, picks up, and no run is on offer. If you do like the coverage you're getting, do make sure you hit the thumbs up on YouTube, because that helps other people find our stream and lets people know that you're enjoying what you're seeing. And we've been enjoying what we've been seeing so far, I think, Carol.
It's been excellent, and this is a good way to go into that break after we get through those games on Sunday before all the 100 matches start.
These games are always significant just because it took so long to get women's cricket onto first-class venues like this one at New Road, as that one's defended up to mid-off to Georgia Davis, comes in and picks up. These players will be going into the 100 next, or a lot of them will anyway, and I guess that's a real focus at the moment. But as I say, at an uncertain time where their cricket outside of that franchise setup is sort of being mapped out at the moment. It's almost as if the teams are in a season at the moment, so they're having to deal with that. The pigeon has left our camera, I think, that's sort of overlooking the ground high up above. Yeah, it's nice to have the pigeon with us earlier. 36 without loss at the halfway point of the power play.
Yes, that pigeon certainly had the best view in the ground.
Yeah, sort of surveying all at sea. George has continued and bowled a good first ball there, which is just pushed up from the crease to mid-off. No run on offer.
I think that's really good captaincy from Eve Jones there. It's so easy to take a bowler off when they've had a bad over, but actually you ought to put your confidence back in that bowler and make sure that they know you believe in them, and putting them on to bowl the next over is, I think, a really good leadership.
It's the simplest way of showing that, isn't it? That's what's happened there. As George bowls, this one is played away into the offside. Round comes Georgia Davis from mid-off, picks up, throws to the keeper Abby Freeborn, not before the addition of 1 to the total, 37 without loss.
Yeah, and that was she looks like at the moment she's put that dodgy over behind her and back on form now. Yeah,
certainly the first 2 balls of that over have been right on the spot. So we've got about nearly 2,800 of you join us at the moment, and those, I can see those little likes are flashing up as well, which is good to see, as this one is driven into the onside and no run on offer on that occasion.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like Katie George has just sort of narrowed her run up a little bit and coming in a little bit closer to the umpire, which means she's not coming quite so far across and hopefully not risking those wides that she was conceding before.
Yeah, the line certainly seems to have been spot on as George bowls again. This one's pushed up to mid-off and there'll be no run again, so it remains 37 without loss. Much better over on this. As I say, Sarah Ginn will be joining myself, Mike Perkins and Carol Camino, the former Middlesex and Worcestershire cricketer, on today's stream.
And dare we say it that the sun's appearing?
It is. How long it will be with us, we don't know. The good news is that there's a chance of a shower this evening in Worcestershire, but it should be after we've finished this game, as this one is played away into the offside, driven square of the wicket, rolling away across the turf, and it should go all the way. And it seems to be running actually a lot smoother than it was the other day. 4 more to the total, 41 without loss the score, and the rate continues to tick along. It's at 7s at the moment. Yes,
that going back to Katie George, that was, she'll be a little bit disappointed with that ball, but actually it was not on a bad line. It was just a really good shot.
Yeah, it was just well played. Nice drive off the front foot, square at the wicket. Corney was in control of it, and looking to progress beyond this point. I think I've not seen any of Western Storm actually this season, but I think this is about where Corney's innings have been coming to an end this season, just looking at the stats. As that one's driven up to mid-off. Georgia Davis picks up, thought about a throw, but decided against it, and it remains 42 without loss. Now, was there another no ball there? I think there may have been, just because the board ticked over.
There was early on in the over by the looks of that. The second ball was a no ball.
Here comes George again. No, the previous one.
That's another one.
As that one is played away, but this will be a no ball. Yeah. So 43 without loss we move to, and this will be a free hit before the over's completed. And I think, even though this has been a much improved over, Eve Jones is probably going to have to look elsewhere here, because these extras are too costly.
We're in a really good position there here to see where those no balls are, and it's just her heel just going slightly over that line, so beyond the line. Again, I don't know if it's because it's a little bit soft out there.
Here comes George again, delivers, and advancing down the pitch was Corney, who had to duck as a result, because George had gone short, and she'll settle for that. Dot ball to get out the over, 43 without loss after 6.
And the first duck of the day, as in the first one that somebody's had to duck for.
Yes, rather than the ones you find down the River Severn.
Yeah.
And now we are the only cricket at the moment. In a minute's time there'll be a test match starting, but I can't imagine that's going to last too long, so we may well be the only cricket being played in England for much of the day today. There is T20s tonight. The Bears v the Pairs will be followed in this part of the world, no doubt. But here it's about Rachel Hare Flint Trophy cricket, and it's about, can one of these sides get a morale boosting win, as in comes Grace Potts from the Digler set. She's bowled pretty well this morning, shorter length though, and strays onto the pads, will be clipped away for 4, and that has been her one weakness this morning, is she's, without a fine leg in place, strayed onto those pads and been hit away. So 47 without loss, the Storm starting their latest over with a boundary.
Yes, it's marginal, isn't it? Because it's a very small margin of error there for Potts as she's bowling. She's trying to target those pads, but in doing that she's just risking drifting down the leg side, and that's what's been happening.
And having suffered defeats at Cheltenham to the Blaze by 5 wickets, and also having lost there against the Northern Diamonds by 6 wickets in a Duckworth Lewis Stern game, they will be looking to put things right here today, Western Storm. They're going about it the right way at present with this start from their openers. Defended into the pitch. A few more spectators make their way round on the far side of the ground over towards the river and the cathedral, which is tolling for 11 o'clock at the moment. You might just be able to pick a little bit of that up or try and turn it up ever so.
Isn't that a lovely sound?
It is. I imagine it's quite a fearsome set of bells they've got in that the Cathedral, because it's a big sort of central tower on it. There's that one, beats the cut shot, and it's a dot ball recorded there. A little bit of excitement from behind the wicket from George, Jones and Freeborn.
Yeah, it was a bit more width on that one, but in that area where it wasn't quite a cut and it wasn't quite a sort of a cover drive, so she didn't get that quite right. But good bowl from Potts.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, it's nice to see the cathedral without the scaffolding round it that's been there recently.
Yes, there's a lot of work going on in recent years, wasn't there? In comes Potts, and it's driven into the offside. There's going to be at least 2 here. I think that will be all the scoring that's done, as George Davis, who's a prolific off-spinner for Sparks last season with 27 wickets, goes there and picks up another 2 to the total, 49 without loss. Storm approaching an unbeaten 50 stand for the first wicket.
Do Sparks tend to use their quicker bowlers through the power play, or do they bring their spinners on at all within that?
George Davis will on occasions get a go in the power play, so they might go with that tactic, as in comes Potts and bowls back into the crease, goes Smale, just pushes off the back foot to Courtney Webb in the cover region. No run on offer, so I think that would probably be the option they would go for to replace Katie George. Whether she wants to bowl from the new road end might be another consideration. Obviously a seamer light today at the Central Sparks, having not selected Emily Arlett. Here comes Potts and bowls a full toss, which is clapped away into the leg side. Ellis goes chasing back towards the fence. Will she get there in time? She's the other seamer in the side, but she's more a middle overs sort of a bowler. It's Bethan Ellis who returns the ball, and that brings up the 50 for Western Storm. So they've made very, very good progress here today, and those 3 bring up the 50 without the loss of a wicket. 53 the precise score.
And I thought it might be that last one was a no ball. They've run 3 on it, but there's still another ball to go now.
Yeah, the Whirly ice cream signal is made.
Potts did apologise as she let it go, so clearly it just slipped out of her hand.
So that's what the 4th run to the total was for there. After the 3 they scamper between the wickets. They are allowed to change the field here, and do so taking out their fielder at slip and gully. They've got 2 back on the leg side now, and they've brought 3rd into the ring, and they've also sent Eve Jones to extra cover to provide exactly that, some extra cover for this free hit, which is cut away into the offside, slapped away really. Good little hand on it there by Courtney Webb. May have even been 2 hands on it, and that prevented it going for 4, but 2 more runs completed. 55 without loss. Western Storm on top here in the 7th over. As we say, a lot going on off the pitch at Sparks at the moment, as they look to recruit a new head coach for when they become Warwickshire, and also look to recruit players for their side. But on the pitch they're struggling a little bit, it has to be said.
They are indeed. I was sort of struck by what you said earlier in the Bears against Pears match later on, and at the moment Sparks is a mixture, obviously predominantly from the Warwickshire perspective, but I think Hannah Baker came through the Worcestershire youth system, and Emily Arlett, who's not playing today. So yes, I think people will be working together today, but by this evening they might be having different points of view.
Indeed. Were you disappointed not to see Emily Arlett in the lineup today? Because I know she's a cricketer that sort of did overlap with the tail end of your career here at Worcestershire, Carol. Yes,
no, I mean it was really playing club cricket. We both played some club cricket at Pershaw. So yes, I mean, what it might mean is I get a chance to have a chat to her when she's not on the pitch today. True. So I hope I can do that. True. Yeah, no.
She really has done well. I mean, you must have been so proud of her when you saw her get that England call up.
It was, and felt so sorry for her when she got COVID and wasn't able to take that.
Here's Davis, and this one is played away into the leg side, sort of pull stroke really, but from a ball that didn't bounce too much. So Davis on a 50th cap into the attack, 56 without loss. Carol.
Yeah, no, I think she's definitely been one of those people you would not put down as one of the stars, but actually very, very good team player, very committed, and a great team player in terms of keeping the rest of her team going. And she's worked really hard on her game. She was always capable of hitting 4s and 6s, but it's about being able to do it more consistently. And her bowling, I'm really pleased when I see her bowl. It's really good to see that she's got that line sorted out, and she gives...
Here's Davis bowling to Corney, who defends this one into the... well, just back down the pitch, no run.
Yeah, she gives batters, she causes difficulty with batters. Today I can see why she might not be playing, as we said earlier. This is not the ideal wicket for her because it is staying that little bit low and there's not a huge amount of bounce in it.
Here's Davis. Bowls a ball that's short of length, but because it's not getting up, it's difficult to get away. It's hit up to mid-on for no run. Yeah, I mean, she very much... it was actually a game against Western Storm that got her sort of that England... or put her on England's radar, if you like, as that was a ball that should have played forward to, really, there, Emma Corney. She was back and she missed it as a result as it went through to Freeborn, another dot ball. And it was very much bowling at Heather Knight, the England captain, I think, that brought it to the attention of England. I mean, they'd have known about her already, but I think Knight went, there's something here, I didn't like facing that, as this one was played away down the onside of the wicket, but back to the bowler for no run.
And sometimes it's who you perform against and who notices you.
Davis whizzing through the over. Now there's a very good bit of work by Abby Freeborn. Quick hands. The foot did seem to lift for a second, but it was clearly back down in time from the umpire's point of view. 56 without loss, as we finish with a dot ball that Abby Freeborn was trying to turn into a W in the scorebook.
She was indeed, and that, the great thing about being a keeper in that situation, even if you're not going to get the wicket, the fact is you're putting pressure on the batsman, but just with those quick hands, you're giving them that message that says, don't tempt me, don't step out, because if you do, I'll have you. So good work by Freeborn there.
The worry from the Sparks' point of view is Luff's averaging a shade under 40 this season. Fran Wilson 46.37 and Nat Reid 41.62, so there's a strong middle order to follow this team, even though Storm haven't been getting the results that they would like. They do have some very strong players, and I think actually Luff, despite having the lowest average there, is very many ways the strongest of those players, with 1,591 runs in Rachel Hare-Flynn Trophy cricket now. Fran Wilson, of course, with former international experience as well. As in comes Potts to bowl, and that's forward from Smale's point of view, and she plays a very neat defensive.
Yeah, and I think from the games I've seen, Storm appear to have got themselves into some quite good winning positions and then just faded away at the end. But it feels like if one or two of those, that stronger middle order can really get going, they will be in a very good position. So I think from the Sparks' point of view, trying to keep that economy rate down to put the pressure on when those other bats come in would be really helpful.
Potts bowls, back into the crease goes Smale, and almost just didn't decide where to hit that one, and found mid-on in the form of Rhea Fackrell. There is no run as a result. It shows the strength, really, of this 8-team regional setup, that these are the two sides who are struggling, because they're both very, very good cricket teams.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. There's no weak sides in this competition anymore. There might be a few questions at Storm about why they've struggled last couple of years, as this one is again pushed up to Rhea Fackrell. They were one of the strong sides in the KSL, but it's really been Vipers who've kicked on, even though Storm won 2 KSLs to Vipers 1. It's been Vipers who've kicked on, but then I suppose having Charlotte Edwards as your coach is a significant advantage.
It attracts players in. I think players want to play for her. They know that they've got the stability there, because I can't see her going anywhere, Charlotte Edwards going anywhere else at the moment.
Potts bowls, this one's driven up to mid-on off the front foot this time and had more power as a result, but the result in the scorebook is the same, it's a dot.
I think the other thing to bear in mind is, conscious that Central Sparks are missing Amy Jones, but obviously Abby Freeborn has been doing a really good job both behind the stumps and batting this season. But for Storm, they've lost Lauren Filer, Danny Gibson and Heather Knight from their squad, which is quite a hit, and that's where a lot of the experienced players are. So they've been managing without them for most of the season.
Yeah, we noticed how the Blaze struggled without their 2 Scottish internationals in the form of the Bryce sisters earlier in the season, and perhaps Storm are having similar struggles, as that was clipped Bethan Ellis, who's occupying the mid-wicket position. No run on off.
There's something there about the depth of the teams. So you may well have your really, really good players, and you've got your younger players coming in. But it's the depth allied to the experience, and how that experience can be shared with the younger players as they're arriving. Some just shine through regardless.
His Potts bowling from the Diglis end. It's a drive that slips off the face slightly and down towards third for a single, 57 without loss. It's the end of the over as well. So Smale getting one away eventually. It's been strange because we've had it was a maiden over in the 5th over of the game, but we've also had some very, very expensive ones, and it's been a good power play so far from the point of view of the Western Storm. 57 scored from it already. Yeah,
so running at 6 and over, 6.33 and over after 9. So if they come out of the power play at that sort of rate, I think the Storm will be quite happy. I think from the Sparks point of view, it could have been worse, and I think they've managed to pull it back.
Taking that single, Smale takes a guard of off stump to face up from the New Road end, where Davis is delivering a ball that Smale goes back to and plays into the offside. It's certainly in these early stages, and it could just be because the ball's hard at the moment, it could be the Sparks bowling of course, but it does seem as if this pitch is playing slightly better. So I think a score of 200 I was thinking would be a very good score coming into this game, as Katie George comes and picks up from deep mid-wicket. No run, or one run on offer rather, so 58 without loss. The total moves to, I think certainly you're pushing up beyond that already. You're already sort of thinking 225, 250 already, particularly with this very strong start. Corney facing up now. She'll go into the leg side too. This will be more of a chase for Katie George, but she's a supreme athlete who picks the ball up and will throw back left-handed. Interestingly, there's a little bit of an appeal, because that ball was a direct hit from the boundary by Katie George, and it hit the stump nice and flush, so the ball actually didn't go too far.
Yeah.
2 more to the total, 60 of that loss.
What a great pickup that was from Katie George, and I was just looking at how she actually threw that in and thinking what a lovely style she throws, and then it hit the stump as well. So, hitting the stumps direct from the boundary, great fielding.
The men's test match as well yesterday, I think, didn't we? So it can be a useful way to affect a run out, as in comes Georgia Davis and bowls a ball that Freeborn is quick with the gloves once again and prevents a run being scored as a result, but is also looking for a stumping.
Yeah, and I think potentially there's a little bit of complacency from batters when they hit it out to the deep. They don't expect to be got out with a direct hit run out.
Down the track comes Corney and clips leg side and away for 4, wide of long on, or where long on would have been had they been back on the fence. Still only 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. That's what we are referring to when we talk about this being the last over of the power play, if you're just joining us and learning about cricket for the first time. But the most important thing is Storm are batting well here, 64 without loss. Here comes Georgia Davis. This one's a late cut, which was risky with the slip in place, but it was well executed and goes past Steve Jones for 2 more to the total, 66 without loss. Batting very nicely indeed is Emma Corney, and she's on to 28 now. To Smells 27.
I think, yeah, I was saying it's a good example of a shot where you don't try and hit it too hard. You just use the timing to place it and keep it down. So if you play it well, it's fairly safe. Created a chase for Davina Perrin, but she pulled that back in for the 2 runs.
Whirly arm motion from the umpire there, signifying the end of that power play. So 66 scored from it. So more than 1 a ball, which is about what you want to be doing in that power play.
And probably a little bit of a sense of relief here for Sparks, with now knowing that they can get those extra fielders out there, because it's really hard for bowlers to bowl with only 2 fielders out. You have to be so accurate, but trying to be that accurate, it means it's quite hard to take the wickets. But with these fielders out, I think it gives the bowlers a little bit more opportunity to set their fields, bowl in that positive fashion.
Well, it also gets the spinners into the game here, doesn't it? Because they've got that extra protection, and that's clearly the tactic Sparks have gone for today, and they're using Ria Fackrell straight away, who's driven firmly up to Georgia Davis at mid-off, and and there is no run on offer. This game would have had a T20 blast game on in between Wednesday and today, as that one's uppish. Is it going to be a catch? Oh, there was a hand there from Bethan Ellis at mid-wicket, but just couldn't cling on. She had a lot of ground to make up, but having got there, I think she'd be disappointed to only sort of get the one hand there and not be able to cling on to the ball. It's a chance there for Sophia Smale on 27. She moves to 28 with a single.
Yes, it just ballooned up, and Bethan Ellis went full stretch, but not quite there. Interesting, Corney's now changing her guard. She's taking an off-stump guard to Rhea Fackrell. Just remarking her crease.
Yeah, very deliberately there. It's been the tactic to the off-spinner so far from the Storm. It's been to stand on off-stump, as this one is defended down into the ground and behind square on the offside for a single. Went almost sort of slightly finer of a 45-degree angle, about a 40-degree angle. Another one to the total, 68 without loss, but I think it's well worth making a note that Smale dropped on 27 by Ellis off the bowling of Fackrell, who delivers again, and that one's defended into the offside. No run available on that occasion.
It'll be interesting to see whether that turns out to be an expensive one, the way Smale's going at the moment.
Yeah, she certainly started well, but it could have so easily been over in the 20s, which would have frustrated her. Both these Storm openers have probably not got the runs they would have liked to have set out to get at the start of the season. That one's defended back to Fackrell, no run again.
I think if these spinners can put on the squeeze, that'll be really helpful. They'll be looking at the 20 over mark and see if they can produce that run rate.
Here comes Fackrell to complete her first over of this Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy game. 50 overs aside today. Returns the ball to the umpire, as is the way these days, because they use new ball from either end. 68 then the score at the end of the 11th over, so just 2 from that first over of spin, and that was more of the sort of cricket we saw the other day, where it was quite difficult for sides to get the ball away. But will that become a pattern or not? We will see in these coming overs.
Yes, I think as we've just said, these next 10 overs will be crucial. That really be looking for sparks to get that little bit of a squeeze on the batters. They're well set, both Corney and Smale, on 29 and 28 respectively. So they're seeing the ball well. They know what the pitch is doing.
Cloud high, a little bit of sunshine and blue sky as well, as that one evades the cut stroke of Emma Corney from a reasonably full length ball, I thought. So difficult to play the stroke from that one from Davis, which went through outside the off stump. No run scored there. This a little straighter and turned leg side, so allows Fackrell to come and pick up in front of square just outside the ring, and another single makes the score 69 without loss.
Yes, it's where that off stump guard just allows that little push into the leg side.
Yes, it lets the batter know that it isn't the stumps. They've got an option to score there. I was again trying to cut with Smale, but that was a less successful option. Perrining quickly to pick up.
Yeah, I think her eyes lit up slightly there, but the ball wasn't quite where she thought it was, so she wasn't able to play the shot she really wanted.
I guess the slight disadvantage Sparks have got, as this one is bowled and is just pushed away behind square, dabbed really there from an initially advancing Smale, who had to sort of retreat to play the stroke. 70 without loss. I guess one of the sort of slight disadvantages compared to Thunder, who bowled very well with the 3 spinners the other day, is they had a couple of all-rounders that allowed them to do that. Spinner Morris, but also Tani and to an extent Norris are all-rounders as well, which sort of gave them that flexibility to have the 3 spinners, whereas Sparks kind of had to sacrifice a seamer in order to play this extra spinner. But we're in the period of the game now where they can make it count. That one pushed offside, and there is no run out. Oh, 1 run out to the cover boundary, 71 without loss.
I think that's right, and I think also Emily Arlett has made some useful contributions sort of down in the lower order in other games, so I think they might miss her from that point of view too.
Yes, that one is played away into the offside by Sophia Smale. Shy at the stumps from Davina Perrin, always eager to have a go. It's the teenager from Wolverhampton. I mean, she really is going to be a superstar, isn't she, Perrin? She's already looks the part, but just there's so much talent there, as well as a lot of skill and hard work and application.
Indeed there is, and she's played some excellent innings this season, and again it's just coming back to getting that consistency in, but it's great to see her development. I think we first saw her when she was probably 15, playing in the setup, and actually following her career through some of the academy games as well. It's definitely one to watch, and really look forward to her growing and developing in the future.
It's very early on against South East Stars, which she got about 40 I think, and hit the ball very hard as that was played over mid-wicket for a single out to the boundary on the far side.
It's good use of the feet again, but the Storm batters are looking to use their feet to these spinners, so that will definitely keep Abby Freeborn on her toes behind the stumps.
72 without loss. That will be added to with a drive. No, it won't. It goes straight to mid-on in the end. It looked as if it had gone slightly wider of that. And there is no run on offer. As in comes Fackrell again to deliver right arm into the pitch. Turned away. The swivel of a pull stroke finds the fielder out on the rope once again, though. So there is again just the single on offer, 73 without loss.
Yeah, it was a slightly shorter ball, which meant the batter could go back and play that pull shot.
A bit of maintenance work going on by the sound of things here at New Road. So we hear a clang of a little bit of metal. So that one is played away behind square on the leg side this time for another single, 74 without loss.
Yes, I think there's always some maintenance work going on at New Road, not least to try and dry it out.
Yes, yeah, that has been something of a problem as Fackrell bowls, and this one's hit high and just high enough in the end, over the top of the captain Eve Jones and away for 4 runs, and that was a boundary. We haven't seen one since we exited the opening power play of the game, but we have now 4 more to the total, struck by Smale, who was dropped on 27, a difficult chance. She's now on to 34. It's 78 without loss. Here's Fackrell again, and will deliver right arm over the wicket into the pitch. It goes this time, and it's swung away into the leg side by Smale, who adds another single to the over. So the most productive Storm have had in this set of 10 overs between 10 and 20. 79 without loss. Yeah,
we're not seeing an awful lot of turn with spinners bowling, so they're really going to have to rely on line and length and just trying to make it difficult to score. Fackrell, you could see, was trying to do that there, but just that slightly movement offline, and it's gone down hit down to the leg side.
So the other day it was all about just keeping on the stumps, essentially. If it was on the stumps, it was difficult to score off.
There's been a few that have just gone past the edge or just outside off.
Down the track, and then retreating slightly was Smale to allow her to wiggle a single away into the leg side. 80 without loss, and up to mid-on that occasion.
And that's the important thing, isn't it, to be able to keep taking those singles even if the fours aren't coming, because that's what will keep the rate ticking over.
So I think we've got some school children away in front of the hotel at the moment watching this game, as this one is cut into the offside. No run on offer, 80 without loss it remains.
I've got the seagulls circling as well. It's quite an impressive sight with them all flying round and above. Let's hope not too many of them are landing on the pitch.
Yeah, they're staying a good distance for now. It's Davis bowls down the track, and away it goes from Corney's bat this time for 4 runs through long on, and it was a good option for Smale in the previous over. It was a good option for Corney there. 4 more to the total, 84 without loss. Lovely shot.
Yeah, looking slightly ominous here for Sparks. You can see the batsman's confidence building. We've said that they are useful bats who haven't gone on to make bigger scores, and they'll be feeling that they've got a bit of a platform to do that today.
They've had very similar scores throughout these two, and it seems if one goes ahead of the other, the other one hits some runs just to go back past them. Davis again, bowling to Corney, working into the leg side, and will continue to add to the over with a single behind square out to Fackrell. So Both these sides looking for their 3rd win of the competition, playing their 10th game before a break for the 100. Mentioning plenty going on at New Road, of course. We're out of school term time, but you quite often get a game going on the back pitch on the school ground. It's also used by Alfagonians, the club, as well, as that one's returned for the loss of a single, so 86 without loss. Storm going along nicely. That one was hit out the cover boundary off the back foot. Corney faces up again, back into a crease, driving straight, finds Brewer, who is across at a straightish mid-wicket position, and ensures there's a dot ball to finish the over at Leeds. Carol Camino, what are you making of this at the moment?
I think I talked earlier about there needing to be a little bit of a squeeze over this 10 overs, and to some extent we're seeing that. It is hard, I think, for the slower bowlers at the moment. They're trying to put it in there, they're trying not to create the runs. In not conceding the fours, they're conceding the singles because they're just being played off the pads. And going back to what you were saying earlier about how the pitches around here are used, I was here for the New Zealand-England International, and it was brilliant seeing the softball festival happening on the field that's behind us here. So that was a great use of the ground facilities.
Thackeray bowls, and this one's hit high over the top. Both the fielders are inside the ring, and this may well begin to force them back, because that's gone all the way for 4 runs, 90 without loss. It was a valiant effort from the 2 fielders chasing back, but they were never really going to prevent that one going for 4. Smale onto 41 of the 90 scored, and I think there may be a readjustment to the field, and in fact Long On has gone back.
Saw Thackeray signalling for that fielder, the Long On, to stay back.
How will she adjust her length? Not too much. She still bowls down into the pitch and is turned round the corner for 1 out to the backward square leg. Baker there with the fielding, 91 without loss.
Yeah, that, again, just because of that off-stump guard, it's just been played off the stumps, but quite safely. If she misses it, it would be LBW, but it's coming through at a pace that's easy to pick up.
And this off-stump guard helping with that as well, as cover goes back in the form of Grace Potts. And in comes Thackeray to bowl. Worked into the leg side again. There are 2 fielders out there on the boundary. Doesn't get that far though. Katie George in between them is the one who picks up. It's Georgia Davis who's gone back at long gone to allow her skipper to stay up in the ring. But Bethan Ellis out on the far side along with Hannah Baker. Potts is on what's our near side here at cover. It's the right-hander. Now that one is caught at cover by Courtney Webb after bowling of Rhea Thackeray, and Smale's enterprising innings of 42 comes to an end in disappointing fashion for her, I think, Carol Camino, because she was looking well set. She'd had the life on 28, but is now walking back to the pavilion, having got out caught by Courtney Webb off the bowling of Rhea Thackeray.
Yeah, she was just trying to repeat a shot that she'd done before, but didn't get quite enough height on it. And I think it was that Perrin that actually took the catch there. She had to jump for it. We'll confirm the catcher in a minute. But yeah, she leant back, and it was neither one thing nor the other. It wasn't a drive, and it wasn't really a lob over the fielder. So she got caught out by that one.
Yeah. Brad is up in the score box has just confirmed that one as Courtney Webb is the catcher off Rhea Thackeray. But yes, just a little bit of a disappointing end. But from the Sparks point of view, arguably one of the most prized wickets of the innings comes to the crease here. Sophie Luff with her 1,591 Rachel Hare Flynn Trophy runs, and I mean, she really is good to watch, isn't she?
She's excellent. Really leads from the front as captain, has saved her team on many occasions, and just a lovely batter to watch. So it'd be interesting to see how Sparks try and put pressure on her straight away, because they don't want her to settle in and get too many on the board too soon, because they'll be looking to try and get rid of her fairly quickly.
She'll be busy on her feet. She's a fairly small player, but she makes use of her footwork to sort of almost compensate for any loss in stride length. Hasn't had her best season, 313 runs this time round, but she is one of those above 1,500 runs, which is an indication of just how good she's been over the last 5 years. Prods that one out to Katie George. Of course, we've had different lengths of competition, so that means it's sort of not direct comparisons in terms of seasons, as Luff plays that one into the leg side, but by far her best was the second edition, I think, of this competition, where she ended up making 417 runs, 339 in the first edition, 268 in the third and 254 in the previous edition. So she's gone past her score from last season, which she'll be quite glad about. And she just, as I say, she just wants to make sure that those scores aren't going in the wrong direction. 92 for 1 then. Score at the end of the over. Luff happy to block out her first 2.
Yeah, from memory, I think there was one of the games that Storms won earlier in the season where she's almost single-handedly got them over the line. We can confirm that later, but that was her real, what we call a real captain's innings, really taking that responsibility on.
Yeah, high score of 76. That's not out this season.
I was going to say 79, so I wouldn't have been far out. But that will be the game where she was still there at the end and got the runs. So she'd be looking to repeat that sort of performance today.
Yeah, Race had a 73 and Wilson a 67 so far. As that's bowled by the bowling change. Hannah Baker into the attack and picks up her 13th of the season. And both the openers out now in successive overs. Corney goes this time, bowled for 39, and Hannah Baker into the attack and into the wickets, Carol Camino.
Indeed, and that was a lovely ball. It pitched just about on or outside off stump and came back and took middle stump. And I think it shows how unsettling it can be when a partnership ends, where 2 batsmen have been batting together for some time. You have a wicket, somebody new comes in and that other batsman is unsettled, and that means we've lost both of them really quickly.
We have indeed. Corney's highest score of the season was 40, so she doesn't quite go past that. Sophia Smale, though, did record her highest score of the season with the 42 that she made today. So, well, disappointing from a Western Storm point of view, having had such a good partnership at the top of the innings, to be seeing both those openers on their way back to the pavilion. For 39 in Corney's case, bowled by Hannah Baker, and then before that Sophia Smale caught by Courtney Webb at the bowling of Ria Fackrell for 42 or 47 balls, both batted for around an hour. Just Corney 2 minutes over it and Smale 2 minutes under it. We're at 11:30 on your Friday morning here at New Road with Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy Cricket to bring you Central Sparks v Western Storm. Sparks, who've loaded their side with 3 spinners, will be quite glad to see them getting in amongst the wickets now they've got into the attack. Single off the cut stroke out to cover from the first ball from Wilson. Very Wilson-esque shot, that one. 93 for 2. Still likes a sweep and a reverse, I imagine, Fran Wilson.
But what an encouraging look at the scoreboard for Sparks compared to how it was an over or 2 ago. They will be very happy to see people, the batters, in there with Norton 1 run.
Yeah, 2 wickets to the score. Certainly made it better viewing from the Storm perspective. Fackrell and George, the sweepers, out on the leg side. We have a mid-wicket and a mid-on in the ring. So it's just a closer feel as this one's driven up to mid-off. It's got cover, well, extra cover and backward point, as well as a slip in place. The Central Sparks in their black trousers and purple shirts with the yellow trim and numbers, as this one is prodded into the offside. And lots of encouragement here for Hannah Baker. As we say, with that wicket, it goes to 13 for the season. That's the 45 for 5. It's driven back to the bowler, full of length, and gathered in the follow-through. Baker immediately back to her mark. Sends cover out, just for a bit of extra protection from this final ball. Sophie Luff not yet off the mark. Can Sparks keep the pressure up on her? Can they even turn it into a wicket, as Luff just allows the ball to hit the bat. She strides forward. It was slightly outside the leg stump, which allowed her to divert that. It turned back to the stumps by the time she hit it, but a nice easy one to get off the mark. 94 for 2. Wilson and Luff both have one, and it's their job to continue to build this Western Storm innings, which was progressing very nicely with the openers Smale and Corney.
Yes, I think Sophie Luff there showing all her experience. If you can't be scoring with the big shots, then making sure that you're taking those singles when they're on offer, and she did well there.
Opening partnership of 92 today, but 2 wickets falling on that number as in comes Fackrell to deliver a ball, turned leg side. Katie George comes round and picks up right-handed, slightly unusually for her as a left-hander, but it was what was required there.
She's been very adaptable. It's great if you can pick up with either hand, because the fielders never know, the batters never know quite where it's going to come in from.
Top ball there as Luff waits again. She's patient in the early stages, down the track, and we'll prod this one to mid-on, and she's so far down the track that she thought I may as well carry on my way and get to the non-strikers then. 95 for 2 with Mike Perkins and former Middlesex and Worcestershire cricketer Carol Camino.
Yes, I think that's quite a useful skill to be able to throw with either hand.
Yes, yeah.
Keeps the batters guessing.
Whether she would have let go of it in that right hand, I'm not quite sure, but she certainly picked it up clean enough, didn't she?
Yes, but you just never know.
No, you don't. She could well have been developing that. As Fackrell bowls a full ball and was outside the line of the stumps, and we said Wilson probably still likes the sweep and the reverse. She uses the reverse here to send that one down to fine third for 2 more. 97 for 2. Storm continue to approach those 3 figures.
Yeah, didn't try to hit it too hard there, just paddled it down nicely, taking advantage of the field settings, knowing she could get the runs down there.
To watch it like the proverbial hawk there, right onto the blade of the bat. Now goes for the sweep this time, hard and flat out towards backward square leg, who picks up just about on square in the end. 98 for 2.
If you're in Worcester, you need to talk about peregrines rather than hawks.
Well, that's true.
Peregrines at the top of the cathedral.
Yes, yeah. No, they make quite a noise, peregrines. I went up to when they do the little clipping of the legs one time as Rhea Fackrell comes into bowl, and that one hits Luff on the pad. This was in Stoke, I think they've got some there, and I went up, and as soon as you go up to clip them, they obviously think you're coming to nick the eggs or the babies out the nest, so they start circling round and making a right old racket to scare you off. But they're very, very interesting birds.
Yes.
As in comes Fackrell again. Deliver a ball that Luff's again pushing to mid-on. As soon as it beats mid-wicket, she's going to run through. Now Wilson's in trouble though, and the bails are taken. We were fairly side on, and that looked very, very close, if not out, to me. The umpire out there, Umpire Everton, shakes the head though, and the single is completed. And it was the fact that Wilson had to wait in her ground for so long until the ball had meets mid-wicket. It meant that Luff was confident of her end and would usually be running to the danger end, but all of a sudden that danger end switched, and it looked as if Abby Freeborn maybe had the bails off in time. 99 for 2.
That was a close one, and I think Sparks will be a little bit disappointed with that, but it comes back to what we were talking about, the pressure on the batters. If they're not scoring the boundaries, then they need to be taking the singles, and that was an example of where a slight lack of communication can really lead to a problem.
Luff looked as if she was just having a little word with herself as she marked the guard there to just be a bit careful. Tries to drive this one straight as well, but Hannah Baker's there with the palm of the hand to prevent a run being scored off her own bowling. Western Storm, who've lost 2 wickets in the 90s, they don't want to make it 3. We talk about nervous 90s when it's a batter approaching a milestone. It's been rather nervous 90s for Western Storm here. Another dot with a drive off the back foot. A couple more spins there from Hannah Baker. Shorter length, chopped away into the offside. The throw comes in, and Sophie Luff is through comfortably for the single, and that is the 100 up for Western Storm for the loss of 2 wickets. The bulk of it though was the opening partnership between Corney and Spain. They've gone along nicely, Cameron.
They have indeed, but the run rate has for the first time come down below that 6 and over now, so that squeeze from Sparks is happening and the wickets have fallen, so getting to a really interesting phase of the game now.
Sweep shot behind square on the leg side. Fackrell picks up and throws in to Abby Freeborn.
Yes, if they can be under the 6 and over by the time they get through those sort of 20 overs or so, I think it'll show that Storm have exerted a little bit more control. Well, Storm will be looking to take it in the opposite direction and get it above that 6 again.
The outfield certainly has looked quicker today, and the pitch ever so slightly better so far, as this one is defended into the leg side. Brewer comes in from mid-wicket to pick up. Dot ball here as Luff just looks to get going. Flicks this one off her toes up to mid-on. It will be a single on offer. It's nearly an overthrow. Particularly accurate, the throw that came in from mid-on.
Now the backing up fielders need to be on the toes there. Unfortunately they were.
But where Potts' throw had been very good was for the run out from the previous over, which looked very, very close indeed. 102 for 2 then. We've been playing for 18 overs now. And, Storm just in mid-pitch discussion at the moment. Sparks will be contemplating how they get wickets here with this 3-spin attack that they've opted for today. Fackrell to deliver the latest ball. Down the track comes Luff, turning leg side, and that'll bring Wilson back onto strike. 103 for 2.
I think it's interesting that I think people playing so much T20 now has reset expectations about what might be realistic in a 50 over game. I think in the past 5 runs and over was a sensible sort of target.
Here's Fackrell down into the pitch. Wilson had committed to the reverse sweep, so had to rise up slightly to divert the ball behind square on the offside. Did so successfully. One more, 104 for 2.
But now if you're going to be looking at 6.5 and over, that's really pushing those scores up a lot higher, so it depends whether people could sustain that level over the full 50 overs rather than just in the 20. Yeah,
sort of the wickets column generally becomes the limiting factor, doesn't it? But at the moment, Storm have got plenty in hand.
They have. They're just doing a little adjustment in the field here. Fackrell just moving her square leg round slightly.
Here comes Fackrell again. 38 added so far in the last 8.5 overs since the end of the power play. That's another dot ball there. The ball that forced Luff back into the crease. Fackrell again. Throws it up. Clipped to mid-wicket this time. The score remains 104 for 2.
That was a commitment to foot movement there, but the ball didn't quite arrive on the bat just right, so just a little push out, so no run.
See a team in a fairly comfortable position, so she can take a few balls here, Sophie Luff, and as I say, with almost 1,600 Rochdale Flint Trophy runs, you're allowed to take a bit of time to get going, I suppose, if there's one batter you want to do that. But it is taking Sophie Luff a little bit of time to get into her innings. 7 off 19 now.
I think the more important thing is for her to still be there in 5 overs than to have gone for it too early and get out.
And ultimately she's only 3 boundaries away from being back at 1 a ball, so she'll have, as long as she's got plenty of time to find those boundaries, she will. Wilson finishing with a dot there. 105 for 2.
Just 3 runs off that over from Fackrell, so she'll be very happy with that. And the squeeze we talked about earlier is happening. We're down to just over 5.5 run rate at the moment, so it's a fairly calm period. So let's see if we're going to get any fireworks a little bit later.
Sparks would still just like to keep adding to that wickets column, I guess, but at the moment they're getting a handle on the scoring rate.
Yeah, but if you can keep the pressure on by not allowing, if you think if people take a 1 run per ball in singles, that's 6 and over, which is pretty good in this type of game. So if you can not let them do that, that starts putting the pressure on the bats.
Baker bowls, Luff drives smoothly into the offside, but again finds cover. It's been a bit of a theme really, that the shots have not produced runs just yet in this innings, but she's building slowly. 7 off 20 at the moment. That'll become 7 off 21 now as she drives up to George Davis at mid-off. The fielding is quick and competent. Baker again, right arm over the wicket, new road end, driven back to the bowler. Not interested in the little flick onto the stumps from Baker. Some of the Sparks fielders were, but I think more just in the fact it so often does lead to a run out more than the fact Wilson had backed up.
More hope than expectation, I think there. Certainly Fran Wilson at that end didn't look at all worried.
No, I think she barely left the ground actually, as Luff decides to get things moving by advancing down the track and hitting over the top, and hitting very well for 4, 109 for 2. As we approach the 20 over mark, and Luff, we said she was only 3 boundaries behind getting back to 1 a ball, a few more than that now, but she's decided, right, okay, I'm going to have to do something about this, I can't just keep patting these back, and she hits that nicely.
Yeah, so her first boundary came off her 23rd ball.
Very nice shot indeed from Sophie Luff, who passes 1,600 Rachel O'Flynn Trophy runs. She might add 6 more here. She's caught that one on the full and hit it all the way for 6. 115 for 2, and Sophie Luff just like that. 4-6, and she's back where she wants to be in her innings. 17 off 24.
And I think that shows the advantage of she's had a look, she's seen what the bowlers are doing, and then when she's feeling confident, she's felt able to advance down the pitch and hit both of those lovely shots.
It was almost as if she'd gone, right, if it's above a certain height when it leaves the hand here and it looks right to me, I'm going. Will she continue in that vein as Baker bowls into the pitch? Luff trying to cut off the back foot, finds extra cover, but will mind far less after hitting successive boundaries there. 115 then the score after 20 overs, 49 added in that 10 for those keeping a watch on that, but 10 of those 49 added in the previous over.
Yeah, so we've got to the 20 over stage now, 115 for 2. I think overall Storm will be the happier team just at the moment, because they, as we've said earlier, we know that they've got that really useful batting to come. If you run that scoring rate, potentially you're looking at a score between the 250 and 300. Whether they'll be able to keep that going all the way through, we don't yet know, but current rate 5.75, that's very healthy.
Here's Fackrell, who's bowling a ball that's turned round the corner, keeps Wilson moving onto 7 off 7 deliveries, 116 for 2. Starting the next set of 10 overs the way they'd like it to keep going on. There's a little bit of smoke rises from behind one of the trees over towards the riverbank in the cathedral. Here comes Fackrell to bowl with those green trees in the background, and this one's turned away into the leg side. They run on offer to mid-wicket where Chloe Brewer is fielded with Mike Perkins and Carol Camino, the former Worcestershire Middlesex cricketer. Level 4 qualifying coach Sarah Ginn is on her way to join us as well, as this one is played down the onside of straight. There will be a single to George Davis, who on this occasion can't affect anything close to a run out. 117 for 2, nice little shot there. As we say, the only other cricket going on today is in the men's test match at Lords. Final one for James Anderson, and it's very close to being completed as this one is played out to Katie George here in at short mid-wicket. No run on offer. 105 for 9 now. West Indies still trailing by 145, so that one is nearly over within an hour of play on the 3rd morning. So we'll be back to being the only cricket in England. So good to have you with us enjoying it as Fackrell bowls. This one's reverse swept past the wicket keeper with a bit of an appeal from the Sparks players. Appeal from the Worcestershire staff as well here in the commentary position, but no interest from the umpire on that occasion. 118 for 2.
I think that was a reasonable shout. I don't know whether she just got a little touch on it, because if not, I'm surprised there wasn't a bigger appeal.
I think just with the speed it went away, there must have been a little bit of bat involved.
Yeah.
The Fackrell does bowl fairly quick off spin, down into the pitch this time, hit up to long on, one more to the total. Luff will gratefully receive it. 119 for 2. 19 of those to Sophie Luff. If you just join us here on the Central Sparks YouTube stream, having tuned into perhaps a bit of the test match this morning, a reminder that the wickets to fall so far have been Emma Corney, bowled by Hannah Baker from her first delivery coming into the attack. Maria Fackrell, the other spinner, picking up Sophia Smale before that, caught by Courtney Webb off the bowling of Fackrell for 42. So those two putting on 92 for the first wicket here, and in Smale's case making a highest score of the season. Corney was one short of her highest score of the season as well, so just a bit of an indication there that they had one of their better partnerships of the season, their best in fact.
We'll now see how Hannah Baker's going to respond to having been hit for a 4 and a 6 off successive balls in the last over.
Luff waits and is on away again and hits this one hard down to long off, who's gone back, and there will be another single to the total. Georgia Davis comes up inside the ring now with that single, so the challenge is there for Wilson if she wants to go over the top. 120 for 2, but she tends to prefer to sweep and dab and play those sorts of strokes back into a crease, and forcing this off the back stump is the former England international. Finds a 121 for 2.
She's interesting, Fran, because she's one of the few former England internationals who sort of stayed in the game and still playing. I think that shows her love of the game, that she's kept it going.
She always had sort of quite a frustrating England career in the sense that she was kind of batting kind of 6 or 7 and in many ways in for a fielding in a lot of senses. And did get some notable scores, did Fran Wilson, in that England career, but perhaps might have felt she could have got a few more had she been higher up the list, as that one's through to the gloves of Freeborn. Luff just marks her guard.
Yes, I think she was one of those players playing who was never quite sure of her position in the team, and that puts additional pressure on.
Just the 250s in the end in her ODI career, with a best of 85 as that one's driven back to Hannah Baker for no run. Played 33 ODIs and 30 T20s, and she pushes this one into the offside. No run on offer, and as I say, a best score of 85 not out. So I might have been quite frustrated that day. There weren't a few more runs on the board to get those extra 15, because an international 100 is a prized possession.
Downside of batting further down the order.
As Luff just strokes this one away on the cut out to the cover boundary. 122 for 2. So advancing early in the over there, Luff having had the success doing that in the previous over, but then content to play from either the crease or within the crease.
That was a good recovery from Hannah Baker to just concede the 3 runs off that over. She's obviously taken the time between overs to have a little bit of think about where she's bowling, and recovered really well.
Wilson now 32 years of age. Same birthday as me, 7th November in fact.
Okay. I understand she's now based in and around the Bristol area, and she works as a nutritionist down there.
It's Fackrell who bowls, and forward comes Luff, who's in orderly defensive fashion as she advances down the pitch.
And as she's been working with the Bristol Bears women's team, who got to the Premiership final recently.
Dot from the first ball and Fackrell over, and she will double the tally there. A ball that nearly snuck under the bat of Sophie Luff. She had to be very watchful as she turned that into the leg side, but did so successfully. As the clock continues to tick towards 12 noon here. better way to spend your Friday afternoon than watching Rachel Hayeflint trophy cricket from the beautiful New Road. As Luff is down the track again. The fielder's unusually perhaps up inside the circle, and that allowed Luff to play that one bounce over the rope and into the Basil D'Oliveira stand at the far end. So we see Sarah Ginn arriving. So 126 for 2 the total moves on to, with that lovely shot from Sophie Luff. She's on 25 and starting to look quite ominous.
That is her shot of the day. That's the third boundary she scored on that same route at the moment.
As we say, it's past the 1,600 mark in Rachel Hayeflint Trophy cricket during this innings. That's another to the tally for the season as well. She moves on to 26, 126 for 2. Couple more balls left in this over. There's Fackrell bowls. It's turned leg side on the 45. Wilson into double figures. 10 off 11. Seen far less of the strike. Score 128 for 2. The sun just slightly disappearing behind that high cloud, but it is the sort of high cloud that makes you feel batting will be a bit easier today. And the pitch seems to be playing a little bit better than what we had the other day too, as this one is driven back to the bowler. That'll be a dot ball to complete the over. Some thoughts from Carol Camino. We've had 23 overs.
Yes, that last one there to Sophie Luff, you could see she was gearing herself up to be able to play that shot that she played previously to get the 4, but it wasn't quite there, so she just adjusted. So again, using all her experience to try and build this innings and keep the runs ticking over for Storm. Sparks, I think, will be reasonably happy at the moment. They've put that squeeze on that we were talking about earlier and managed to keep the run rate down. So let's see how we go over the next few overs. We've still got, just checking on the bowlers there. Yeah, Baker still with the ball.
Yeah, she's just looking to try and produce that magic she did with her very first delivery, really.
Yes.
The 13th wicket of the season, and much more of that required for the Central Sparks. Oh, and that nearly was that bit of magic. It skidded on the leg spinner there. It was just stabbed out in the nick of time with the very bottom of Wilson's bat.
That's the first really unpredictable one we've seen. That's well bowled.
Here comes Baker. Bowls again, this time down the leg side, not turning as she would have wished, and it was well taken by Freeborn, but another 1 to the total, 129 for 2. Baker bowls again, swept hard by Wilson. Fackrell had to just be a little careful not to overrun that one as she came off the deep backward square leg boundary. 130 for 2 now.
Yes, that was just a little bit of an over adjustment and went too far down the leg side.
It's just looking for that little extra bit of bite and spin, but perhaps not getting it there. She is the leading wicket taker in the competition for Central Sparks this season.
She gave that one a little bit more air there, but batter didn't take the bait.
No. Took the cue to come down the pitch, but played fairly sedately on that occasion, did Luff, and she had the fielder back, so knew she was going to get the single. 131 for 2. That's pushed away by Wilson. It was called a weight there, but Wilson was certainly heading for the non-striker's end, and Luff did respond. I think it was just the fact it was Davina Perrin, who is a very athletic fielder and can throw down the stumps when required. 32 for 2.
Yes, that's judging your runs by reputation there, I think. If you know your fielder is a really, really good fielder, you're a little bit more cautious.
On 12 noon from the bell in the cathedral, there's Luff, clock striking 12, clips one up to long on to Eve Jones, adds another to the Western Storm total, 133 for 2. Again, just checks in on her field, which has mid-off coming up. Wilson with the sweep finds Fackrell, who again had to be in watchful form as that one bobbled across the outfield for a moment towards her, but she did gather it.
It's a very controlled shot there by Fran Wilson, and I think that sort of epitomises her play in some ways, because she doesn't try and overhit it, but she uses those feet, she uses her timing and the placement to get the runs that she's looking for.
Yeah, seems very settled, as we were saying, does the 32-year-old former England international, and she'll be hoping for the next couple of hours at least of this Friday afternoon to be at the crease here in New Road. Comfortable in those surroundings, in the green of Western Storm. It's the green of Worcestershire. Sparks, though, the home team here, they're also in need of a morale boosting win, going into a little break for the 100. These sides play again when we resume, only down the road at Taunton. Bethan Ellis coming into the attack. I gave it a big build up the other day, that should be very useful bowling on the pitch we were playing on, and she proceeded to slam one in short and get hit for 6 by Emma Lamb. So let's see what she produces here today. Right on over the wicket. It is a little on the short side, and it's pulled away towards the boundary on the leg side. It will get there. Out into the covers, and 4 more to the total, and it was seized upon by Fran Wilson, who likes that kind of thing. 138 for 2. Ellis, with her sort of action, needs to keep it up there and sort of skid it along the pitch, really.
That was a good effort by the fielder there, who I think in her stretching landed on the rope. That looked painful. But unfortunately the ball just bubbled over.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort, but to prevent the thoughts. Potts is in action on the cover boundary this time. Picks up and throws in for the loss of 1. It's Baker who was doing the fielding out there on the mid-wicket boundary. 139 for 2. Ellis again. Back of her run, just waiting for a few instructions from Eve Jones. Also waiting for the batter Luff to settle. 28 of 40 now. Innings that's at times struggled for pace, and at times she's found the boundary with ease. That one takes her on the body. Sarah Ginn's coming at the end of this over, 25th over, halfway point of the innings. The drink should give us plenty of time for a little swap at that point, so I'll bring level 4 qualified coach Sarah Ginn in alongside Carol Camino, the Middlesex and Worcestershire cricketer. That one's played back to Ellis, who picks up in a return. Looks as if these teams are almost just settling in for drinks here. Sparks love a wicket for the refreshments.
Ellis has found quite a good length over those last couple of balls. They're just coming into the body of the batter and making it quite hard to get away. But as you say, perhaps as a sort of a subconscious, we know drinks are coming, let's use that as an opportunity to reset.
Driven to extra cover where Courtney Webb, the Australian, picks up. 139 for 2 it remains. It's progress steady at the moment for Western Storm since we've ticked over into the afternoon, but the run rate is a healthy one, up to about 5.6 at the moment. As Ellis bowls back into the crease goes Luff, drives from there back to the bowler. It is drinks, will be taken at 139 for 2. Carol Camino, your thoughts at this stage? Somebody with the experience you have with all those years playing for both Middlesex and Worcestershire.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I think this is a game that's been sort of swung backwards and forwards. At the start, it was definitely the momentum was with Storm. They had that pretty quick start coming out of the power play with 6 runs and over on the board. Since then, and with the advent of the slower bowlers coming on, the scores change. Sorry, I'm just hesitating slightly because we've got Ria Fackrell just coming off for a little bit of an injury and being treated up in front of us. So hopefully she'll be okay to go back on at the end of drinks. So yes, then Sparks have managed to squeeze the runs with those slower bowlers. We're seeing Sophie Luff gradually building up her sort of knowledge of the pitch and being able to be a little bit more positive. And she'll be looking to continue with that as we get to after the drinks. So she's currently on 28 not out. Fran Wilson, another very experienced player, 18 not out. So with only 2 wickets down, probably at the moment the balance would be in favour of Storm, but they'll be looking to keep this rate going and push themselves up to a really, really good score. I think when we started we were talking potentially about 200 to 250 being a good score. From where they are now, they'd definitely be looking for over that 250 and closer to 300. Sarah, are you with us?
Yes, I'm just listening to your summary of the game so far there, Carol. It seems that that 200, 250 might be a bit light considering where they are now at the drinks, and it looks like Storm with these 2 batters getting set might be thinking that they're on the upper hand at the moment.
Indeed, I've just got my little calculator out because I couldn't do it in my head. The score based on this run rate would be 278, so bang in the middle of our 250 to 300 score. So yes, I think it's encouraging to see from what Mike was saying that the pitch is playing better today than it was on Wednesday, and the batters are certainly looking more comfortable from the bit I was able to watch on YouTube. I think the scores we've been chased was about 145. Well, we're almost there already, so we're looking at a different type of game today.
Yeah, and of course these 2 batters have a wealth of experience between them as well, and they've played together on so many different occasions. They probably know each other very, very well out there, and it's a case that I think the slower bowling sometimes gets, particularly Sophie Luff when I've seen her in the past, but so far from what I've seen she's looking quite comfortable out there.
Yeah, I think one of the things we were talking about earlier is that difference in pace between T20 and the 50 over games, and that I think that's perhaps where the experience comes in, that if you don't score many off and over, that's okay, because you've got the overs to recover more in the 50 over cricket than you do in the 20 over cricket, and that's the sort of experience that I think Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson will bring to Storm.
Yeah, the patience to stay out there is very much a skill and an art that perhaps younger players playing a lot of T20 or sort of even 100 ball games, it is something that you need to learn, that actually patience out there, the runs will come if you're still out at the crease, and that's what these 2 will be looking to do now. They're taking their positions after the drinks break. It's clouded over a little bit. While I was driving up here, it suddenly I thought, oh, it's getting quite sunny, but had to put the fleece back on, as is per July at the moment, unfortunately.
Yes, I think that's probably my fault, because I did mention that the sun had come out and that immediately sent it away again, so sorry, Sarah.
Well, I mean, it's still looking better than it has been at some points in this July. So the last week or so we've had a tremendous amount of rain, and we all know the issues they've had here at New Road, but it's actually looking quite lovely out there at the moment.
It is. The green, it sounds an obvious thing to say the green is really green, but it is. I mean, to be fair, at this stage of July you might be looking to have a slightly more browny yellowy outfield because there might have been some sunshine, but no, looking really good green out there today.
Yeah, and Hannah Baker on to bowl after these drinks. Sparks, of course, will be looking to get that early breakthrough. It's always quite tricky after the break, as Baker into Wilson taps that back for no run. It's always a tricky thing. I don't know what you think when you were playing, but a break is sometimes not good for a batter, and you sometimes take a little while to get back into your groove.
I think that's true.
Baker to Wilson, who rocks back, hits that onto the leg side to Katie George, just for 1.
We were watching the test match over the last couple of days, commenting on that. Even in that, there were wickets that fell immediately after breaks. It just breaks that rhythm, it breaks that concentration perhaps that the batter has, so it just takes that little bit of a reset to get back into it once you've had that break.
And Baker to Luff, who advances down the track there, just the single there, but good use of the feet, a good intent shown by Sophie Luff in that shot there.
I think that's we're seeing Storm starting to use their feet today. So we're keeping Abby Freeborn on her toes behind the stumps.
Yeah, and she's very talented behind the stumps, Abby, but it's should be keeping to Hannah Baker on a regular basis as Wilson rocks back again there and sends that to Ria Fackrell for 1 run. Yeah, it's, these breaks in the innings and things, you don't get that very often now with the drinks running on and off in the 100 ball and the T20. That 50 overs is definitely a different place. We've just seen the Sparks having a good little chat amongst themselves there at the drinks break and enjoying themselves. As Baker into Luff, who's just defended that for no run.
But it's also when wickets haven't been falling, it's a good opportunity to actually get the team back together, because you've had the fielder scattered all over the pitch. So if you've not had too many wickets, you've got the drinks break, you're bringing everybody back together, just being able to refocus the team.
Yeah. Baker down the track goes Sophie Luff, but called back by a partner there for no run. There's a sharp bit of fielding from Ria Fackrell there at backward square, and that brings us to the end of the over, 142 for 2.
Yes, we were talking earlier, Sarah, about the fact that there's been a change round in the Sparks team, and that Arlett isn't playing today, but Ria Fackrell is, and we think that was probably based on how the game had gone on Wednesday, and that additional spinner might just help to keep those runs under control in that middle segment. Yeah,
it's just trying to stop things getting away from you, isn't it, but also creating those opportunities. That's also the 50 partnership between Wilson and Luff there that's just come up. I believe that was in 65 balls, so that's I think Storm will be pleased with that, as that progress across the innings. It's the slower bowling, sometimes they can go away with it, can't they, take away with it, but also sometimes it does rein that score in a little bit, as sometimes the pace is easier to get away, as Ellis into Wilson, who defends that for no run. So it's a tough one to decide what's best to do in these situations, because Bethan Ellis, say, hasn't got any pace on her bowling, and similar to the spinners, but it is actually sometimes harder to create those opportunities to score, because you've really got to send the ball as a batter to get those runs.
Yes, and looking at Bethan Ellis bowling now, she's coming off a reasonably long run up, but the ball, she's just trying to get it on that right spot there to make it hard for them to score.
Yeah, as Wilson nips that into the leg side for 1 run. You've got less margin for error, I think, as a slower bowler. You've got to hit that line and that length as many times as you possibly can. But Ellis has been known to take a lot of wickets in these competitions, and sort of a golden arm, if you like, coming on and taking those vital wickets. So that's what Sparks will be hoping for right now.
And having that slightly different pace, a different style, the different trajectory, I think is all helpful when you're trying to get to sort of unsettle the batters.
Yeah, and that was just hit to mid-off for no run there. Just apologies for my slight delay this morning. My son's been playing against a team from North Atlanta.
Wow.
Coming over from America. These kids get so many opportunities these days. It's Ellis.
You
back into Sophie Luff.
You couldn't miss that one.
Well, dropped him off as a team. They've got 2 touring sides of boys from North Atlanta, as that was a wide down the leg side. Under 10s boys coming over, and under 14s for a couple of weeks. They're off to the Taunton Festival next week as well, which it's great to see. They definitely have a different style of playing, but it's all cricket in the end of the day, and it's great to see it going across the world now.
Yes.
As Ellis back into Luff, rocks back again, a quick scampered single into the leg side there. That's nicely worked by Sophie Luff.
Yes, it'll be really interesting to see whether having the T20 World Cup split across the Caribbean and into America is going to make a difference. I mean, from what we could see the other day during the competition, I mean, some of the crowds, particularly when it was like India and Pakistan playing, were absolutely amazing. But it's got such competition in North America against other sports. It's going to be quite a challenge to really embed it. So we'll see how that goes and see what the after effects are.
Definitely. It's Ellis into Wilson. And she's bowled her! And Wilson gone for 21 off 22 deliveries. That was a fuller ball from Ellis there, just went under the bat of Fran Wilson, who has to depart for 21, and that takes the score to 145 for 3.
Your golden arm prediction was right there, and it was interesting that Fran Wilson stayed at her crease for a minute. It was almost like she couldn't believe that ball had bowled her. I think it just didn't get there quite when she thought it was going to.
Yeah, she'd almost played the shot before the ball had reached her there, and that's the beauty of the slower bowling. So nowadays you can face as fast and quicker bowling as you want with the sidearms of the bowling machines, everything else. It's not necessarily the pace that troubles people, it's what to do when the pace is off, and I think that's just showed there as this brings Nat Wraith to the crease.
Yeah, so I think that, I mean, I don't know what Bethan Ellis is, what sort of variety she's got in her bowling, but it's a reasonable guess to think that was a slightly slower one. Of the same run, similar action, but came just through that little bit slower, and it fooled Wilson into getting out.
Shot, but Nat Wraith, another experienced player, coming to the crease here for the Storm. But yeah, Sparks wanted that breakthrough, and I think that's what Ellis so often brings to the game, and mixed it up a little bit with the wide in the middle and the slightly shorter ball, and then that fuller one to take the wicket there.
Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on the run rate, which after the power play was just over 6, and we're now down to 5.4. So, I think Sparks have been doing well to pull this back by juggling their bowlers round and using different people, and now taking wickets.
So Ellis, that's a little bit wider there, but no run into the offside. And that was, is that the end of the over? It is the end of the over there. So Ellis is now 1 for 8 off her 2 overs, and so you got that breakthrough there, which will change the dynamic of this partnership now.
It is, and we were talking earlier about when a partnership breaks, how quite often you get one wicket and then the other one follows because you've unsettled those two batters batting together. I've seen Nat Wraith batting earlier for Western Storm earlier this season, and she played really well, and she's been one of their useful bats. I don't think she's gone on and made the big scores, so it will be interesting to see how early Sparks can get her today if they do. Yeah,
I think new batter to the crease, Sparks will always fancy their chances here. It was also not confusion as much, but it's a new batter, new voice to the crease, and new running style, and these two perhaps, although have batted together a fair number of times, perhaps not in the same league as the Wilson and Luff partnership that we saw earlier. As a change of bowling here as Katie George into Luff for no run.
Yes, Katie had a little bit of difficulty earlier on. I think it was in her second over where we had a mixture of wides and no balls, but she came back well after that. But her front foot was overstepping, but that happens sometimes with bowlers, doesn't it, for no particular reason. But I think strength of character shows when people are able to pull that back, and she's back onto bowl now.
Yeah, I think she's had a few spells like that over the years where it's got a little bit mixed, and then she has to come back and find her feet again. But there's 2 good deliveries to start off the over there, and a very resilient cricketer, knows her game, Katie George, and has been in and around the England scene at times, but now is sort of working hard within this regional system, and she can be very dangerous with both bat and ball.
Yeah, as we were saying, I mean, I'm really pleased because she had such injury problems, and I'm really pleased to see her back and in action, and see what she brings to the team. So both in terms of that experience and enthusiasm. Just going back to the Nat Wraith, I'm just checking up her scores. In our last 3 innings, she's had 20, 34 and 31. So those are the sorts of scores that are quite a useful contribution if you're batting with somebody else who's also scoring. So we'll have to see whether she heads up to those sorts of amounts again.
Yeah, and of course she'll be hoping to push on a little bit more from that today as well, so there's plenty of overs left here to play with. There's Katie George, a bit of a delay there while we're looking at the ball. I'm not quite sure what's wrong with it exactly, but it seems to have gone. It's a bit of a shorter delivery there, and that's hooked away down just to fine leg for 1 run there. A little bit of a bounce there from that delivery.
Yes, I mean, we were talking earlier about how much bounce was in the pitch or not. But the only other one that has gone through like that was also from Katie George earlier on. So that was a slightly inelegant but quite effective shot.
Yes, she sort of just fended it away a little bit,
yes,
but still managed to get through for a run. As George into Wraith, has played that nicely straight back for no run, just finding her feet a little bit there, judging the pace.
Yes, we were talking about with Katie George earlier, just being that left armer and bowling across the batter, she was coming in from very wide, and that was what was leading to some of the early wides. I don't know whether it looks like she slightly adjusted her line, is coming that little bit closer to the umpire now.
Yeah, it's quite tricky to tell from our vantage point, but that's gone through nicely there.
That was a lovely ball, and that perfect line from a left armer, just sort of tantalising the batsman and trying to draw them into a stroke, but it didn't hit anything at all there.
Yeah, and if she struggled earlier with her line and length, this over's definitely been a bit more on the money. There's only been one run from that shorter delivery. It's tricky, isn't it? Because what do you do if you're struggling with your overstepping? Or do you just try and bowl your stock ball or mix it up? And I think she's taken a bit of a risk in this over with that shorter ball, but it hasn't really perturbed her from its length. It's quite interesting. That's another good ball from Katie George. Something that you say to youngsters, either is it bowl your stock ball as often as you can, or do you go for those variations and keep trying it and hopefully find a happy medium there?
Yeah, no, we talked earlier about the good captaincy on behalf of Eve Jones, because she had a really difficult over with those wides and no balls in, and the easy thing to do would be to take her off bowling, but in fact she kept her bowling and put her back on, saying, I've got confidence in you, you can do this. And she's now coming back and bowling really well, so I think that's a sign of a good captain who has that faith in their player and allows them to continue.
Yeah, and I think say Katie George, with her injury problems and moving regions over the years, has had to show that resilience that needed to play at a professional level, and I say that was a great comeback over from her there. As I think this is Ellis still continuing, of course not in any sort of power play now, so they've got the sweepers out on the boundary. She comes into Luff for no run. It's hard to see how many are behind the bat here, but I'm presuming there's nobody deep at third or fine leg. I can't see anyone from peering round, but we've got a deep cover, a deep backward square, and I think that's a deep mid wicket, sort of cow corner out there as well. So just the three I think I can see outside the ring at the moment.
I think that's right.
As Luff pulls away from this delivery.
For those of you who know New Road, we're in a little box situated between the ladies' pavilion and the electronic scoreboard, so slightly set back from the pitch and with two slightly tinted windows.
Ellis wheels that down the leg side. There's a big appeal. Must have hit something because he's not giving it a wide.
Yeah, whether that just flicked the thigh pad on the way through. It was a very good take by Abby Freeborn on the leg side there.
Yeah.
Big shout from the fielders.
Something definitely happened there, but say it's a umpire wasn't interested in any decision there, and didn't raise his hands either, so must have hit something on the way through. It's Ellis back into Luff. Fuller delivery driven down the ground for no run.
That's fuller and slower, that one, wasn't it? So you can almost see the the batter having to reset from where they are to adjust to what shot they might need to play, and in the end it wasn't one. Let's go back to our scoreboard. So we're trying to look out two little windows, and also we've got the little shelter, the T20 shelter in our way as well.
Yeah, it's not the ideal vantage point, as that's one run to Sophie Luff down to mid-on.
So if we're not quite giving you the information on the fielding positions, at least you know why.
It's pretty much the standard field nowadays, isn't it, to have someone out in cover, and so it's very much trusting your wicket keeper, and it's obviously Beth and Ellis not bowling at too much pace can afford not to have someone back behind the bat. As Ellis into Wraith, who rocks back, it's that Davina Perrin at backward point for no run.
But there's also something about perhaps playing to the batsman's strength and in wanting them to play those shots, which if you haven't got the fielders down there and you're trying to get them to play the shot, you've got more chance of having that snick to the keeper.
Yeah, and I think Beth and Ellis, we've seen her bring some in, but she's also bringing them away there a little bit, and it's kind of that variation, and sometimes we can see the subtle movement in the field to signify that she might be bowling an alternative ball, but into Wraith again to Davina Perrin is a great fielder there at backward point, picks that up.
Yes, sometimes, and I think it's really interesting when you're out there, isn't it? Because sometimes you move the field around, not necessarily intending to do the other ball, but the batter thinks you are. So it's the psychological side of cricket, I think, as well as the practical side.
And I think I've seen it down here actually, where there was a no ball. I think Izzy Wong, when she was playing for the Sparks, and they actually ended up with 3 outside the ring because she was trying to signal that I'm going to bowl a slower ball, so I want that deep square out and bring someone else in. But if not everybody's playing to the same tune and reading the messages, it can be quite tricky to get that message across.
That's right, and we were saying about this for sort of younger players as well. Your importance as a fielder, and that fielder that's backing up for the throws coming in, is just as important as the person who's doing the throw.
Exactly, 2 people to every ball is what we try and say, and then 2 people backing up. As at least 4 people involved in every delivery. I know it might sound a little bit excessive, but if you can get that instilled in some youngsters, that 2 go for the ball and 2 back up, and that doesn't include the wicket keeper or the bowler, then keeps them interested as well in a longer form of the game. There's a few field movements going on here.
It's a little bit confusing at the moment because 2 of the fielders are actually off the pitch, but looking like they're going to walk into the field of play.
Yeah, so we've got Ria Fackrell here at deep square, and I think that's Bethan Ellis at a deep backward, sort of a fine leg, a wide fine leg. And then we've got, just trying to work out where Davina Perrins, it's quite hard to tell the angle from here. Whether she's at a sort of leg slip position, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so we've got the view on the screen of the wicket and our side view, so we're doing our best guess from that combination.
It's definitely an interesting field going on anyway. As George back to Sophie Luff, and another dot ball straight back into her hands.
As Katie George there indicating that potentially it could have been a catch, but it wasn't because it dropped short of her. But she's got, that's lovely to see, there's a nice big smile on her face now compared to how she was looking earlier when things weren't going quite so well.
Yeah, I think that's her last 7 balls has been 6 dots, so she must be feeling a little bit happier with her delivery there. So that's a little bit shorter, down to Bethan Ellis there at fine leg for 1 run. That might have been why Perrin was in that position there for that very shot, but so she kept it along the ground there, so it wasn't in danger as Perrin goes back over to a sort of backward point position and sending, I think that's Hannah Baker having a drink there, I'm not sure, over to deep cover. It's George into Wraith. Let's flick that off her legs down to deep square for Ria Fackrell for 1 run, and that's Wraith off the mark. Off 7 deliveries there, and the score moves on to 148 for 3. 149 for 3. Sorry, delay there. Turning.
So approaching that 150, and we'll have a look at what the score is after that 30 overs. So the run rate has now gone to just over 5. So good pressure by Sparks.
George to Luff. There we go. That's that plan. So it's gone from Luff down to that sort of, would we call her a leg slip? I'm not sure what we'd call a short fine leg slipish. Yes, I think it's one of those gut feeling positions that you put somebody but it wasn't far away from her there. No, I think this is a definite plan to Sophie Luff, which more and more these teams are doing their homework on the opposition and the players. As George into Luff, let's nick that down to leg side for 1 run.
Maybe that was a message that came out with the drinks based on the analysis of Sophie Luff.
Yes, I mean, I think obviously these players have played together for years anyway, and you get to know more and more about the players, but also there's so many statistics available now, and a lot of online information on these players, and it's very easy to find where someone likes to play the ball and where they don't. And whereas we more just turned up and you thought, she looks like she might hit it here or she might do this, but it's a lot more intelligent nowadays.
It's trying to find their discomfort zone, isn't it?
That's hit nice straight back, and they're taking a quick single. There'll be a shy at the stumps from Courtney Webb, but it's got through there for 1 run.
An impressive dive there by Nat Wraith. It was a dive with a forward roll built in.
Yeah, and I think that could have been close if it had been a little bit more off the mark there at mid-off. That could have been a chance at a run out, but that brings up the 150 for Storm of the 30th over. So if we go on that old adage of that you score the same in the first 30 as you do in the last 20, they'd be finishing on exactly 300. That wasn't tricky from a maths point of view for us there. So
it wasn't, but again, significantly, that run rate has now dropped to what marginally. Oh no. Sorry, that bit's gone off our screen, to just over 5. It should be easy sums to work out, shouldn't it? 150 divided by 30.
Yeah. And 5 and over, I mean, the Storm at this point in the game will be pleased with that, no doubt. So it has slowed down from those initial overs, but still ticking over as Ellis into Wraith, who defends that for no run.
I mean, Sophie Luff is not a player who you would expect to start smacking 4s and 6s all over the place, but I would, if she can stay there for another 10-15 overs, scoring at the rate she's scoring, they're going to have a good score.
Yeah, and I'd play being a senior player and so experienced, her being at the crease with whoever is at the other end is an added bonus. There's some sharp work from Adri Freeborn behind the stumps there. It was a dot ball in the end, but had she dragged that foot out, then that was great work. But I think Wraith staying firm in her crease, just missing the ball.
Yeah. Keeper to keeper there. Yeah, she was sort of certainly watching that, and she did take a big stride, Wraith, there. So there was always the opportunity to overbalance.
Yeah, just keep her on her toes. As Ellis into Wraith again, a little bit fuller, and going straight back to the bowler for no run. And what point do you think that Wraith starts to think, I'm not scoring many runs here? I mean, how long do you think you get that message in your head that thinks, right, I'm 2 off 11 here, do I need to start looking to score? Or, I mean, it's a long game still, we've still got 20 overs.
I think if I were her now, I'd be thinking, I'm struggling to get off a little bit. Can I pinch that single, get Sophie Luff back on strike, and keep rotating that and build that partnership, even if I'm not scoring many?
That's another sharp work from Freeborn behind the stumps and another dot ball. Yeah, it's not necessarily for younger cricketers out there. It's not necessarily about you scoring the runs. It's you helping create the runs in a game situation. I think all too often youngsters are worried about their score and what they're doing particularly, but actually being part of a bigger picture and being part of a team with Sophie Luff at the other end and some runs still coming actually is Wraith's job to score the runs, or just to, as you said, get Sophie Luff back on strike and in a better position to score, and then just work her way back into the game.
Yes, I mean, I think I've years gone by batted in a 120 partnership, of which somebody else managed to score 100. So but the partnership was 120, and that's exactly the key thing there. As
Ellis to Wraith for no run again there, and yeah, I think it's hopefully Nat Wraith, with her experience of playing, will be thinking, do you know what? I'm seeing this bowling off. I'm still at the crease, and I haven't given any chances, so to speak. So actually, my time may come. Ellis into Wraith, the last ball of the over. She's driven that straight to short mid-wicket for no run, and that's a maiden over from Bethan Ellis, who's 1 for 9 off her 4 overs so far, and Storm 151 for 3.
Yeah, and I think this is where that conversation, I think cricket is very much teams within teams. So you're looking to try, you've got the bowler and the wicketkeeper working together. You've got the batters when they're out working together. You've even got the fielders working together and keeping each other going. So the team here is Sophie Luff, Nat Wraith, talking to each other, working out what they need to be doing. And yes, occasionally a batter has to sacrifice themselves if they're not quite getting it, because the next person can potentially come in and be able to do that for you. But I'm sure Nat Wraith is an experienced cricketer, and so I'm sure her conversations with Sophie Luff will sort that out.
Yes, Katie George continuing, and we've got that sort of a leg slip position in for Sophie Luff again. She works it into the leg side for 1 run, looking for 2, but no. Ria Frackwell has thrown that into Abby Freeborn, and the call was no. So brings Nat Wraith back on strike again here. So she's now 2 of 14 balls. Field has changed slightly for her again, with Perrin going back to that backward point position.
That last one really looked like Katie George was trying to get a little bit more bounce on it, and it just didn't happen. She looked a bit disappointed there.
That's a fuller one. Nicely. into the leg side for one. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I think we associate sometimes bounce with taller bowlers and fuller bowlers, but actually Katie George is getting the most bounce out of this pitch, and she definitely isn't the tallest one in the bowling attack here.
No.
But Arlott, obviously not playing today,
No.
is known for getting some bounce, and Potts with a little bit of a swing in there as well. As George into Luff, another very short ball there. Is given a wide there by the umpire, signalling to us. Yeah, that was a deliberate short ball, I would say, but
I don't know. I'm just looking to see where the field's been set and whether there is trying to tempt it in. We've still got that fielder that we talked about earlier. Yes, Perrin is still in that position. Where
Potts, Potts is close here in the mid wicket as well.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gone through. Perrin for one run down to fine leg. This is definitely a plan. Definitely something that Sophie Luff likes to play.
Yes. It's just now in the execution.
Yes. It's all very well, isn't it, having all these statistics and having all this information, and Katie George trying her hardest, and they've obviously worked on this and talked about it, but you've still got to get that ball to land in that right place to get that wicket, and rely on the batter doing exactly as you think you hope that they would do.
All the different moving parts all have to work together.
It's George to Wraith. He's played that lovely shot down the ground. She'll scamper through for one run.
That was a fuller ball there.
There's a lovely straight drive from Wraith there.
It's quite handy on this camera that we're at, the camera view that we've got, as well as the view out on the pitch, that you get to see the bowler's facial expressions, which can be quite revealing.
So Katie George had a bit more of a smile on her face before. She's moving that fielder a little bit wider, and there's the backup there with Beth and Ellis behind as well. As George back into Sophie Luff. Short ball. Oh, has that hit her there? Has it hit the batter? She's trying to desperately pull that away. As Ria Fackrell in front of us makes the impression that she was ready for the catch there, had that come to deep square.
Yeah. But I think there you're seeing that plan that we're talking about, that shorter ball, Luff trying to pull it away, but it's too close to her and she can't get there. Wasn't in quite the right place to play that shot to.
It's George in again to Luff, and she sort of hammered that down the ground there, but only into the hands of Eve Jones at mid-on. That was an interesting shot there. I'm not sure that would be in a textbook, but it was almost effective, and she hit it very hard.
She certainly looked a bit less comfortable in that over, Sophie Luff, than she has done in the previous ones. She had managed to ease herself in nicely, was playing those nice shots, and that one felt like she was a little bit more under pressure.
Yeah, and I think even if Katie George isn't the one to take the wicket, if a batter starts to feel unsafe and unsteady at the crease, then George is doing a job by just definition of doing that role, and so she's just unsettled Sophie Luff a little bit. I always feel that if they put that fielder in the position where they think you're going to hit it, it's very hard not to hit it to them. As Ellis back into Wraith. Slow delivery again, Fuller for no run.
No, I think that's right. I mean, I think you've, with the experience that Sophie's got, she'll know that a longer innings has cycles, so it'll be peaks and troughs, if you like. So there'll be times when you can score quicker, times when you are going to have to just recognise it's not quite working, but you'll be looking for ways to get out of that.
As Ellis, again, no run to Nat Wraith. Everybody with a bit of a smile on their faces there, but it's a little bit, I would think, frustrating for Wraith here. She feels that she should be able to play this shot. She feels that, Ellis isn't bowling with a lot of pace here. She's just bowling it nicely, and I should be able to get something on and get it away, but for whatever reason she's not quite putting bat on the ball to Ellis here.
And that is reflected if you look now with 17.4 overs to go, that the run rate has gone below 5 for the first time.
It's a little bit shorter there. Wraith plays it down the ground for no run.
I think this is interesting because this is the phase of the game when you'd be looking to see an acceleration. So it'll be interesting to see when Western Storm do that. I mean, they can leave it till the sort of last 10, but I think they'd rather be scoring steadily all the way through.
Yeah, and it has slowed down from those initial overs, definitely. But these batters are different, and obviously, it's a shorter delivery that stayed low. It's punched through the offside to Grace Potts, and that's a 2 as they scamper through, both very quick between the wickets there.
And that's probably the way out of that sticky patch, is if you can't find the boundary, just keep those 1s and 2s ticking, and then you can still be potentially picking up 5 or 6 and over and keep that scoreboard moving.
It's very much that bat on ball scenario, isn't it? If we can put bat on ball, we've got more chance of getting that quick single.
Yes.
And getting through for that run. As Ellis back into Wraith, who's rocked back, hit that to the offside for no run. A very economical spell from Bethan Ellis here. Say those middle overs where, if you said, Carol, we should be thinking maybe we should push on, maybe we should go through, and you can't help but think that Western Storm will be having some frustrations here. Or while still only 3 wickets down, this run rate is dropping and dropping with every over. It's Ellis into Wraith. Has that gone down the leg side? And that's a good take from Freeborn, but it's been signalled a wide by the umpire there.
Yes, and I think, Storm won't be overly pleased with the season they've had, and from the games I've seen they've played, there are times when it feels like they've lost from potentially winning position. So they'll certainly, they'll know that they have to put a good score up today to get that chance of winning.
Short delivery from Ellis, and that's hit away as a fielder out there. Is it taken? Yes, it is. An excellent catch there by Ria Thakral at mid wicket, and that's again Ellis doing the hard work there, frustrating Nat Wraith, and she's hit that into Ria Thakral at mid wicket, and she departs for 6 off 21 deliveries.
That's very much that scoreboard pressure that we were talking about there, and at what point would Nat Wraith need to go. That's really the first one that she's connected with, that she's managed to get decent bat on, but sadly for her there was a fielder down there, and that was a good catch by Ria Thakral.
I think the shorter delivery there, you'd have perhaps expected it, or she was perhaps expecting it to come up a little bit more.
Yes.
But say it's quite a slow wicket here, and the slower bowler of Bethan Ellis, and I think it took her by surprise. She thought, eyes lit up, short delivery, I can hit this, pull this for 4, but only into the hands of Ria Thakral, and that's some great figures from Bethan Ellis there. She's 2 for 12 of her 5 overs.
So here's Neve Holland. Neve Holland,
yes,
coming in now. Been a regular starter for Storm this season.
And joins the experience of Sophie Luff at the middle, and Luff just having a few words with Holland here, perhaps talking through their game plan or what they're intending to do. And that run rate is dropping and dropping with every over, but whether that will be an issue for them just yet or not, or whether it's just a case of let's sort of stick around at the crease for now.
If you were having that conversation at the moment, I would be wanting to say you get at least the 250 on the board, but that's still some way off yet. I think they'd be very disappointed from the start they've had if they don't manage to get that, but it'll depend very much on Sparks' fielding.
As a shorter ball there from Katie George, and that's definitely got a little bit of bounce into Sophie Luff as a signal from the umpire here of a no ball. They're having a discussion.
That's an interesting one, because that's the square leg umpire no ball.
Or is he signifying a dead ball? I don't know whether it's hit the helmet there of Sophie Luff, as someone is coming on from the medical team.
Yeah, the ball certainly came up into her. I wasn't quite sure what it hit, but it was certainly upper body. They're just checking with her that she's okay now.
Trying to see if we can see a replay. That's the problem with this live stream. We say if we can't get the replays on, but it definitely hit something, and I think the new rules nowadays, quite rightly so, with all the head injuries, are sort of stating that if it hits the helmet it's a dead ball and someone has to be checked out and check that she's all right. This is definitely a plan from Katie George to hit the helmet, of course, or hit the shorter ball. Of course, it wouldn't necessarily be the plan to injure Sophie Luff in the process, but it is that sort of pressure and playing that short ball that they've definitely got a plan to her here.
They have, and as we said, she's looking less comfortable in these last couple of overs than she has in the previous ones. She had earlier started coming down the pitch, and clearly she can't do that with those short balls. So yeah, but she looks okay. She's having a drink. I'm sure she's being asked those questions that you get asked if you get hit on the head. Yeah.
So yes, we're just being told it hit the helmet, so we signalled the no ball there.
That was interesting because it didn't actually, from memory, didn't look that short. So
No.
it came up at her, but it wasn't that short.
Whereas had the delivery from Ellis one end that went short and stayed low, that got the wicket of Nat Wraith. This other end here has done quite the opposite.
So what do you say to the bowler here? Same again?
Well, I mean, I think she's got her plan here, hasn't she?
Yeah.
And she knows what she can do. Katie George has had a quick word with the umpire on the way back, probably clarifying those issues. Can I bowl it there again? What happens?
Yes.
Etc. Etc. So there's a lot of laws in place now to protect players from head injuries, which are, again, rightly so in the game. But these do change every year. We see just changes in the laws. And I think it's just clarifying, and that is going to be a free hit now.
Yeah.
Sophie Luff from this delivery.
Sophie Luff just confirming that, I think.
As play resumes, and pleased to confirm that Sophie Luff looks absolutely fine at the crease after those medical checks. And the free hit comes in. It's another short ball, and she's batted that away. It's gone over the head of a mid-wicket fielder there for 2 runs.
I think that's fair to say that's the least elegant shot that Sophie Luff has played today.
Yeah.
But it went for 2 runs on a free hit, so that's good. So yes, it did bounce up around her a little bit, but she could afford to be a little bit more expansive with her shot there.
Yeah, and I think it took her by surprise a little bit. It felt like that she was a little bit rushed on that shot there, but they still got it away. And of course, you can't get caught off that no ball, so why not give it a chance? And Katie George getting this field out here, so the deep square's still here, so maybe we see more of the same here. There's another short ball, but that's gone down the leg side for a wide.
That was definitely short and definitely wide, so yeah.
But you say this is execution. The plan is there.
Yes.
We know what they're trying to do. The execution of the plan is there or thereabouts, but it's a very fine line from trying to hit, I guess, on the body or thereabouts, to
Yes.
drifting slightly down the leg side. And that one unfortunately did drift down the leg side, but it's probably still unsteady in Luff from that point of view. There's a slightly fuller delivery and stayed low, and Luff has scampered through for a single. Yeah,
It's an interesting phase of the game here, really, isn't it? Because it is a little bit of cat and mouse.
You feel that it's very much based on a George v Luff battle at the moment, and everybody else is kind of playing their part. Obviously Beth and Ellis holding up one end nicely, Neat Holland trying to get settled at the other end, but you feel that it's mostly about Katie George versus Sophie Luff at the moment.
Yeah, and I, if I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't get the wicket, but that it does go the other way, as you were saying earlier, because that's that sense of relief. Katie George is bowling at me now. I need to try and hit the other person.
George bowls it fuller, and she's bowled her. That's clean bowled. Neve Holland, that's her first ball face, and that's a wicket for Katie George there. That was definitely in the plan, wasn't it?
Yes.
Shorter ball, and you think Holland's probably thinking she's going to bowl it short at me too, and that was a full ball. That's, I think, a leg stump, I think, has gone cartwheeling out the ground there, and that's a fantastic delivery from Katie George.
Very satisfying picture from a fast bowler point of view, with the stump flying. No, I think that's... We've got Amanda Jade Wellington coming in now, the Australian overseas player, who has been known to score good quick runs further down the order, so we'll see. She's got a slightly different job to do today, I think, with 17 or 16 and a half overs to go.
Yeah, she's it's not necessarily the role that she would play in an Australian setup or a team, but can't help but think, just by the nature of the Aussie camp and the way that they play out there, that this sort of battle will probably be filling her with joy rather than dread. And that's, yes. I don't know Amanda Jane Wellington well enough to say that for definite, but I know from playing with and against Australian cricketers that actually something like this, a little bit feisty, a little bit of a competition, will perhaps spur her on.
I think "bring it on" is the clean version of the expression I might be using.
Yeah. But George now, so with that wicket, not of Sophie Luff, but at the other end of Holland, and Storm are now 1-6-4 for 5. As Wellington takes her guard here. Still 3 balls left of this over with the no ball and the wide in there. Got more of a conventional field again to Wellington, as George coming in from the New Road end. Full delivery and just nicely defended Wellington for no run.
Classic forward defensive there.
Yeah, I'd say she still has got time. She's got time to establish herself at the crease, and she's been a positive force in the Western Storm camp this year. She's a very enthusiastic, very experienced player, as are all the overseas in this competition. You think they're adding an extra dimension, Amanda Jane Wellington being one of those for this season, and of course Courtney Webb with the Sparks again defends that for no run.
And that's really what you'd be looking for from your overseas player, isn't it? That they don't just bring to you the stuff they can do on the pitch, but it's also how they act, how they're part of the team, how they bring that slightly different way of doing things in, and that everybody can then learn from. And to me, that's always been the real value of having your overseas players, as well as them being able to score runs and take wickets.
Yeah, and I think it's not always full international players because of competitions clashing, but there's a strength in depth in a lot of these countries. As George into Wellington there, who's hit that for a quick single, scampers through for 1 run. Yeah, I think they play a lot of cricket in different scenarios. So in Australia, and bringing that wealth of experience, whether it's been Amanda Jane that's played at the international level, but obviously not necessarily involved all the time, but she's played in other competitions around the world. And for a young player who's in the Sparks setup, Sparks Academy, it's a bit the Storm Academy, but to learn from that experience and take even a couple of things from her that she may mention in a net situation, or when she's bowling at you. You take that as a young player, wouldn't you? You kind of think, you'd look up to these players, and all of these regional girls really are becoming sort of role models and people to aspire to be for these young players out there.
No, that's right. There's a little hesitation while the field gets set now.
Ellis continuing on the Diglis end. Wellington just taking her guard, looking around at this field. We've got a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, deep cover. In she comes to Wellington. It's just driven that to that deep cover of Grace Potts for 1 run. It's a bit of a gap here, that they can sort of play that through to that deep cover, but that's again possibly in a plan from the Sparks to let that shot go through for a single.
Yeah, I think, and also if you don't get it quite right, you've got Davina Perrin there at that sort of backward point position.
Yeah, she's a very dangerous fielder. There's a big appeal here for LBW. Umpire didn't look interested, and there was almost a sort of a chance of a run out as well there. It was all happening there.
Uncertainty all round.
Yeah. So not interested in the LBW, but work of Abby Freeborn behind the stumps to get that back to the non-strikers end, where Wellington was just creeping through for a potential single. So Luff trying to get back settled after the antics of the last few overs. She's on 39 of 68 deliveries. She's coming down the track at Ellis. Positive move there, some intent, but didn't quite connect with the ball.
Yeah, and I think we saw there Ellis saw Sophie Luff moving and just adjusted her length slightly, which meant the shot, she couldn't play the shot to it. So that was good bowling there.
Yeah, and I think that was a preemptive shot there, wasn't it? Probably would have seen her coming in the run up, and then Ellis, an experienced player, could perhaps pull that length back at the last minute, and so resulted in no run. Ellis into Luff, driven through that ball. It's a long on for 1 run.
Picked up at the 3rd attempt there, but I think that was,
Davis,
that was another example there of where the shot was played, but the timing didn't look quite right. But I think that's credit to Ellis, because it's not arriving when they think it is. So the shots are being played marginally early, and I think it was a part of the bat that you wouldn't normally be using for hitting runs.
Yeah. Ellis into Wellington, who's gone back for no run there. This is a very vital spell, you'd think, at this point in the game from Ellis and from George the other end. I think the captain Eve Jones is keeping them on and keeping them bowling here, but they have put the pressure on and taken a couple of wickets between them in the last few overs. Wellington a bit shorter there, has hit that into the leg side. I think it's going to go away as a dive. There's a Hannah Baker out there, and she scampers through for 2 runs.
Okay, and at that point I'm handing over to Mike.
Thank you, Carol. It's Mike getting himself ready to come back onto the commentary at the end of another Ellis over there that's gone for 4. We're on 169 for 5 off 35 overs. And Mike, whilst he's been out of the commentary box, I'm sure has been paying attention to this game and the battles that have been going on.
Yeah, I have indeed. I've had a good little wander around as well, just to see what's been going on. And there's a softball cricket competition going on at the back, so that's why we're seeing a lot of people going from sort of in front of the hotel to round the other side and onto the nursery ground at the back to play a little bit of softball cricket, which is has been quite good to see. So 169 for 5 then at the 35 over mark, and in comes Katie George, who bowls a short ball, which is defended by Sophie Luff, who was back in a crease to do so, and has 40 now, and is looking fairly integral to this Western Storm innings, because there's been a clatter of wickets since I was last here.
Yeah, I mean, there was a definite clatter from Katie George when that stump went flying, and sort of a misplaced shot as well that Ellis got her wicket from, and then the catch out on the mid-wicket boundary.
Here's George, shorter length, which has been the tactic to Luff. It finds that fielder who I think is almost the old-fashioned Richie Benno leg gully, Davina Perrin, at the moment. Just sort of, if she was on the other side, she'd be in a kind of gully position, but she's on the leg side, so a leg gully. And they've definitely gone short at Sophie Luff, who played that one well, just guiding it down into the floor. But no, I could hear you talking about the angles of that, so I went and had a good look from the Basil D'Oliveira stand at the Diglis end, just to see.
Just when these kids have think they've got all the positions sorted on the pitch, and then we bring in a leg gully.
But it's quite deep, to be fair, as this one is played high into the leg side. Fackrell has to come all the way round to a straight mid-wicket position on the boundary to pick that one up. 2 more to the total. Ropes a fair way in today. 171 for 5 it becomes. But no, as I say, she's fairly deep. She's almost back as far as a kind of short fine leg would be, but I think she's just crept forward enough for that to be a legitimate leg gully today. As in comes Katie George, bowls full, it's dug out on the drive up to mid-off, where Georgia Davis is in position. Very nice to see Georgia Davis, Grace Potts and Hannah Baker getting their 50th caps today.
Yeah, it's lovely to see. I think all of them, particularly where Georgia Davis has grown up in the Warwickshire setup. Probably would have had more caps if it hadn't been for a few injuries over the years. Grace Potts, a Staffordshire girl who's come up through the system, and Hannah Baker, originally from Worcester.
So this one's short and guided down to third, up on the toes in the end, and Luff will get through to the non-strikers end. 43 to her name now. The score 172 for 5.
Yeah, so they're all West Midlands girls, and the Central Sparks obviously set up in the West Midlands area, and they're all products of that system.
And I'm reliably informed it's a very nice cap too from one of Georgia Davis's relatives, who I saw and said they were listening to the commentary the other day as well, which is very nice. So it's good to have lots of people enjoying this coverage brought to you on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. You with level 4 coach Sarah Ginn and with myself, Mike Perkins. As that bouncer goes through, that will be a no ball, and this will result in a free hit.
You say one of Georgia Davis's family is renowned throughout the years of having the most support
Really?
at any ground. Granddad, Uncle Phil, Mum, Dad, Dog Eileen at
I think
more
this is
recent
Grandad
times.
I met round the corner.
And also have a barbecue on the sideline was one of theirs. A cup of tea,
nice.
excellent picnics. It's over the years, I think they've watched a lot of cricket and supported Georgia through her journey. And of course she's recently signed a 100 contract as well for this summer.
In comes Katie George to bowl this one, but again it's going to be wide, and there's been a lot of extras from Katie George today, and that adds to the tally and adds to the Western Storm total of 173 or 5.
You say talk about her bowling to a certain plan, and actually will she be that bothered about the extras? Is it trying to execute that plan and not quite doing it, or is she trying to bowl it in a certain place and not quite getting it right? Is that a problem? I don't.
Bowls this one, which is hit high and in the air. Free hit, of course, because of the extras, because they started with a no ball, and that's 4 more to the total. 178 for 5. Well struck extra cover drive there by Amanda Jade Wellington, who has been brought in to almost, I think, try and play a kind of a T20 style innings here.
Yeah, with 36 overs gone, it's probably her sort of time in the game to come out and shine. Say, Katie George is just going back to that with these extras that she's bowling, but actually trying to take those risks. Yes, they're not always coming off, but it's part of her game plan, and she's trying to work to a plan here rather than just perhaps putting it on the spot every single delivery. She's been working this short ball and the fuller ball that took the wicket of Holland as well. So I don't think she'll be entirely disappointed with her performance today.
No, but 7 wide, 7 no balls now, so it's been relatively costly. There was 8 in the entire total of the Thunder bowling effort the other day as they secured victory here, but it looks a very different day to be out there batting, or certainly that's the way Western Storm have made it look so far.
Yeah, and I think the sun is trying to come through as well. That might help things, as Potts
on away again to bowl from the Diglas end. A little clip round the corner. There'll be 1 on offer. 179 for 5. It moves on to Sophie Luff back down to the non-strikers end.
The conditions haven't really been pro cricket this summer, you'd have to say, across the board. Us both here in our long sleeves and fleeces in the middle of July. Smattering of the crowd look quite well dressed up today. You'd hope for some sunshine at some point in this cricket season.
Yeah, it's been few and far between as Potts bowls to Amanda Jade Wellington, who's back in a crease, defends to mid-wicket, no run. Seen Elgar in the town centre, statue looking in good mid-season form at the moment. Arms behind the back with a little jacket on. That's the famous composer who is synonymous with this city, as in comes Grace Potts to bowl. Attempt to clip into the leg side by Amanda Jade Wellington. It all sounded like pad to me, that one, and the umpire will tap the knee to signify as much. Another useful run to the total though, 180 for 5. 181 for 5 in fact with the extra.
Yeah, you get that delay sometimes between the scoreboard, the run going on, and then we've just got the TV screen in front of us that's another second behind that. But at least we've got lots of places to look at today and watch the action.
Here comes Grace Potts, who bowls a ball that's defended in orderly fashion by Sophie Luff. Will have her eye on getting past that half century and then maybe looking to accelerate from there.
Yeah, the rate that she's currently going, I think it gets to about the 40 over mark, and she may well be pushing onto that half century. It'd be interesting to see what happens and any changes in the game plan from there.
We shall see. She waits over her bat once again. In comes Potts, bowls short of length, driven up to mid-off. Eve Jones, the captain, picks up, contemplates things there. They've been sort of rather neck and neck in the run scoring charts over the years of Eve Jones and Sophie Luff. Sophie Luff going past 1,600 in this innings. Eve Jones standing on 1,596 when she begins her innings.
Sparks will be hoping that she also goes after their 1,600 today.
Well, I suppose she only needs 4 to get there, doesn't she? So she'll be hopeful of making it that far as Courtney Webb picks up and shies at the stumps from extra cover after it was hit there firmly by Luff, who continues to add to her run tally. 30-year-old from Taunton, captain of this team. Taps her bat a couple of times and then waits for Potts, who's approaching once again. Luff trying to heave the ball down the ground on a drive, but doesn't get much of it. It deflects off the bowler out to Courtney Webb. And 181 for 5 is the score at the end of the 37th over of the innings here. Sarah, again, what are your thoughts at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, that run rate is sort of just under the 5 and over. So at the start of the game it was a little bit higher, but it is still ticking over. I think Storm will probably be happy with this position that they're in. Having, as Carol and I were chatting about, having a number of innings this year that have started well and perhaps faded too quickly. So actually still being only 5 down in this position with your experienced Sophie Luff at the crease. I think although Sophie Luff is looking slightly frustrated at the moment, that they'd probably be pleased overall with where they are.
Yeah, that opening partnership in 92 today was their 4th highest partnership of the season, the highest for the first wicket, but they've had partnerships of 57 and 59 in their last 2 games for the first wicket as well, so they're certainly getting the platform at the moment. It's just whether they can kick on and make use of it at the moment. It's going to be Hannah Baker to bowl to Amanda Jade Wellington, who thought about trying to get a horizontal bat stroke out there, but had to settle for a vertical bat stroke on the back foot there.
Yeah, Hannah Baker getting quite a lot of movement today.
Bowls to Wellington, who's down the track and clipping high and over the top of the leg side and away for 4 runs through long on. A very neat stroke indeed. 4 more to the total, 185 for 5. And that was the approach that Sophie Luff took earlier in proceedings when she'd got a little bit stuck earlier in her innings. She got unstuck with a 6 and a 4 off Hannah Baker, and Amanda Jade Wellington's just hit a 4 in very similar fashion by coming down the track. Luff's were slightly straighter, but you know what a destructive player Amanda Jade Wellington can be. Defends this one. Keeper Freeborn comes to pick it up. Good leg spinner from Hannah Baker.
Yeah, she's going at just under a run a ball, Wellington, which is better than some of the
bowling again is Baker, and down the track comes the aforementioned Jade Wellington to block the ball into the offside to cover for no run. Yeah,
so the middle order got a little bit bogged down, the sort of top to middle order are coming in. So Wraith we saw struggling to score runs, but
and Jade Wellington driving to cover again, but no run on offer.
Yeah, Wellington picking her ball, but still keeping up with that run rate. And actually, although these defensive balls that she's doing, she's very solid and very positive in what she's doing at the crease.
185 for 5, and that's where it will remain as a sweep shot doesn't come off for Jade Wellington there. So that's the end of the 38th over of the innings now.
Yeah, and Sparks, I think, will be quite positive as well. We've talked about how Western Storm are thinking, you know, we're sticking in here, we're still at the crease, we're sort of actually not losing quick wickets in a row, but I think Sparks, from a game plan point of view, have sort of these middle overs where they have struggled sometimes and let the game get away from them. They've sort of pulled it back with the bowling of Ellis and at some points George there, but yeah, I think you'd say a little bit honours even at the moment.
Certainly is. Well, we hope you're enjoying your Friday afternoon. In its fairly early stages, an hour and 7 minutes the scoreboard tells us have passed of it so far, and that one is played into the leg side, no run on offer. Mind you, with Mike Perkins and Sarah again here on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. Sarah again a level 4 qualified coach. And I remember the first season that we did this, you were one of the few people studying that qualification, but I'm seeing more and more of people who are going through it now and sort of coming out with those coaching certificates, which must be a good sign to see. As in comes Grace Potts, and she bowls right arm over the wicket, takes the toe of the bat, and no run on offer.
Yeah, I think they're starting more and more, even with the sort of the bottom level qualifications, level 1, level 2s that counties run themselves, and then there's a couple of level 3s a year now in the country which are run nationally, but there's more opportunity to get on that course, and then of course the level 4 follows that. But yeah, I think the growth of the game, particularly the women's game.
Here comes Potts and bowls, and that one is played into the mid-wicket region and picked up, so no run.
Yeah, so the growth of the game, but also the sort of emergence of online learning, if you like, as well, that you can do some of these modules online, which allows for more people to be in the classroom space, and it's sometimes again more affordable because you're not paying for accommodation to go and stay somewhere, although a lot of the modules are still face-to-face, but it allows for more numbers on the courses.
As I say, it's been good to see more and more women around the country holding those coaching certificates, particularly at the level 4 level, as that one goes through outside the off stump, a full ball from Potts, and it brings a dot ball.
Lauren Rolls, who works with the Central Sparks and the Central Sparks Academy players, I think she's recently passed hers as well, so she was in the cohort, as they call it, after myself. It's a tricky qualification to get through and get to the end, and it's sort of going back to school and writing those essays and counting your words and where can you add them and everything else. But equally, it's a lot of practical learning, which is a great thing from the point of view of learning from the coaches on the course who are taking it, but also other experienced players. Whilst you're on the course, you learn as much from the other participants as you do from the coaches, and it's a very open forum as well.
Here, clatter of spikes. It's because Emily Arlett's just walking past on the concrete next to us as Sophie Luff turns into the leg side, picks up a single, takes a score onto 186 for 5 off what had been a quiet over so far from the Western Storm point of view. Brilliant to have more than 2,800 of you with us on the live stream at the moment. It's been really, really nice to bring you here to New Road today for what's is now the only game of cricket taking place in England. The Test match finishing earlier on as in comes Grace Potts again. Bowls this ball, which is cut behind square really nicely, and not even the athleticism of Davina Perrin can cut that one off. And through backward point it goes, and away for 4 runs into the offside. 190 for 5. Nice shot from Amanda Jade Wellington, who seems content to take 1 or 2 dots every now and again because she knows she can catch up in a real hurry if she has to do so, and that's exactly what she proved there with that beautiful cut stroke behind square on the offside. So England winning the Test match by an innings and 114 runs against the West Indies earlier today. So the entertainment until the T20 Blast fixtures get going will be the Rachel Hare-Flint Trophy, a 50 over a side competition. These sides have both struggled this year, so looking really for a morale boosting win, and from both sides' perspective that's needed at the moment, isn't it, Sarah?
Yeah, I think the T20 competition was quite more successful for the Sparks, but
it's Baker bowls and Luff drives into the offside, no run.
But they have struggled with this 50 over competition, and Western Storm also have struggled in the last 12 to 18 months. So, but it's still a lot to play for, pride to play for, position
Baker
in the
bowls
table.
And back cutting is Sophie Luff into the offside. It'll be picked up on the cover boundary by Ria Fackrell, 191 for 5.
And of course, with the new structure coming in next season, with the new teams being based at the counties, a lot of players will be sort of not reapplying for their jobs in effect, but sort of being signed to these counties. So whilst this might not be to play for at the top of the table, there's still impressions to be made, and to get your name on a score sheet at this sort of time of this season would be a good thing.
Baker bowls forward with a long stride from Amanda Jade Wellington, defends into the offside.
We've seen some of those counties sign players already, and they've released press releases. Not all of those have been signed yet.
Hannah Baker bowls, and Amanda Jade Wellington with another long stride is onto the sweep and finds Bethan Ellis at backward square leg. So 1 run with that ball rolling out towards the boundary. 192 for 5. Yeah, we were saying earlier, I think there are some players who've maybe got 2, 3, 4, 5 offers on the table, and there's perhaps some others who don't have any at all, as Sophie Luff comes down the wicket and off her toes plays this to Eve Jones at long on for another single. 193 for 5, and it sounds like Yorkshire, even though they won't be playing in the competition next year, they'll have to wait another year until they get their tier 1 status, are investing a lot of money at the moment in trying to get players to come join them. Attempted a reverse sweep by Amanda Jade Wellington, didn't get any of it at all. 193 for 5. So yeah, there's a lot of talk about Yorkshire investing quite a bit in trying to ensure they're ready to go in 2026.
Yeah, and I think there's similar for Glamorgan or Wales, or I don't know which one it's exactly under. I think it's Glamorgan, but getting that sort of tier 1 status, but a year or 2 behind, and I think it opens up even more opportunities, because then it will go up to 10 sort of tier 1 counties, but how that structure looks and how it looks underneath that is still sort of yet to be determined.
Yeah, and there's a bit of it's on my to read list, I have to say, as Grace Potts bowls this one, and it's driven through. Courtney Webb had just got herself in an awkward position in relation to the ball, and it bounced underneath her hands, and 2 runs were taken as a result. 195 for 5 as we begin the 41st over. But Raf Nicholson writing a piece this week in The Guardian on how there's a bit of dissatisfaction amongst those who've applied for tier 2 status, that the national counties, which were formerly known as the minor counties, are perhaps not as involved as they'd been led to believe, as that one's driven to Courtney Webb at short cover, who does the fielding on this occasion and prevents a run.
Yeah, it's been a kind of tricky thing to get your head around, I think, as a sort of a spectator or a sort of a supporter of women's cricket, the tier 1, tier 2 and potentially tier 3 status, and who's going where and who fits where and where do players go. I think it's hopefully it will all come out in the wash.
Here comes Grace Potts from the Diglas end, a little bit shorter of length, turned round the corner. Luff wants 2, and she won't get them because there's some good fielding by Hannah Baker out there. Turning the ball low towards the ankles of Freeborn, but getting the throw away quickly, most importantly. 196 for 5, halfway through the 41st over.
I think it's a very good thing for women's and girls cricket, but I think there'll be teething problems, as there is with all sort of structures, but it's definitely a positive step for the women's game.
Here comes Grace Potts with the Worcester Cathedral in the background, set against a cloudy sky, but a light cloudy sky, and it's been easier to bat today, it seems, as Amanda Jade Wellington defended that one into the onside, and the ball picked up to prevent the run.
Still a sort of smattering of schoolgirls, I think, from your softball tournament, Mark, over in the stadium. It's quite nice.
I think they go round and play a game for a bit, and then the ones who aren't involved in a game come and watch, and they keep rotating them round by the looks of things. As in comes Potts, and this one's cut away by Amanda Jade Wellington, just as she had done in the previous over. About 5 yards finer on this occasion, but the result's the same. 4 more to the total, and it brings up the 200 for Western Storm, and that is a lovely, lovely way to do it by Amanda Jade Wellington, just striding onto the back foot and cutting with ease away for 4.
Yeah, it's as we've said before, that she's sort of going at effectively a runner ball, but it's kind of a ... 4 situation, really. She's knows the ball to hit, and she strikes it really well, and she's forming a good partnership with Sophie Luff here.
The 300 seems beyond reach, but 250 plus will be the order of the day for Western Storm from here, as that one's defended into the leg side, and there will be 1 before it reaches Georgia Davis charging in from mid-on. 201 the score moves on to then at the end of that 41st over. A productive one from a Western Storm point of view.
Yeah, and that run rate is still just under the 5 and over at 4.9 at the moment. It did seem that it was dropping, say, in those middle overs, but I think they're sort of pulling it back somewhat in these last 30 to 40 over area.
Yeah, it has slowed during the course of the innings, which might be slightly concerning from the Sparks point of view. I don't know if that's just the ball getting a little bit softer, or perhaps the fact with them picking 3 spinners they've been able to bring them into the game a bit more, but it has, as you say, just slowed slightly, and is down below 5s now. But it could very easily, with 5 wickets in hand, get back up there quickly. But Amanda Jade Wellington advancing with aggressive intent to Hannah Baker's latest over, but without finding a way past Steve Jones at mid-off. Baker again. Bowls. Reverse sweep past Perrin, who did her best to affect the stop, but wasn't able to do so on that occasion, and that will be 4 runs from the reverse sweep down to backward point, even probably wide third by the time it got to the rope. 205 for 5.
She's tried that a couple of times, didn't she, Amanda Jade Wellington? She sort of obviously has got it in her repertoire and didn't quite connect with a couple, but she kept going with it and persevered, and then got her reward.
And she likes that route to the boundary, be it on the cut or the reverse sweep, it seems. Waits again and plays the same shot. And there's 2 in there at backward point now, and it is this time stopped before a run can be taken. And that is an area of the field that Sparks feel they need to be able to protect at the moment, and they did so well thanks to Chloe Brewer. Here comes Baker again, new road end, throws this up, and Amanda Jade Wellington goes to another of her favourite spots, wide long on. But long on is round in the form of Georgia Davis to keep it to 1, so 206 for 5.
Yeah, they sort of got 2 backward point and a sort of slightly backward point and a more backward point.
Yes.
Position, but I think it's a plan again.
Baker bowls to Luff, who's down the track and is pushing hard up to long off, and will bring up a half century with that stroke. 206 for 5. Just a quick little wave of the bat to the applauding Graham Hick Pavilion to our left, and also a wave towards the 7 sweep, where there's a decent number actually just huddled in there.
Yeah, and it's been a well-worked half-century from Sophie Luff. She had times where she looked very comfortable and times where she looked quite uncomfortable, but she's had the grit and the determination to stay at the crease and work her way through it.
Her highest score is 76, so she perhaps will be after that next, as that latest one is given as a leg bye off the pad of Amanda Jade Wellington. So 207 for 5. We've had 42 overs of the innings so far, so going along nicely for Western Storm, and just having those wickets in hand looks as if it's going to prove to be a factor here, you would think.
Yeah, and I think that they would be looking to push on. I think so. We're talking about pride in this game at the moment, and just really trying to play for themselves and for this victory, rather than looking at any sort of progression in the competition. But yeah, it's whether they really push on with those 5 wickets in hand. Obviously Sophie Luff is working hard at the crease. Wellington is looking a little bit more like the scoring options, but yes, it'd be interesting to see their game plan from here on in.
Will indeed. It's another bowling change with Georgia Davis coming on, and she's going to bowl here from the Diglis end, and that one is defended into the leg side. No run on offer.
So Georgia Davis on her 50th cap today, or awarded her 50th?
Awarded her 50th today. Her, Grace Potts and Hannah Baker, as this one's hit high down the ground, and for 6 at the Diglis end. And that was a really, really smooth swing of the bat from Amanda Jade Wellington. Takes the score up to 214, takes Wellington into the 30s and past the one-a-ball mark. And well, that was striking at its finest, Sarah.
Yeah, and that brings up the 50 partnership as well between Amanda Jade Wellington and Sophie Luff. Georgia Davis struggling with her length a little bit there, and Wellington, clever shot using her feet, coming down the ground and hitting that back over the top for 6 runs.
Yeah, very, very fine stroke play from the Australian, who's off down the track again, but doesn't quite get there to the ball that time to send another lusty blow towards the seating at the Diglis end. Just has to defend and gets no run. But always on the lookout for boundaries. She's going to try and whisk another one away into the leg side, but only picks up a single because there's a fielder at backward square leg to prevent the boundary. Rhea Fackrell there, 215 for 5 as the sunshine emerges again here in Worcester.
Yeah, that one was a little bit short from Georgia Davis. I think obviously a very experienced bowler now in terms of this competition, and has been known to take a lot of wickets over the years, but has been out through injury of late and perhaps just struggling with her consistency.
Again, flicked to long on for 1 by Sophie Luff, who's on to 51. As I say, will be looking to accelerate a little herself if she can. And we've got a mixture of everything in the skies at the moment. We've got some dark clouds, some light blue sky, we've got some white fluffy clouds, and we've got a bit of sunshine too as Georgia Davis bowls, and Amanda Jade Wellington again with a fluid swing of the bat, but this time hits it all on the floor back to the bowler, tucks the bat under the arm, settles for no run on that occasion and walks down to have a chat with Sophie Luff. But the most crucial thing is the chance of rain is barely any at all until the evening, and even then it stays below a 50% chance, which is
good for the current, isn't it? I think, although I'm not 100% believing the forecast this year after the amount of rain that we've had. And
it does seem to change on a regular basis, which it doesn't seem to stick to its convictions much this season.
And I say I wasn't expecting this black cloud that Mike mentioned has come over. But it's quite high in the sky, and there's a lot of blue surrounding it, so let's just hope it's just a cloud rather than a rain
bowls
cloud.
To Luff, and it's hit back to Baker. There was just a tiny lightest bit of drizzle as I drove into Worcestershire this morning, as I sort of just came over the boundary on the M5, but it was nothing that would have taken you off a cricket field, put it that way, as this one is up to long off from the advancing bat of Sophie Luff. Sort of got under her feet a little bit, that one. 217 for 5. So there may be a sharp shower around for the Bears v Pairs this evening in the T20 blast, but nothing more than that. Clip wide of long on, which made Luff think about 2, but the striker of the ball, Amanda Jade Wellington, wasn't particularly interested. She's 35 of 34, 52 of 94 for Sophie Luff.
And that run rate has crept back up over the 5 mark as well, with the sort of positivity that they've shown in the last couple of overs.
These two, you feel, are a crucial partnership, but I'll try and use the wickets they have in hand, Western Storm, as that one's hit hard towards Courtney Webb. That short cover, it'll just give these two batters the licence to swing the bat. Here comes Baker again. Hits it hard down the ground. One more to the total, 219 for 5.
Yeah, I think that Sparks will be obviously looking for, but do need a breakthrough here if they're sort of going to contain the Western Storm.
Here's Amanda Jade Wellington. She's down the track, clips up to long on. Only gets a single, which is probably not what she set out for, but she'll take it nonetheless. 220 for 5. We've had 44 overs of this innings, and it's just ticking along nicely for the Western Storm at the moment, but they'll want to get to that 250 mark as quickly as they can here and try and go a little bit past it.
Yeah, and Hannah Baker finishing there with figures of 1 for 44 of her 10 overs, so sort of up with the run rate, if you like. But yeah, Western Storm, you can't help but think are going to kick on in the next sort of 6 overs to get over that magical 250. I'm not sure why these totals mean so much, but kind of mentally to be over 250 would be a good position for them to be in.
I think we just like round numbers, don't we, really? As in comes Davis, who bowls, and that one is hit down the ground, and mid-off was up, which at this stage may not be the wisest of ploys, but I suppose the nature of it is, with only being allowed 4 back, you're always going to sort of have one fielder too many in the ring. 224 for 5 now.
Yeah, and it's the choice of the mid-on or mid-off, and so they've gone for the long on and the shorter mid-off. But I think, say again, if Davis can find her length, actually she's bringing in her deep cover into the ring and sending now a long on and long off back to the boundary, which is probably a wise move for Wellington.
I was going to say that looks better to me, particularly given it was a sort of extra cover anyway. It's kind of not really doing either job for me, that the field of Bethan Ellis there, as that one is clipped into the leg side. Another one, 225 for 5. It was sort of one of those positions where it kind of wasn't covering the straight drive and it wasn't really covering the cut either.
So this is, she's heard you here, that she's going back into more of a deep cover position now for Sophie Luff.
Georgia Davis bowling to Sophie Luff, flicks up to long on, will pick up the single. Probably what this over's about now for Western Storm, having got the boundary from the first ball. Can they just keep accumulating? Ria Fackrell goes back at deep backward square leg, cover comes up inside the ring, so Georgia Davis has to be disciplined with the score 226 for 5. Reverse sweep over the fielders who are up on the offside, met on the full toss as well, which helped that. Really inventive stroke and well executed by Amanda Jade Wellington. Didn't get all of it. We might have been looking at a 6 if she had, because it got a good way to the boundary before it bounced. 45 on the board now for Amanda Jade Wellington, 230 for 5, and that acceleration you were talking about, Sarah, again we have seen.
Yes, absolutely, and I think 250 is looking light now. When we look at the scoreboard, it's only in the 45th over and they're on 230 for 5.
Sweep, a big appeal for LBW. The umpire not interested at all and just walks off to one side as the Sparks fielders' appeal just sort of seemed to disappear into the sky above us here in Worcester. Dot ball though. Davis needs that. She's around the wicket now for these last 2 balls and has been swept behind square on the leg side. It was just right into the arc of Amanda Jade Wellington. 4 more to the total, 234 for 5. I'm going to allow former Worcestershire and Middlesex cricketer Carol Camino to come back in alongside you, Sarah, again.
Yes, and that Wellington has pushed on in the last couple of overs and really doing a good job for the Storm here. She's now 49 off just 40 deliveries, whereas Sophie Luff, in a contrasting innings at the other end, is 54 not out off 97 balls, and Storm are now on 234 for 5 off 45 overs. Thoughts, Carol?
Well, I think it's been quite interesting since I went off at the end of the 35th over, and I'd just been looking at my notes, and at that point Amanda Jade Wellington was on 5 and Sophie Luff on 40, and you're looking at how they've progressed since then. AJ's now got 49 and Luff has moved on by 14 runs. So we were talking earlier about the value of partnerships, and that's very much what we're seeing here. In a way, it doesn't matter who's scoring as long as somebody is, and it's really pushed the score along with Amanda Jade Wellington playing that more positive role, and Sophie Luff keep supporting her and keeping the runs ticking over. So yes, I think we did talk earlier about 250 to 270 now. I think we're probably looking at.
To Luff, who's hit that down the ground through mid wicket for 4 runs. So yes, I think it's pushing on, but also I feel like the pressure has come off Sophie Luff somewhat now, and you could see from that shot that she's just played down the ground that actually being with a partner who is scoring freely, who has sort of picked up that mantle of the sort of not senior but the scoring person within the innings. And Luff's used her feet again, has chipped that over mid wicket, but it's just going to go. They're looking for a 2. No, they've settled for 1 run.
Yes, it's brought about that change in mindset, hasn't it? And I think, again, early we talked about it was important for her to stay there for longer and make sure that she saw them up towards a good score. She can now play with that freedom in these last few overs and just push that score up as high as they can.
Yeah, and I think Sparks will be desperate for a wicket here. They've obviously made the change in the bowling and brought Thakral back in, who did take one early wicket in a spell, but Luff and Wellington being positive, and that is a 50 for Amanda Jade Wellington in just 41 balls, as she raises her bat to the bench over here and goes to shake the hand of her partner Sophie Luff. How valuable is that innings from Wellington, or has it been so far?
I think potentially it's pushed it from an okay score to a really challenging score for Sparks to change, and I think the speed with which she's done it, off 41 balls, I think it'll also have had the effect on Sparks, who had managed to put that squeeze on and keep the runs down, and all of a sudden it's gone back the other way. So if my pendulum was swinging at the moment, it's swinging in the direction of in direction of Storm, and Sparks will really have to get their batting right today, because they've struggled sometimes to make those big runs.
So Luff hitting another single into the offside there, and she's now on 60 off 100 balls. It's Thakral to Wellington, who swept this over third man. That's another boundary. She's making it look easy out here today, isn't she?
Exactly those words that were in my mind. At this stage, she's not worried about ones that are bowled on the stumps. It's risk and reward. If she sees it's the right length, she's just going for it.
And what we discussed earlier about looking for the singles and looking for rotating the strike, she's played in a different way to that today. She's actually gone, do you know what, this is a good ball, I'm just going to defend it, but I know there'll be a ball that I can hit, and it's a different way of playing than someone like Sophie Luff, who's more looking to rotate the strike on every ball, but less expansive shots. Although we say that's another shot from Wellington, and that's a 6 to our commentary box almost. A full toss from Ria Thakral, who has been hit for 6 across the covers here. That moves Wellington onto the same score as Sophie Luff, off less than half the balls.
Yeah, and she's playing with such positivity here, but with not many overs to go now, she can afford to do that, and it can make the difference between setting that really tricky target and say one that is chaseable. I think when we were looking at run rates, we've been keeping an eye on that all the way through. It's been up as high as 6 at the start of the Storm innings. It went down to just about 4 at one point when Sparks were really applying that squeeze, and we're now back to 5.5 and over, which I think any of us playing in this type of cricket would be quite happy with.
Yeah, and I think Captain Eve Jones is looking to make some changes here, obviously with only 4 overs left of the game, but both the spinners in Davis and Thakral have been hit for a number of runs in the last couple of overs, and we're going back to the right arm pace of Grace Potts as she lumbers into the crease. Wellington Luff using the depth of her crease there to go back, and I think that will be signalled as a leg by.
Yes, that was intelligent bowling there, because she saw the batter starting to move down that leg side to open up the shot, and she followed her. So in normal circumstances that would have been a wide, but as it happened it just went and followed the batter.
Yeah, but it's still a run on the board from the point of view of the Storm as well, and actually brings Wellington back on strike. She's not faced much pace so far with her innings here since she's been in, but it'd be interesting to see how she plays. Grace Potts, she's rocked back, just over the top of Hannah Baker there, and that's gone for another 4. Slightly fortuitous there, but I think she's just going for it, isn't she, Wellington? And you just take those risks at this point in the game, and it's come off for her.
That saying that fortune favours the brave, I think, was absolutely right there. She's going for it, that's quite clear. There will be the chances there, and I think that's what Sparks have to hang on to here, that if she is going for these, she's not holding back, there will be the opportunities, and they just have to take them when they come.
But the braveness that she's playing this innings with is something quite to behold for youngsters out there watching. She's not been afraid to play her shot. She's read the game really well, the position where they were in and her role within this game, and she's played a really vital innings, not protecting her wicket as such, just going for the shots when they arise. She's rocked back again, and she sent that for 4. Again, another shot there. She's just using the pace of the ball now, and that's just gone through the fine leg area for 4 runs.
Yes, we were talking earlier, weren't we, about what overseas players bring to teams, and that ability for her. She's played all sorts of cricket of different styles in different parts of the world, and to be able to make that adjustment is really good. She has now overtaken Sophie Luff on the score. She's now moved on to 68. Sophie Luff on 60. So she is at the moment the top scorer in this match.
Yes, and I think the way she's gone about it is the most impressive thing to watch here. And say it's interesting to see how she'd take on the pace, but she's just done exactly the same, really, hasn't she? And she's playing that through the covers. Beth Nellis would be round. Oh no, she's just tipped it over the boundary, and it's gone for a 4. That was unfortunate there from Beth Nellis. Got down to the ball, stopped it, but just bounced off her hands and went over the boundary for 4 runs. When things aren't going your way, sometimes, Carol, these things happen.
Yes, it seems to follow you around, doesn't it?
It's expensive over from Grace Potts here. So the 3 4s in 3 balls, and I have no doubt that Wellington's going to continue in the same manner.
It'd be harsh to criticise Potts for that last
Yes,
one.
exactly. And this one's in the air, through to the mid-wicket area. Someone's underneath it, and it's dropped by Rhea Fackrell. And they scamper back through for 2 runs. A hard chance, you'd say, for Fackrell there, running in from the deep square leg, but got her hands to it, so you back that she got there, but perhaps was never really sort of balanced there, and just popped back out of the hands, and they came through for 2.
It was directly opposite us there. You could, if you'd had to predict, if you could have stopped her run up halfway through, it didn't look like she was going to get it, because it was always going to be a bit of a stretch.
Potts to Wellington, a reverse. Was it a reverse sweep, reverse paddle there, and that's the only dot ball of that over, and the score moves on to 266, 5 of 47 overs.
Yes, well, whatever that shot was, I imagine Jane Wellington was quite amused by it. I think she could see it probably wasn't the best shot that she played.
Yeah, but I think it's all very well to play some excellent cover drives and everything else, but what she's done here today is just seen the ball, hit it hard, hit it well, and it's paid off for her.
Indeed, and I think if there's a couple of chances that Sparks haven't taken, but if you are playing in that positive way and hitting it hard, you're more likely to get that luck. It sounds like luck, but actually you're playing positively.
And Katie George is coming back on, so we've got a reenactment of our George v Luff for the last 3 overs of the game here. We've got Grace Potts in that kind of short fine leg position, Beth Nellis in the deep square. As George into Luff, who swung through the ball straight into the hand. Is that caught?
I think it was.
Gosh, that went too fast. We didn't even see. That was a fantastic caught and bowled. She came positively down the ground, hit it straight back at Katie George, who has taken an absolute stunning catch there.
I think we were both looking to see where the ball had gone, and the Katie George was standing there holding it.
Yeah, so following the ball down to, I think it was going to go through between mid-on and mid-off and hit a lovely straight drive for 4, but Katie George has pulled out the hand and it's just stuck, as sometimes they do, and it's caught and bowled. So Sophie Luff out, caught and bowled by Katie George.
And we've now got Griffiths coming into bat, Alex Griffiths.
One of the Welsh contingent in the Western Storm here, coming out in these last few overs. Now she can hit a good ball, and I think that's perhaps why she's been sent out to do. Just take on Katie George now in what is the 48th over of the game.
Yes.
The score is now on 266 for 6. So our 250 is way gone, but perhaps the 300 is a little bit ambitious, but
275.
275, we'll go hedge our bets and go right in the middle there.
So we like nice round numbers.
So George into Griffith. Play that straight back again into the hands of George, but along the ground this time, slightly hit with less power, so easy for us to follow, and it was a dot ball from George.
This really shows just what a fighter Katie George is. We talked about earlier how her bowling wasn't going quite well, then she came back and had a better spell, and she's now right in at that cliff face and really... and
that's
picking
caught.
Up wicket,
picking up another wicket of Alex Griffiths there. Alex going after the ball there, and I think that was the intent that she was going out with, and it's just gone up to the point fielder who has caught the ball there, and she is dismissed.
Okay, so let's see what else she can do in this over. She's got another 3 balls to go now.
So Griffiths is caught, Baker bowled, Katie George for none, off 2 deliveries. And this brings to the crease Izzy Wong. Izzy Wong, of course, more known for her role within the Sparks over the last few years, but currently on loan to Western Storm.
Really pleased that she's playing today. It would not have been unreasonable of Sparks to say she couldn't play, but I think as she's gone down to Western Storm to play cricket, I think it's really good that she is playing. It might reflect the relative positions of the two teams, who probably aren't in contention for going through to the finals, but great to see her out there, and it could make for an interesting last couple of overs.
Yes, I mean, Izzy Wong known for hitting the ball hard, and I think her teammates will very much know her game plan as well. You're looking for a deep mid-wicket in Davina Perrins out here already, maybe to take the catch, but this is quite a nice situation for Izzy Wong. She likes to hit the ball and she's been given licence to do so. As George into Wong, who's hit that behind square. It's just gone too deep, fine for 1 run.
She sort of stepped away and scooped that one over, didn't she? So, and it just went down to the fielder there.
Yeah, she's can see a few giggles going on out there in the middle as Wellington's having a chat with Freeborn. Izzy Wong, as is her way, is having a little laugh with the umpire.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing. I think we do see it across cricket, but I think particularly all these girls know each other so well, regardless of which team they're playing for, and there's a really nice spirit out there.
George into Wellington for no run. Yes, and we've talked about Katie George being expensive with those wides and those no balls, but also she has picked up 3 wickets in this innings, and a lot of her runs have been the extras. Actually, she's gone for 48 runs so far.
Yeah, and 7 wides and 7 no balls in that.
Wellington has hit that 4-1 into the leg side to finish Katie George's 9th over, and after 48 overs the Storm are 268 for 7. Do you know what, I think I might go more than 275 now, 2 overs to go.
Yes, I'm interested to see who's bowling these last overs. So Potts has got 1 left, Georgia Davis, or the slow bowlers have all got runs left. Bethan Ellis has only bowled 6. I don't know if she'd make a good death bowler with her variation that she's got.
Looks like Potts is still on from this end.
So this will be her last one.
So not all of the runs were her fault, if you like, in the last over that she bowled, but Wellington seems to enjoy the pace of Potts here. The shorter delivery is whipped around the leg side, and there's a dive there from the fine leg, but it's to no avail as that's gone for another 4. She seems to enjoy this shot, Wellington.
She does. It's just that one that's just going slightly down, drifting down the leg, and she's just helping it on its way by whatever means she can, and it's being very effective.
Yeah, Hannah Baker not quite getting anything on there, although she did an expansive dive, and Rhea Fackrell a big run round from the leg side, but to no avail as Potts in again to Wellington. Shorter delivery, and that's hit to the leg side, and that's another 4. That's a fantastic shot through square leg. How well did she pick that one up, Carol?
Well, we heard the thud on the bat from here. That really went well. She just it didn't look like any effort, but it actually flew off the bat and went straight over square there.
Yeah, and I think I saw something the other day about how people describe things as effortless, and actually there's a little bit of an insult to the batter. I think actually, because this might look effortless, but there's been a lot of work behind it to make it look effortless at this point in the game.
Yes.
Potts has a fuller ball to Wellington.
Oh, he's given her out.
He's given her out. Is that caught?
She played down. She came across it, played down the leg side.
She hit it into the face of Freeborn, I think, who's caught it. Is that what's happened? She caught it in the grill. We're having a look at the replay here. Everyone's going over to sort of congratulate Freeborn and also check that she's okay. They're called on for the medical team, and Wellington is departing. We believe caught Freeborn bowled Potts for 83 of 53 deliveries. Hold on, they're sending her. She's staying on. Something is happening here. She doesn't seem to be going off. Whether it's a dead ball and therefore not out.
The umpires need to have a little conference here.
Someone needs to say she's walking off again now.
So there does need to be a head injury check for Abby Freeborn, and that is happening. the umpires are talking to each other. Somebody here will know the rules better than I can, but it's certainly, I mean, that was, I'd like to say it was a good take by Freeborn. What I would say is she got herself very much in line with it, and as it happens, it came through and lodged in her helmet grill.
Yes, we're trying to see the replay here. So it's got stuck in the grill of Abby Freeborn, and under which Jade Wellington is given out. Caught, yes, and that brings Chloe Skelton to the crease for the last 9 balls of this innings.
Well, we've gone past our 275 already, thanks to Amanda Jade Wellington. And we've just got an over and a half to go now. I think that 300 is probably still out of reach, but they'll be now looking to push up, into those mid 280s certainly.
You wouldn't have put it past her to fancy 100 there in the last couple of overs.
I was going to say that at the end of the over, saying, is there a chance of her actually getting this if the strike is farmed well?
So Potts into the new batter, Skelton. Who's rocked back and hit that through. That's going to go through to third man. It's chasing away to the boundary, and that's another 4 runs there. Rather fortuitous off the edge a little bit, but so at this time in the innings, flash hard and you might get something that happens.
Yeah, and there aren't any fielders down there, so it's from that point of view, it's a pretty safe shot if you get anything on it.
And Potts figures 1 for 75 with a couple of balls going now, but it does seem that she has been slightly unfortunate at times in this innings. It's Potts into Skelton. He's hit that lovely through the covers just for 1 run to Bethan Ellis.
Yes, I mean Potts, her first spell, she was bowling really well, just the odd one was just drifting on outside leg stump, and they were the ones that were then being put away. So it was just trying to find that line that would allow her to attack the pads, which is what I think she was doing, but not let it drift down the leg side.
And so Potts now into Izzy Wong, who's taken her guard. She's 1 off 1. She's hit that through the mid-wicket area, straight to mid-wicket. They're scampering round. They're going to get through for 2 runs there. It's a good running from Skelton and Wong. Well, say good running from Wong. She just seemed to be sauntering back into her crease a little bit there, but ran the first one well.
Yeah, that was a lean back and smack it shot, I think, is probably the best description.
Yeah,
but she got it and picked up a couple of runs for it.
So we're into the last over of the game here. Western Stormer 283 for 8, and it will be Katie George to finish proceedings.
Yes, Katie George now 3 wickets she's taken. She's brought her economy rate back under the 6 runs, which from that start she had is quite remarkable.
Yeah, and I say that the run rate is now up to about, I think it's 5.78. So it's gone back up in Western Storm's favour, and they've got to be pleased with the job they've done today with the bat.
They will, and particularly as they have, they've had that losing run, and they really needed something to pick them up, and they've got a good bowling attack, so it'll be interesting to see whether they'll be able to defend this.
There's George to Skelton, and that's no run. Straight through to Abby Freeborn, who didn't quite take that cleanly.
There was an appeal from somewhere, but I don't think it. Well, she didn't catch it, and I'm not sure it hit anything.
Izzy Wong going down with some words of wisdom there. Hit it as hard as you can, I think would possibly be what she's saying.
Get something on it, get me on strike.
She probably fancies a few more balls. Skelton's hit that down to the third man for 1. That brings Izzy Wong back on strike. Izzy Wong never high up the order, but you always feel like something's going to happen when she's at the crease.
Yes, Katie George would be thinking positively here and thinking, I'm in with a chance of another wicket here. George just walking back to her mark now. 4 balls to go.
George to the right-handed Wong, who's coming down the track before the ball's even bowled. She smashed this up in the air, and Katie George, is she under it? Yes, she is, and it's caught and bowled. Katie George, that's Izzy Wong out for 3 off 2 deliveries, caught and bowled by Katie George.
I don't think we'd like to say we told you so, but
Well.
no, she went for it, absolutely, which is completely the right thing to do in the last over. But that was well bowled by Katie George and picked up her 4th wicket.
Yeah, she could end up with with a 5 for here, and she's got 3 balls left to do it. She's got figures of 4 for 50 so far. Western Storm on 2, 8, 4 for 9 with 3 balls of the innings remaining. And springs to the crease, Ellie Anderson.
So another Sparks Loney coming out to the crease now.
Yes, and it's good that the Sparks have these agreements with the other regions to make sure that these bowlers are still bowling, because actually that's the best way to learn and that's the best way to get your experience. Ellie Anderson, so Worcestershire born and bred and up through the Sparks programme, but perhaps not getting a first team place with the side at the moment, although she has got international honours with the England under-19s and a very good promising player, but coming in low down the order here at number 11 for Western Storm on this day when I say we've talked about how Sparks have let these 2 players play against them for Western Storm, giving them the experience that they wanted for this loan agreement as George.
And it's lovely seeing a Worcestershire player playing at New Road, even if it is for the opposition today.
George into Ellie Anderson, rocks back. It's a big appeal. No one's moved. I think Davina Perrin down here at deep mid-wicket was positive that something was on the ball there, but that's no run as Skelton goes and has a chat with Anderson.
Now there's a dilemma, isn't it? You're playing for one team and you nick it and it gets caught and it's not given, but you're playing against your normal team. I'm not going to try and solve that dilemma, but it's a professional game, so.
Well, yeah, it's not quite the same as when you lend the opposition a fielder. Correct. And you tell them not to catch the ball for you. Oh, and she's bowled her. Katie George has bowled Ellie Anderson, and she's finished off with figures of 5 for 50 of 9.5 overs, and Western Storm are all out for 284 with just 1 ball remaining of the innings. So Ellie Anderson walks back out with Chloe Skelton from the crease here, and the players congratulate George on what has been, say, a kind of a bowling spell of two stories. She started off with those no balls and wides and was quite expensive with those 14 extras that she bowled, but actually pulling it back to take 5 wickets within the innings and finish off with figures of 5 for 50. So Storm and Sparks making their way off for the innings break here. Storm 284 all out of 49.5 overs.
Yeah, a strange innings for Katie George there, wasn't it, with all the extras, but also picking up the 5 wickets, so I suppose that's worked for her. As I say, do make sure you rejoin us for this chase, which will be 285 here today at New Road, so a very different game of cricket compared to the one we saw the other day. So 285 the target for victory. As I say, I know people go off and get a sandwich or whatever during the break, so if you're doing that, do make sure you rejoin us, and the resumption time will flash up at the bottom of your YouTube screen very shortly indeed. Just to run you through that card then, a 92 run stand at the top from Emma Corney and Sophia Smale. They put on 92 for the first wicket here before Smale was out for 42, her highest score of the season, caught by Courtney Webb off the bowling of Ria Fackrell. It was also the highest opening stand Western Storm have had this season. Emma Corney was out the next over for 39, bowled by Hannah Baker's first delivery of the game. So Fran Wilson and Sophie Luff came together at that point to try and advance the score. Wilson made 21 before she was bowled by Bethan Ellis. The score at that point on 145, so 50 put on between Luff and Wilson. Ray struggled to get going. She was caught by Fackrell off the bowling of Ellis for 6 in a 22 ball innings. Neve Holland was then out for naught, bowled by Katie George, bringing Amanda Jade Wellington in alongside Sophie Luff, and it was Amanda Jade Wellington's innings which really began to take it away from Central Sparks a little bit. It was Luff who was out, superbly caught and bowled in the end to break the partnership with the score on 266. Luff making 60 off 102 balls in 131 minutes, hitting 3 4s and 8 6. She was caught and bowled by Katie George, who superbly plucked it out the air in her follow-through one-handed for another of her 5 wickets. Amanda Jade Wellington continued with the company of Alex Griffiths, who was out just from her second ball, caught by Baker off the bowling of George. That brought in Izzy Wong. Amanda Jade Wellington then eventually out when she edged the ball into the grill of the wicketkeeper Abby Freeborn, who clung onto it off the bowling of Grace Potts. 83 off 53 balls, including 14 fours and 2 sixes in an innings of 1 minute under an hour from Amanda Jade Wellington. Fantastic knock from her. Izzy Wong was caught and bowled by Katie George for 3 off 3 balls. Skelton ended up as the not out batsman with 6, and Ellie Anderson was bowled by Katie George for 0 to conclude the innings. That meant Grace Potts finished with 10 overs, 1 maiden, 78 for 1 as her figures. Katie George 9.5 overs, no maidens, 50 for 5 were her figures in the end, so a 5 wicket haul for Katie George. Georgia Davis 6 overs, 42 for no wicket today, struggling at this stage to replicate her form of last season, although she's been through a few injuries in the meantime. Rhea Fackrell 8 overs, no maidens, 51 for 1. Her figures: Hannah Baker 10 overs, 44 for 1, and Bethan Ellis 6 overs, 1 maiden, 16 for 2. Some fairly tidy figures there from Bethan Ellis to conclude things from a Sparks point of view. A reminder, the chase will be 285. Come and find out whether Central Sparks can get that here at New Road to beat Western Storm. We look forward to rejoining you shortly. Bye bye.
Welcome back to New Road, Worcester, where the chase for Central Sparks to beat the Western Storm will be 285 in this Rachel Hare-Flint Trophy game. 50 overs they will have to get those runs in, and it's after predominantly the innings of Sophie Luff, who made 60, and Amanda Jade Wellington, who made 83 off just 53 deliveries. Carol Camino, the former Worcestershire and Middlesex cricketer, is alongside me. I mean, that was some innings by Amanda Jade Wellington, wasn't it?
It was a privilege to be able to see that the way she just moved around her crease, the positivity with which she played, didn't matter whether it was offside or leg side, and it just... And not to mention the amazing way she got out, which I don't think is something I'd actually seen before. Apparently it was just a little glove which went into the wicket-keeper's facial grill and was given out as a result of that. I don't think she could quite believe it, and Abby Freeborn behind the stumps couldn't quite believe it either. But yeah, she really changed the face of the innings. She moved it from, we were originally talking about a score of around the 250 up to something that is approaching the 300. So yeah, made a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, Abby Freeborn certainly didn't know a lot about it, but would certainly take it. And even the dismissal of Sophie Luff was quite a strange caught and bowled.
It was. We were looking for where the ball should have gone, and it was in the bowler's hand. So, no, that was it was an excellent catch and a brilliant recovery from Katie George after the start that she'd had.
It was the definition of plucking it out of the air from Katie George. Did so one-handed on her return. Izzy Wong is going to open the bowling against Central Sparks, the side that she has represented for the majority of the years of the Rachel Hare-Flint Trophy, and I reckon she might be quite up for this, if I'm honest.
I was just going to say that. Has she got a little point to prove here? We will see. I think she had some trouble with her run up, and I don't think she was bowling quite as effectively, but I hope that the spell at Storm has given a little bit of time away from some of the pressure that she might have had. So we'll see what the result of that might be today.
Just 3 wickets in the Rachel Hare-Flint Trophy this season, 4 Sparks and 1 for the Western Storm so far. And she has an opportunity here with new ball in hand in familiar surroundings at New Road to bowl against her captain Eve Jones, and she's got her out first ball. And well, you couldn't have really expected much less from Izzy Wong. She likes an occasion, and she has produced a moment there. The chase 285 and Sparks are 0 for 1, and they have lost Eve Jones, their most prolific run scorer over the 5 editions of the competition. First ball, she got a little bit of bat on it, but it was through and onto her stumps, and it's taken the off bail on the way, and Eve Jones is out first ball, and she will be most disappointed, but Izzy Wong will be absolutely delighted. And Eve Jones has thrown her gloves down, so disappointed is she with that. A first ball duck, and Izzy Wong with the wicket.
Yes, I think it's should we let Izzy Wong write the script here? I mean, that was unpredictably predictable. We were saying that Izzy was going to be really, really up for it, playing against the team that had let her out on loan, and who knows, does that give her that little half a yard of motivation or pace, and it worked.
Yeah, and it was accurate as well. It was honing in on the stumps, Yorker length. Abby Freeborn then comes to the wicket, but what a start to an innings that was from Izzy Wong. And as we say, she is the sort of bowler for an occasion, sort of bowler for a storyline, and she's produced one there. And the toughest possible start for the Central Sparks. In comes Wong again, bowls, and that flashes through. There's an appeal for caught behind, it's out. It's 2 from 2 for Izzy Wong, and Abby Freeborn is also out first ball. It's none for 2, and Izzy Wong against the side she's on loan from. She's had permission to play in this game against them, and she has 2 wickets in 2 balls. This one, Abby Freeborn caught behind by Nat Wraith off the bowling of Izzy Wong, and Central Sparks have lost 2 wickets for no runs. Eve Jones out for naught, Abby Freeborn out for naught. Carol Camino, what about that?
that ball to me seemed to be flying through quicker than any of the other bowlers we've seen.
Oh,
And whether it was just
right.
that little bit of extra pace, the fielders, the wicket keepers further back, the fielders further back. She's really up for it.
Yeah, I mean we're side on, which always gives you an impression of the bowling being quicker. So it's hard to judge it against other spells we've seen from Izzy Wong, because we've generally seen them from head on. But one thing is for sure, she's bowling very, very quick today. You could even see it in the warm-up where she was bowling, obviously within herself to some extent because she was warming up, but she was still bowling quick in the warm-up, let alone when she's come out there off a full run from just outside the fielding circle. And Davina Perrin will be the latest to go in and try and deal with it. Davina Perrin is another who has a little bit about her as a cricketer and quite likes an occasion and quite likes a contest, so this will be interesting to see how she goes about it. This is a hat-trick ball, still only got a slip and a gully. They haven't packed the slip cordon here, they just stuck to their plans, and why change it really, because Izzy Wong's doing the business here for Western Storm. Runs in, bowls quick, and it's just guided down to third for 1 run. The first run of the Sparks innings, but it's cost them 2 wickets already. Davina Perrin is off the mark, and Chloe Brewer comes in to face the hostile pace of Izzy Wong.
And a little smile there between Izzy Wong and Davina Perrin, who will know each other well from the time at Sparks. Yeah, she won't be unhappy with that. I'm sure she'd have liked the hat-trick, but she'd have settled for this as a first over.
Oh, I think so. No, there was a big smile across the face after the first ball and the second ball, and the third wasn't far away either. And Chloe Brewer, who probably needs a score herself, has got a tough task here. In comes Wong again, bowling with the cathedral behind us. Appeals for LBW. I think there was a bit of bat involved there. I think it was a bit high, but it's another fearsome bit of straight fast bowling from Izzy Wong. And when she's got a tail up, there's few about who are more entertaining to watch than Izzy Wong.
Indeed, and just looking around the field, and it's infectious. They've got a big score on the board, and now they've got a fast bowler steaming in and taking wickets. What's not to like if you're a Storm player?
Yeah, it's she's steaming in very, very well indeed as she paces in once more in the green of Western Storm today and bowls a ball which is well defended by Chloe Brewer. She just was organised and back into position and just let that one hit the bat in that forward defensive position.
That's almost an anticlimax, isn't it, after the rest of the over?
It is, yeah, yeah. It will be interesting to see how long she keeps the pace up for as well, because she is really charging in.
Yeah, but if she does a 3 or 4 over spell and she's picked up 2 or 3 wickets in that time, that's fine, that's her job done.
Here she comes again to complete the first over of the game. It's already produced 2 wickets and it won't produce any more because that one's wide of the off stump. It's left by Brewer. 1 run for 2 wickets at the end of the first over of the innings then. It compares rather unfavourably, it has to be said, to Western Storm, who at this stage were 8 without loss. They had a very good power play of 66, and it's difficult to see how Sparks are going to match that now, having already lost 2 wickets.
Well, when I was trying to think about what might be a good score for them to come out of after the power play, I was thinking they really need to get about 60, but that is looking much less likely now with those 2 wickets down, and not just 2 wickets, but 2 of the people who they would really have been looking on to score the runs and have been consistent run scorers for them this season. They've
almost got to be careful not to get caught up in the theatre of what's going on with Izzy Wong, and actually, because it could be tempting just to let a few go and let a few pass the bat as Brewer did at the end of the over there, whereas in fact they do need to make sure they are still scoring runs. Now what we expect is going to be some more sedate pace from Ellie Anderson, although she is another Sparks loanee bowling at Davina Perrin here.
It's given us a wide, that one.
So 2 for 2 the score moves on to with the extra, and Ellie Anderson begins her work for the day. Yeah, it is a somewhat bizarre situation here. I think the fact it's not going to overly affect the table has made it an easier decision. I think the fact that this competition will go into a new guise next season as well, because it's not exactly setting a precedent, if you like, as Perrin lets that go down the leg side too and takes another wide, so 3 for 2.
This is mirroring the second over, I think, of the Storm innings at the moment, with the bowler taking a little while to adapt the range. We saw it was Katie George then, Ellie Anderson now.
Yeah, and it seems almost as if this new road end's been the more difficult one to bowl from, as waiting is Perrin, leaning slightly forward in her stance, and she strides forward and lets it go through to Wraith.
That's a better line from Ellie Anderson there, just about, I'd do it centimetres, about 15 centimetres outside the off stump.
That catch off Izzy Wong for Nat Wraith was her 34th dismissal across all the editions of Rachel Hare Flint Trophy cricket, the 6th one in this season's competition. Perrin waiting again, leaning forward, looking for an opportunity to score, and lets it go through outside the off stump. 3 for 2 it stays as a result. No run on that occasion.
Anderson just making that one pitch and move away slightly. So Perrin looking quite watchful.
Hitting a decent full length at the moment is Ellie Anderson. Turning again at the back of the mark. New road end. Got the hotel as a backdrop at the moment. And delivers here to Perrin, who strides forward and lets it go. It's fearsome stuff.
Yeah, that one came back in. Interesting. We said about the last one just going away a little bit. That one came back in.
Lots of noise from the Western Storm fielders, who have 285 on the board and 2 wickets down already. And I think they feel as if they can really make some strides towards closing this game out here if they can stay on top of the Sparks batters. As back goes Perrin, diverts away to backward point, and is unable to get a run from a shorter delivery that time from Anderson. Skelton is back in front of us at a forward square leg position, but on the boundary, and we also have a fielder down at third on the boundary. There's a slip in place, although a fairly wide slip fielder, it has to be said. Almost in a third slip, as that's driven nicely by Davina Perrin, well forward, in control, and sends it away just behind square on the offside, but no chance for Wilson, patrolling as she always does at backward point, and that is 4 more to the total, 4 much needed runs, 7 for 2. Chase 285, remember.
And that was a very controlled and lovely shot. It just went slightly backward of square, all along the ground. Low risk shot, but timed beautifully.
Another 278 required for victory, as Perrin goes back and just allows that one to pass. And having got the boundary, she was quite happy to just have a look at another one from Ellie Anderson, but quite some pressure on these batters, not just because they're 2 wickets down early on, but also because they're facing their teammates, in essence, who they will have faced many a time in a net session, many a scenario. You're coming in at 2 wickets down, before you've even got 10 on the board, you've got to chase 285. It's exactly the sort of thing coaches put to players, but it's happening in real life here at New Road.
Let's see if Izzy Wong's adrenaline keeps running into the second over after that amazing first over.
Both teams needing what would be a morale boosting win. The third each of them have had. Nicely driven by Chloe Brewer into the offside. And Skelton is across, picks up without losing a run on that occasion there. Brewer seeming to have the timing down a little bit better there, even though it came off the toe of the bat. She was in position well. Where will Wong go next? She's been bowling lightning fast so far as she comes in again. Another full delivery, driven up to mid-off. Corney there with the fielding. No run on offer. as we say, until the blast fixtures kick off this evening. We're the only game of domestic cricket here in England today, so do stick with us, do enjoy us. It's been a excellent day so far. It's been good to have around about 3,000 of you with us at points during that first innings, so we hope you've all returned, as that one is down the leg side. Good take from Wraith, but one to the total due to the wide ball. Wong just losing her radar for a second there, Carol Camino.
Yeah, she's just scratching at the popping crease there. I don't know whether her foot slipped slightly, but it just still kept the speed on, but it went away down the leg side, and it was a good take by Wraith behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's not easy for Wraith, is it, back there? That was your job as a player, wasn't it? The glove work.
Indeed. Best place on the pitch.
Here comes Izzy Wong. Bowls, and that one again is down the leg side. Another wide, 9 for 2. Just sort of losing away a bit. We're almost seeing the best and worst of Izzy Wong here. The best has been those 2 wickets in the previous over, and the worst, those 2 ones that have gone down the leg side.
Yes, it's, I said again, she's scratching at that crease. Be interesting to see whether she's slipping at all on that, or whether it's just an after the event, I'm going to scratch the popping crease.
She does scratch popping creases quite a lot, Izzy Wong, from memory. In she comes again. Smooth, rhythmical run and action. But again, down the leg side, 10 for 2. And for all the brilliance of the first over, this is a frustrating second for Izzy Wong.
And does this sum up the Sparks dilemma with Izzy Wong?
Possibly.
She can be brilliant, but equally you need that. It's not that you're consistently taking wickets, but you're consistently getting the line right. So it'd be interesting to see how she corrects this now.
Back at the end of the run again. They've been working hard again this summer, trying to get back to her best. Yorker length, and that is her best ball. And she spears in a Yorker towards the stumps, nice and straight, and everything's going in a straight line. No run there.
Good comeback there after the 3 wides. I wonder whether she just the run up seemed not quite so aggressive for that one, but maybe she's just making sure she gets her line sorted. And she's now moving a fielder over to that fine leg position. Short fine leg.
Slip and backward point still waiting as well, as Wong approaches again. Bowls right on over the wicket, down the leg side it goes, 11 for 2.
It's another wide. This is the 4th one in this over. It's fine margins down that leg side.
Yeah, it's pressure back on Izzy Wong again here, who's, as well as representing Central Sparks, England, Birmingham Phoenix in the 100, has been with the Mumbai Indians in the Women's Premier League. Approaches again here at New Road. Bowls a ball, and that's out.
Yes.
Well, the only thing that would have saved Brewer there would have been a bit of bat. The umpire clearly feeling there wasn't any. And 11 for 3. It looks as if a chase of 285 is now going to be well beyond the Sparks here.
Indeed. I mean, I have some sympathy for the batter here, because when you've had somebody bowling 4 wides and then suddenly one's in on your middle stump, that's quite tricky. But yeah, it kept a little bit low and just beat her.
Chloe Brewer out for naught. A little word of encouragement to Courtney Webb as she passes on towards the wicket. But it's going to be a tough task from here for the Central Sparks. Yeah.
Yes, and Courtney Webb coming in now. She needs to. It'd be hard for her to play an innings like her overseas player counterpart, but she certainly needs to stick around there for a while now and just try and do some rebuilding, so that Sparks are at least in with a shout of this.
She almost needs to get 150 really now, doesn't she? That's the kind of situation Sparks find themselves in.
Let's start with a 50 and take it from there. And if we remember the sort of innings that Sophie Luff played, which wasn't rushing because she wasn't finding it easy, I think maybe we've seen people trying to, Izzy Wong has bowled really, really well, but there's something about playing for the situation as well.
Certainly. whatever happens this season, I mean, Central Sparks will arguably be a success getting to final day in the T20. So, but there's a lot of 50 over cricket still left to play here, and they'll be wanting to ensure it doesn't take the shine off that achievement. Here comes Izzy Wong from the New Road End, 3 wickets to her name, and she strays down the leg side again, and it's so puzzling. And I guess this is the puzzle with Izzy Wong at the moment, that Central Sparks have been facing, that England have been facing, that it really is just, it's just how do you harness this raw talent. 12 for 3 the score.
Yes. And let her keep that freedom to do what she wants to do, whilst making sure that it's done with some control.
Another quick approach through to the gloves of Wraith, and at some speed again. It's left alone by Courtney Webb, who will have faced a fair few quick bowlers in Australia, but perhaps not many as quick as Izzy Wong.
No, and to be fair, quicker bowlers on different types of wickets. I suspect they'll be a little bit bouncier in Australia.
Yeah, she does tend to favour the back foot, Courtney Webb. It was a undoing here the other day, as she goes forward and defends that one out to mid-wicket. No run then, and we do finish the over. 12 for 3 the score. Not looking good, that scoreboard, from a Central Sparks point of view, Carol Camino.
It certainly isn't. It's quite hard to see how they're going to find a way back from here, but perhaps with the people that we've got to come, somebody will step up today. We really need a couple of them to get those over 50 scores to stand any chance of getting near it, and not, give us 10. It needs 10 overs now with no wickets going down, and just rebuilding.
Run rate already up to 5.8 in terms of what's required to get to this target of 284.
It's nice to see some of the school pupils in front of us here with signing. They're getting autographs signed by Central Sparks.
Yeah, I did think it was particularly generous of Abby Freeborn, to be honest, to be doing that, as that one's flicked away down the leg side. We'll wait to see if there was any pad involved. There was indeed. So an attempt at flicking the ball away, didn't connect, but 4 runs to the total. 16 for 3.
Davina Perrin's looking slightly puzzled there, but at this stage Sparks will take how the runs, whether they come off the bat or whether they're coming off the thigh pad.
They certainly will.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I did feel for poor Abby Freeborn, having not made any runs to be signing the autographs, but she did so willingly, which I think's a mark of the character, I suppose, as Perrin drives back to the bowler. No run on offer on that occasion.
Yeah, you've obviously never been an autograph hunter.
Well,
I think it's about having the people who are on the list and have got their photos.
I just more meant that she might not be in the mood.
No, I get that. No, and she was smiling as she was doing it, so well done her. Yeah, these are from Christopher Whitehead Language College, just up the road from here.
They've had a good day. Bit of
They
cricket
have
out on
indeed.
the back pitch, bit of cricket to watch on the front pitch, as that one's driven out to cover point. No run on offer from Perrin. She was on the back foot there.
Yeah, and I think one of the teachers I recognise is one of the local cricketers, so she's obviously managed to persuade them to bring some of the pupils along today.
Well, it's all very important to provide those little introductions to the game, and hopefully they've had a really good day. But the home side, Central Sparks, having a less good day at the moment. 16 for 3, chasing 285, so another 269 to win. Make that 268 with the wide ball there from Ellie Anderson. He's also struggling with her line a little bit.
I do wonder, like we would say, we're trying to work that out at the start of the first innings. Is there something in that run-up that's just throwing them off slightly? It's not quite like Lords with the slope, but it may be something that they're not quite used to.
There was a piece of turf yesterday, sort of about just short of the umpire, as that one is a good length and pops through outside the off stump, and it looks a completely different pitch that Sparks are negotiating at the moment compared to what was happening in the Western Storm innings. But yeah, there was just a piece, and clearly Potts' foot was landing right on it, and it just was either soft or wobbly, and it was throwing her run off completely, and she just had to complete her first over and then get a switch of ends. They used Georgia Davis to do it. Here comes Anderson again, bowls through to the gloves of Wraith.
And another wide.
But that will be another extra to the total, 18 for 3.
It must be really difficult for fast bowlers because they're relying so much on having firm footing as they build up speed in their run up and on the delivery, and if they've not got the confidence that that's the case, it must be really difficult. Can't say I've ever had that problem, but you can see how it could affect them.
Raking away at the crease again was Izzy Wong, just trying to help her fast bowler out. In comes Anderson again, and cut away, beautifully cut away by Davina Perrin. This should go all the way for 4. She certainly strode towards the other end as if it was, but they're going to have to come back for 3 now because it hasn't quite reached the rope. It was nicely struck there.
It was similar area to the previous 4 that she struck. Very nicely played shot, but it just slowed down, wasn't hit quite as well, and it just slowed down and was flicked back inside the boundary.
So 21 for 3 now. 264 for victory. Looks like being tough, if we're honest, but let's see what happens. Courtney Webb just facing up.
Yeah, I'd be saying don't think about the 50 overs, just think about the next 10 and the next 10 and see where it gets you.
Here's Webb back into her crease and pulls it away with confidence and authority. Went slightly uppish in the end through the straight mid-wicket region, but she was onto it early, was the Australian, taking it probably from a little bit outside off stump in the end. 25 for 3 at the end of the 4.
Yeah, she rocked nicely back onto her back foot there to play that shot.
Now, strangely enough, at this point Western Storm were 36 without loss, but the next 6 balls were a maiden, which makes that 66 off the power play even more impressive, I suppose.
They're actually ahead on the run rate, you just have to ignore the wickets column.
Yeah, the wickets column is the major problem at the moment, and it's all been produced by this woman running in now, Izzy Wong, approaching the crease again. Lightning bolt of an arm comes over and produced a full delivery that was driven to Skelton. Had to be backed up.
Backed up by somebody's shins, that was.
Well, it's prevented any scoring being done.
That's what you need to do.
Skelton now. Skelton's at cover, so Skelton threw it. Turning again is Wong. Fast rhythmical approach and a full delivery. Driven up to mid-off. Amanda Jade Wellington, who battered superbly earlier, picks up and stops any scoring being done from that delivery. 25 for 3 as it was at the start of the over.
I think from Perrin that was what I'd call a positive defensive shot. She got herself into that position that she could have extended the bat through and scored runs, but as it happened was just able to play it up defensively.
Wong bowls, clipped off the legs by Perrin, and she's going to run at least 2. There's a chase on round the boundary, and it's an unsuccessful one. Yeah. Slightly over diving in the end out there.
That was a lovely shot there. She just leant forward, moved her foot out of the way, and away went the shot through mid-wicket.
Yeah, just couldn't reel in the ball in the distance. So 29 for 3 with the boundary. Here's Wong again. Up to the wickets, bowls forward. Comes Davina Perrin, who defends into the offside. And Jade Wellington there with the fielding. As we were saying earlier in the over, batted superbly for 83 from 53 balls.
So 2 balls to go for Izzy One. She's just considered that 1-4 at the moment. So let's see how she can close out this over.
Running in now, heel to toe. Arm comes over and it's another quick one. Through outside the off stump. Perrin has to tuck the bat away to stop herself playing it.
That was a much better line. It's the sort that makes the batsman unsure about whether they have to play it or not.
It's when she bowls there that you think that's pretty difficult, but it's the fact that so often it just seems to break down as it did in the previous over, but such is the challenge, I suppose, of trying to bowl really quick as one comes in again, and that's another good delivery. But Perrin again has to be careful to ensure she doesn't get bat on. 29 for 3, we've had 5 overs. As I say, it compares to 36 without loss. We reached that point with a maiden in the Western Storm innings, which, as well as Amanda Jade Wellington's 83, saw 60 from Sophie Luff. Both played absolutely superbly.
Yes, as we were saying when that was happening, I think the benefits of Sophie Luff starting well, then being a little bit tested and slowing down, then Amanda Jade Wellington coming in and being able to pick it up. I think over a 15 over spell, Sophie Luff had only scored about 14 runs, but it didn't matter because Amanda Jane Wellington was at the other end at the time.
Here comes Anderson then, and it's a smooth drive, but into the fielder at short cover, tumbling away to the left. Good stop there by Neve Holland.
This is the first time I've seen Davina Perrin playing live, and she's a smooth batter. She's really doesn't matter what type of shot it is.
Anderson to Perrin, who clips into the leg side, no run.
They're nice shots, impressive.
It's a Yorker length ball she got on that previous delivery, right on the toes. Might have been slightly disappointed not to score there. It was Courtney Webb. Here's Anderson again. Webb waits and pushes leg side. One gets across, tumbles and stops. No run. Tick towards 3 o'clock here. Thank you for spending your Friday afternoon with us on the Central Sparks YouTube channel.
We may well lose some of the school parties soon. I doubt that they're going to be here to the end of the day, but we'll see.
Yes, I think there was a bit of negotiation going on in that sense there, as this one's dabbed down by Webb, and she'll pick up 1 for it, 34-3, just using the pace of Anderson to take the ball down to third. Yeah, I think there was an offer of some have got to go home on the usual school coach, but a few are going to stay here till the end. And it was kind of a choose your method home now.
As long as the parents are happy with that.
Here's Webb waiting for Anderson, who bowls back in a crease. Goes Webb and forces it away off the back foot with a full follow through. Picks up 2. 32 for 3.
That's good running there by Webb. A little hesitation before they went for the second, but in the end she made it comfortably. Nice drive out there through the covers.
So Perrin here waiting. A couple of taps to the bat. And in comes Anderson. Bowls to her, flicks it away. This is going to be a chase for Skelton, but a chase she makes successfully and throws the ball back in to the wicket keeper. That's Wraith. And that's the end of the over, 33 for 3.
Yeah, clearly that position is somewhere. I saw them move Skelton round to that position for Davina Perrin batting, so they know that that's one of her strengths. So good anticipation there and allowed her to get round. But it looks like they've got different fields for Perrin and Webb. Presumably they've been doing their background reading and research and they know where the strengths lie.
If you were late back for the second innings, you missed 2 wickets in 2 balls from Izzy Wong right at the start of it, getting out the captain Eve Jones and following it up the very next ball with a little edge from Abby Freeborn through to the keeper Nat Wraith. and that means that Izzy Wong has made important inroads against the side she represents, as Wong bowls again and is driven away for 4 out to the point boundary. Nicely struck and firmly struck in the end by Davina Perrin. We'll have a little tap of bats with Courtney Webb mid-pitch. 37 for 3.
Again, lovely shot all along the ground, just paid forward of point. That really does seem to be a strong area for her. And there's a gap, probably not more than 15 yards between the backward point and the forward point, and she managed to get it between the two of them.
Here comes Wong again. Bowls a short ball that is clapped away to the cover boundary by Perrin, who was back waiting for it. And 41 for 3. Some of the school children holding up little homemade 4 signs to greet that one with.
That was very well placed. Having just described where the fielders are, she managed to go the other side of the wider one. Lovely shot.
Just watching the Eve Jones dismissal back on the MV Play site that collects all the replays, it dipped very late into her and took her on the pads before going onto her stump, as Wong bowls a ball that is equally ably played by Perrin, even though she doesn't pick up a run on this occasion. A smart little check drive.
It's definitely that ball that Eve Jones had from Izzy Wong is definitely not what the sort of ball you want to receive on the first ball of a match or in the first over.
No, and she was quite unfortunate, it has to be said, that it, as I say, it dipped very late into her pads, but would have missed the stumps, and then sort of went on a diagonal back onto them and just hit the off stump and knocked the off bail off. In comes Wong again, bowls to Perrin, flicks it back down the pitch. No run. Amanda Jade Wellington picks up at mid-off. Perrin just rehearsing her stroke to make sure everything's in orderly fashion.
Having a good look round of the field just to make sure she knows where everybody is, because she does seem to really go for that placement and try and avoid the fielders with those along the ground shots.
Wong again, bowling to Davina Perrin. Perrin's back and is cutting that one away, and it should slide away to the boundary now. The chase is on. The replayers thought about it. 2 got back to the boundary, and Ellie Anderson is the one who picks up just inside the rope.
That's that shot again between those 2 fielders. Plays it very nicely, but again, it's just that you actually see that there's a greener patch just out here, and it's just slowing the ball down a little bit as it's coming down towards us.
43 for 3. Perrin found that gap off the front foot earlier in the over before going back to find the extra cover gap, and then she was back again there to find the gap at point for the second time. This time allows the ball to hit the bat, just shows it out to backward point, where Fran Wilson is still patrolling, no longer in an England shirt but a Western Storm shirt, and she's one of the best in the business at that position. 43 for 3 the Sparks stand there in pursuit of 285, so that's another 242 to win.
Yeah, Fran Wilson, I mean, she's had some amazing catches over the years when we've seen her playing for England. I think she's got catches that nobody else would have been able to. So we were saying earlier how good it is to see some of the players who've played for England still continuing to play even though they've retired from England, and that gives such benefit to the players around them in terms of that experience and the attitude that they've got and their love of cricket.
Yeah, and it's nice to see them, you know, have some domestic cricket to go to that is of the standard that makes them want to continue, as well as this one is pulled away nicely, bounces once out to Skelton. For a second it looked like it was going to have a bit more on that from Webb, but she settles for 1. 44 for 3, just rehearses the stroke once again.
Yeah, I don't know whether that is interesting, because when New Road was flooded earlier this year, it's this side of the ground that had more of the flooding, and it certainly from here at least looks a little bit greener, and there is a slope down towards this way, so I don't know if the outfield's running slightly slower this side.
Perrin driving square of the wicket, and out it goes to the cover fielder for the right-hander. There is another run to the total. 45 for 3. Yeah, certainly the other day there was even a piece of matting covering up some sort of drainage that had been dug on this side nearest to where we're commentating from, just to the right of the Graham Hick Pavilion, in between there and the ladies' pavilion.
And Anderson here is just quietly doing well. I think we with the fireworks from Izzy Wong at the other end, she's just now finding her line and length and just quietly putting it up there, which has been very much her job this year for Western Storm.
Doing it at some pace as well as Courtney Webb with a attempted drive, but the ball came off the bat and into the pitch and just spun back to the bowler. Not where she was aiming it at all. So we have now ticked past 3 o'clock on this Friday afternoon. Thanks for tuning in to the Central Sparks YouTube channel with myself, Mike Perkins, and former Middlesex and Worcestershire cricketer Carol Camino. Sarah Ginn as well is with us for this one today. Ball bowls, and Webb attempted a cut, but it went under her bat.
Yeah, too close to cut. She might just be getting a little bit frustrated. I don't think she's only faced 10 balls, so she hasn't had ever so much of the strike yet. But she'll be keen to get some good bat on ball and get the ball away.
Sparks really needing to rebuild after the loss of Eve Jones, bowled by Wong. Abby Freeborn caught by Wraith off the bowling of Wong, and Chloe Brewer LBW to Wong. Driven powerfully to backward point by Webb. She examines the toe of the back. She didn't feel she caught that as cleanly as she would have liked.
Yes, it was a better looking shot, but wasn't quite in the middle.
No. Still went away with a fair bit of pace, but
Fielder was
Fran
well
Wilson
placed.
was equal to it. Webb waits. Anderson bowls. Webb drives and does get this one away. Now, will she get more than the 2 for it? No. The fielder's round the boundary, picks it up, and it goes 47 for 3.
Oh, I think
hitting the umpire on the way.
Yes. I think the umpires there, they're all smiling. I think the umpire's okay. That was a good bit of covering the cover boundary there. But again, a lovely shot. There's something about the shot she's playing. She seems to have lots of time to play them, and she's playing them very nicely, and coaching terms with that nice high elbow and a really nice style.
But strangely, she's just not quite connecting the way she'd like at the moment. They're just sort of not leaving the bat at the velocity that the stroke play perhaps deserves here.
Yes.
47 for 3. So that's another 238 for victory.
But if you think when Sophie Luff came in, she was probably having the same problem. She was playing nice
Yes.
shots, but the ball just wasn't really going very far, and it took her a little while to find that timing. I think we were talking about it, and it was several overs in before she started playing some more attacking shots, because she was more confident of the pitch and the pace of it.
Yeah, she had to play a little bit of dab and run, didn't she, for
Yes.
a while just to get going. Now Perrin retaking a guard because we've got a change of bowling here. It's from the Diglas end, where Izzy Wong has made the inroads with 3 wickets. Pacing in for the first delivery of this spell. It's bowled by Alex Griffiths and it's turned into the leg side by Davina Perrin. Webb thought about coming back for a second, but decided against it, and it's just a 1 to the total. 47 for 3.
Well, I'm sure Griffiths will be hoping to make more of an impact with the ball today than she managed to do with the bat. She was unfortunate coming in at the end of the spell where they scored quite a few and was out very quickly.
Yeah, just had to get on with it really, as Griffiths delivers right on over the wicket. Strange sort of an action, but it's an effective one. Delivers a ball on the length and on the stumps. 48 for 3. Dot ball there.
I think she's from Wales originally, so it'd be quite interesting to see how it pans out with Glamorgan coming into Tier 2 for the women's competition next year. But they won't be in it next year, they'll be in 2 years afterwards, so they need to make sure they keep some of their better players that have come out of that part of the world.
Here's Griffiths. Bowls, and this one's hit high, very high, and should be out, and is taken up at mid-on. And, well, up was the word there, really. It went high, 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 and it was an easy catch in the end that was taken. The score 48-3, and Webb, who looked good but without really getting the reward for her shots, is out, and perhaps lacked the patience that we saw from Sophie Luff.
There was something there that was a slightly strange shot, because we were commenting in the previous over that although it wasn't quite going, she was playing some quite good shots. That one was just not one she will be pleased to have done, and maybe very early time. It was only the third ball that Alex Griffiths had bowled, so she'll be pleased with that, but maybe a little bit more of a look at what the bowler was actually doing would have been quite helpful.
It was the exact shot that we raved about, essentially, where she picked it up on the pull earlier in the piece, but just couldn't connect with it on that occasion. It just went straight up rather than in the direction she'd intended.
I think it was on her quicker than she expected, and therefore she got the top edge and it went up.
And yeah, considerable amount of disappointment from a number of the Sparks players who've been out, but with 4 down now, 48-4, it's going to be very, very tough. Smale with the catch there off the bowling of Alex Griffiths to dismiss Courtney Webb for just the 8 runs. And it's in a little bit of a danger of collapsing in a heap here for Central Sparks. As I say, that their season has already in a sense been a success with reaching finals day in the T20 competition, but they won't want it to fall away. Griffiths bowls. This will be a morale boosting victory for Western Storm too.
I think there's some pride being played for with Western Storm, because they must be feeling it, the fact that they've built up a following, they've built up some history, and they will be no more come the end of the season. So they're sort of, it's almost like an extra incentive for them all to just keep going and playing with pride. Sparks, we said they've got sort of interim coaches in at the moment, transitional period, gearing to get themselves up ready for the competition next year, so this is a bit of a rebuilding time for them.
Bowled by Griffiths, driven into the offside. It's Skelton there with the fielding. Neve Holland had done the field in the previous delivery, out at a forward square leg position on the boundary, but had to go backward to collect it. But Western Storm in firm control of this game, with another 236 required for victory. Here comes Griffiths again. Right arm over the wicket. That almost wrong foot style action. It's driven out to Fran Wilson, and the 50 is up for Central Sparks, and it's been a struggle. It's cost them 4 wickets and taken them 9 overs. So 50-4 at the end of the 9th over is where Central Sparks find themselves.
Yeah, that isn't an interesting action of Alex Griffiths. I think when Sarah comes back in, our level 4 coach, we might get her to have a little bit of a look at that, because you and I are both looking at it and say that's quite an unusual action. I'm sure she'll be able to tell us why it is unusual, but it's been effective for her, and she's taken the wicket in that over. Yeah,
it has, and it's also got Western Storm through to that 10 over mark, which is where Sparks started using their spinners, and it's where Amanda Jade Wellington will come into the attack, and that's probably the last thing you want to see as a Sparks player at this point.
Yeah, hugely experienced bowler, played all round the world, has been a little unlucky, I think, to not get into the Australian squad, but they've got so many people to choose from and such strength that you can see why it's been difficult. So it's great to see her here playing and adding to what Storm are doing.
Delivers her first ball. It's the 9th over. The umpire had a little wiggle of the head to look at that one, but the foot had stayed secure from Perrin there. Yeah, 15, 20, 23 games for Australia, Amanda Jade Wellington. 1 in the Test, 14 ODIs, 8 T20s. She delivers a ball that is defended by Davina Perrin. This will all be useful experience as well for a cricketer with a lot ahead of her.
Yes.
In the form of Davina Perrin. Just always looks comfy at the crease. Had a little bounce on the toes there before bouncing back into a crease to play the cut stroke. Finds Fran Wilson, no run, 50 for 4 it remains.
A little bit of turn there away from the bat, but nothing to bother Davina Perrin.
Here's Amanda Jade Wellington again. Can she produce a ball that Perrin defends resolutely?
Very studious defensive shot there. But I think she's probably seen how it's moved.
They're sort of up there with the rate, but the wickets column is the big concern here for Central Sparks. Amanda Jade Wellington bowls again. Back goes Perrin. You're watching the Central Sparks YouTube channel with myself, Mike Perkins, and Carol Camino, the former Worcestershire and Middlesex cricketer. Sarah Ginn about to rejoin us. There's Amanda Jade Wellington bowls, and it's driven out to cover. Not 100% timed for once by Davina Perrin. It does bring her a single, 51 for 4. And that is the end of the over. So after a few more words from you, Carol, I will allow Sarah Ginn to pop back into the commentary position.
Right, thank you, Mike. Yes, we've come to the end of the power play. So as Mike said, the run rate's not actually too bad. 5.1. The run rate required is 5.85. But that real problem is that number of wickets down and the bats who are actually out. It's going to be a huge mountain to climb from here. But Davina Perrin doesn't seem to be letting that bother her at the moment. She's doing that thing that we'd always say to people about playing each ball on merits. She's playing some nice shots, but some sensible shots, and it's actually, looking at it in terms of opportunity, it is a real opportunity for her to really build an innings here today, provided she's got people who are going to stay with her. Katie George batting at the other end off the back of her 5 wickets while she was bowling, so she really needs to stay here with Perrin and for them to put a good partnership together.
Yeah, as Alex Griffiths comes in from the Diglas end here to Davina Perrin. Didn't quite know where that had gone then, but she's scampered through for a quick single. She's quite a talent to watch, isn't she, Perrin? It's she just, again, we discussed this earlier, but she makes it look easy, she makes it look effortless, but we know that she spent hours and hours in the nets to get to where she is today, and still very young and newish to the game, but she's setting the standard here for the rest of the Sparks. It's Griffiths into George's, hit that in the air, and that's going to be a couple of bounces and 4 through mid-wicket. That's a great shot by Katie George there. Yeah,
she just flicked that away there. Yeah, going back to Davina Perrin, we were talking about her just now and said it's the first time I've seen her playing live rather than on the screen, because I think you get a slightly distorted view when you're watching it on screen, but she just seems to have an awful lot of time. Recognise what you're saying about all the practice that's gone into that, but she looks easy, she looks like she's always there on time for the shot. Minimal effort, but that's backed up by hours and hours of practice to get her to that point.
Indeed, as Griffiths to George, rocks back, sends that down to fine leg where there's a storm fielder to throw that in just for 1 run. I think what's impressed me today as well is that obviously she's lost the captain first ball, Freeborn second ball of the innings, and she's in there early and effectively is the batter at the moment. Katie George obviously vastly experienced, as we discussed before, but Perrin is now the sort of senior batter at the crease at a mere 17 years of age, and she's flicked that one away as Nat Wraith chases after it and is scampered through. I think this is going to be a leg bye.
That's right. So although she's young, she has played a lot of cricket. Yes, and is she prepared to take that responsibility onto her shoulders? What we're seeing at the moment, 30 off 38, she is, and she's sticking in there. And we were just saying that it is a good opportunity for her to have time in the middle and to build that innings, and that's what she's trying to do at the moment.
Definitely. It's a distinctive figure of Alex Griffiths comes in there. Katie George has punched that through the offside. It's running away. It'll be a chase for the Western Storm fielder here, and scampers back for a 2. Yeah, I mean, I think you'd hope that she sees it as time in the middle now, an opportunity for her to carry on and get a very big score. She's got a lot of time here to do that. And Katie George, of course, experience at the other end, very positive, just needs to stick around with her. Griffiths in slightly slower ball there. It's hit, lovely shot down the ground by Katie George for 4. That was a fantastic shot there. She jogs through, touches her bat in the crease, and then back to her mark. That was some timing there, wasn't it?
It was indeed. And we talked to Mike before you came back in about Alex Griffiths' bowling action, saying we know it's a slightly unusual one, and trying to work out what it was. And we were going to ask you as the level 4 quote. I mean, looking a coach, now you've come in, looking at it, she seems to run through her action rather than bound.
Yeah, she's always bowled like that since a young age, and I think as long as it's not ineffective, and as long as it's not going to cause her injury, then actually why change it? There's a lot of thoughts on making sure everybody bowls exactly as a rhythm, but if she's not in any danger, and she's returning decent figures and not got any sort of lower back injuries as we see with a lot of these bowlers. So Amanda Jade Wellington to Davina Perrin, who's hit that into the cover for a single.
I think that's been a real change in coaching over the years, very much that focus on the outcome rather than worrying about the technique that's going into it. And I'd really welcome that, because it does allow somebody like Alex Griffiths, as you say, as long as she's doing it safely and not going to cause herself any damage, and she's getting the results, why would you want to change that?
Yeah, I mean, there's an element of, if it does cause failure, if she is getting hit for a lot of runs, or if it does cause injury, then change it. But I mean, you look at some of the best in the world and you wouldn't say they're conventional. Another nice shot by Katie George into the covers for a single. These two set in a nice sort of partnership here. The run rate, as said, is way up there. If they can just get through another few overs, another sort of 10 to 20 overs, just the two of them here, Sparks would feel that they're in a lot of a better position than initially.
Yeah, we were saying earlier, it really feels like two of them need to get 50 plus to get anywhere near that total.
You would say. I mean, there is still batting to come for the Sparks, but the mainstay, who you think would really be capable of pushing this game on, have perhaps gone too soon in the innings. So other than Perrin, who I think is obviously very capable, and Katie George is capable of hitting those shots, it's just how long she can stick around here now. So that's racing away down to backward point, coming through for 2. Very fit there, Davina Perrin as well, sprinting between the wickets and getting back quite easily. It's definitely a sign of the modern game coming up. The fitness is such a big part of it. S&C, coaches, strength and conditioning, time in the gym. As Wellington bowls to Perrin.
But I think that's really important, not just from the point of view of fitness on the pitch, but for player well-being off it. I think there's much more likelihood of people playing through with injuries now, which didn't do them any good in the past.
It's Wellington to Perrin, who rocks back, dabs that to the offside for no run. Well, of course, they'll have a big team. Even the Sparks, the regional side, will have a team of physios and doctors and strength and conditioning, and we talked about analysts and things before, a big coaching staff. It's worlds away from where it used to be, but it's definitely moving in the right direction, and people being able to get the right treatment for injuries at the right time, and even so far as now, we talk about Alex Griffiths' action. Maybe if someone had got hold of her as a 9-10-year-old in a county setup and worked on that while she was still very young, would it have made a difference? Would she even be a better player than she is now? Making sure that people are safe, I think, is the main thing, and by safe I mean technically safe and technically sound, to not pick up those injuries, and strong. I mean, this is it's a big thing in the women's game now, about strength and about fitness, and that in itself does help with the injury prevention.
I think that, and the bit that I've really welcomed in recent months and years, is that focus on the emotional well-being as well. Recognising that mental health and physical health are on a par, and that you can't just treat one, you have to treat both. In life generally, but in cricket as well, and people being willing to talk about that publicly, because that encourages others to do it. And I really appreciate the way that's been done with some of the professional cricketers.
And that's 2 point. Oh, that's a quick bit of fielding there. Was that Sophie Luff there? And yeah, just a quick single through. Yes, I think it's equally important, as you said, the mental and the physical health side of the game, and the fact that people are willing to speak up and willing to talk about their experiences makes it less of a stigma or anything for any young player within the game. Apologies, that was Fran Wilson fielding there, wasn't it? Not Sophie Love. as Griffiths to Perrin, played that to that straight mid-wicket fielder for no run. I think there's a lot of embracing of a lot of different things as well, the neurodiverse side. I mean, I work a lot with the England Women's Disability side, and in the right environment and given the right coaching and the right understanding, these players can flourish. Historically they haven't, perhaps, in the game, in the professional sport environment. And it's another back of a length ball from Alex Griffiths for no run.
I saw an example of that very recently with a rain affected game where one of the players was neurodiverse and in the end had to go home because she couldn't cope with the not knowing whether we were going to play again, or whether, if so, how long, many overs, and it was just the uncertainty unsettled her and she had to go home. And I just don't think we'd have had any concept that that could affect somebody in years gone by.
Griffiths to Perrin, just dabbed that to the offside to backward point for a quick single. Yes, I mean, it's strange that something that would affect one player greatly won't affect another at all, but it's that understanding of how many different people make up a team, and how we can adjust what we're doing, what we're coaching to suit all of them. And, you know, embracing people being different rather than trying to make people the same as each other. Griffiths to George, solid defensive shot there for no run.
No, I think that's right, and my coaching these days is done in a different field of bowls, but the principles are exactly the same. That if somebody's getting it right out there, that you do a little bit of tinkering to help them do it a little bit better, but actually you leave it as it is, but also you try and make sure that they're feeling safe and comfortable where they are.
Indeed. Griffith into George, he's nipped that up in the air. Is that caught? That is out. That is a fantastic catch there. I believe that is Izzy Wong who's just caught that. I'm trying to see
who else.
Yes, who else? Of course it is. She's in the game again and diving forward at mid-on, and she has taken Katie George's wicket there. So Bold Griffith caught Wong for 14 off 9 balls.
Yes, she's. We were talking earlier about whether she will have sort of extra motivation today, playing against her former teammates, wanted to make sure that she tries to get back into the Sparks setup, and just that little bit of extra spark for her there. But that was an excellent catch, at full length. She just managed to hold her hands up and not let the ball bounce out. So
yeah, and I think Izzy Wong has always been someone for the big occasion, and perhaps as things have become the norm in the regional game, that's perhaps not such a big occasion for her. But as we've seen today, this is a big occasion now. She's playing against her teammates, her former teammates, I don't know what you'd quite call them, and she's definitely performed. And that brings Bethan Ellis to the crease. The score is 70 for 5. Run rate plentiful. Wickets not so well, not as well for the Sparks, and they're currently 70 for 5 off 13 overs.
Yeah, still so much time left in this game potentially. I think if I was Bethan Ellis coming out now, I'd keep that communication going with Davina Perrin, ask her what's happening, get her on strike, and if there are the opportunities there, take them. But yeah, not a great position to be coming out to bat in, but equally it's an opportunity for somebody who's sort of growing in the game.
Well, all these girls we've talked about before with the new regional contract, the new county contracts in the new structure, will be vying for position. Some people have potentially been offered more than one county position, some people not one at all, but it's still, although this is effectively a dead rubber within this competition, there's a lot of other things to play for, sort of a game within a game, if you like.
Yes, there's a lot riding on this for individuals.
As Wellington to Perrin comes forward, solid in her defence.
That was a big step forward there,
very big stride
forward,
yes.
But back foot firmly anchored.
Wellington, it's tricky to pick what she's bowling. She's got a lot of variations to her game. That's gone away from Perrin a little bit fuller, and she's worked it into the offside for 1 run. She's come across as a a batting all-rounder maybe so far today, you could argue, but actually her bowling, I mean, she's bowled very tight. She's only gone for 6 runs in just over 2 overs, but known perhaps more for her bowling than her batting. But she's proven today, Wellington, that she's no slouch with the bat at all. The way that she struck the ball earlier was pretty impressive to watch.
Yeah, we were saying that she has had some innings that started promisingly earlier in the season, but they've not quite gone on. But today was her day for batting.
And that was a dot ball for Ellis's first ball that she faced there. Yes, I'm very unlucky to be caught in the helmet of Abby Freeborn behind the stumps when she was in her 80s. And another defensive shot from Beth
Yes,
and Ellis
a slightly
there.
controversial one. That I did catch the Storm coach asking the umpires, very politely, about what had actually happened, and I got the sense that it was just a little glove into the grill of the face mask.
Ellis swept that, racing away for 4 runs there. That's a trademark Bethan Ellis shot there. Very good on the sweep and square of the wickets. She's got off the mark nicely, and that will hopefully relieve a few nerves there.
Indeed. Yes, I've heard good things about Bethan Ellis, and certainly it was an impressive bowling spell that she had. She really slowed the run rate down when she was bowling. So if she's aspiring to be an all-rounder, this is her day to bat.
Definitely. Comes forward and defends that ball for no run. I think there is a feeling that actually you need to bowl very fast, you need to bowl quick, or you need to turn the ball a lot to take wickets. But as we've seen today, and we've seen across the women's game, that actually there is a place for someone who can bowl that medium pace, put it on the spot, and keep the runs down and put the batters under pressure. And that's what happened today. They tried to do something, tried to push on, and she got those couple of wickets.
I was impressed with her variation, because even though at that point Sophie Luff had been batting for a long time, she was making her mistime it by the variation she was putting in. Sophie Luff was playing some of the shots a bit early because it was a slower ball, and vice versa.
And as we chatted about before as well, there's less room for error when you're a medium pacer, but these girls are professionals now and playing on a daily basis, so you can see how that's starting to pay off. As Griffiths into Perrin to the leg side for 1 run. They'll be looking for 2. Both of these girls quick between the wickets, but just settling on the single there. The last thing I think the Sparks would want at the moment would be any sort of run out or miscommunication between the batters.
Just looking back quickly in our previous conversation about Amanda Jade Wellington, her highest score this season other than this game has been 31, so that was a big chunk of extra runs today.
Yeah, and the way she batted out there with Sophie Luff and sort of took the game to the opposition, it was good to watch, wasn't it?
It was.
Griffith to Ellis. It's played that, think off her legs there. I think it will be leg byes, and they've gone through for a single.
Yeah, leg byes.
Down the leg side a little bit. Yeah, what impressed me most with Wellington is when they changed from the spinner to the pace bowler, and she still played exactly the same shots. She didn't change the way she was playing. She still worked them round the corner really well, hit through the ball really well.
Yeah.
Griffiths to Perrin, she's worked that down to backward point. That's going to race away for 4 runs. Yes, we just see it behind the dugout here. That's gone for another 4 for Davina Perrin, who moves on to 40 off 50 balls.
Again, not hit that hard, but perfectly placed and with excellent timing, and it just rolls away nicely over the boundary there.
Yeah, she really is a talent, Davina Perrin, and her calmness today has impressed me more than anything. That just, she wants to bat for a long time today, and she's going to do that. I say as there's a shout for LBW.
That's always the way it goes.
But she doesn't appear rushed, she doesn't appear flustered, and I think those are sorts of things, along with the technical ability, that we need to teach young players to the game, that actually, do you know what, this is a good opportunity to bat for you. Go out there and prove what you can do, rather than panic that wickets are falling around you.
but you could say that some of that calmness and that temperament is within the person, and so if they've got that and then they can learn the technical skills as well, that's quite a good package of a player.
Yes, but I think some of it is learned and some of it is intrinsic, and the way that, again, we've talked about this multidisciplinary environment that these players grow up in now, that from a young age, if you're learning what makes you tick, what makes you nervous, what makes you be able to deal with pressure, and you can try and recreate that in the training environment, the more it's going to come across, hopefully, when you're out in the middle.
Yes.
Griffiths to Perrin. Tried to work down the leg side. Is he giving that a wide? Must have been. Yes, he is. Wasn't anything on it after all.
No.
And that's the difficult thing as a coach, is to recreate this playing environment. Like, how do you recreate in an indoor school in the middle of December what it's like to be out here when you're 50 for 5 chasing 280? But actually, players are playing more and more games nowadays. Davina Perrin will be playing in the winter in tours at the England under-19s and training, and you'd hope that there's more opportunity to be put in those positions. Drives that to cover for no run. Something
there about recognising that, yes, it is putting stress upon you, but you can embrace that stress and actually use it to perform even better. I think that's true in a work context as well as a cricket context.
Exactly, and it's the score has moved on to after 15 overs. Central Sparks are 82 for 5. Yes, and the more that people can recognise their abilities, recognise their sort of failures, if you like, or recognise where they struggle, and then make themselves better cricketers, better workers, then all the better for their game and for the environment that they're in. And I think Davina Perrin looks like a player that's definitely rising to that and working herself out and making a role with herself within a team. It's Wellington to Ellis, who's worked that into the leg side. Well, there's a fielder there, Izzy Wong, and that's no run.
That's also about the team environment, and that is a place where it is safe to fail and using that to learn.
Indeed. Wellington to Ellis again is driven through the ball there, and they're going to run through for a quick single. That mid-on is right on the ring there. It's given the opportunity to get through there. As the field adjusts for Perrin here, dropping so long gone back, and mid-off is in the ring, and the mid-wicket has gone sort of in front. It was a deep square before and more of a deep mid-wicket now, as in Fran Wilson's right in front of us here. As Perrin's worked that into a gap, regardless of where they've put the field. She's worked that to backward third, and it's not quite got to the boundary, but she's picked up another 2 runs there.
Yeah, watching those ones carefully from Wellington, and when she's sure that she knows where it's going, she's just dabbing it down.
Yeah, she's she's playing in a different way than I've seen before today, Davina Perrin. So she's got much more time to build this innings, and whereas last time I was here and she scored 70 odd in the T20, was blasting it all around the place and hitting down the ground very strong and straight. Today she's played a lot more square of the wicket, a lot more square bat shots rather than straight bat, but she's used the ball to the best of its ability, and again just making those shots work for her.
Yes, it's really interesting seeing that sort of step from the T20 up to 50 over, and should she end up playing for England potentially test matches, because that ability to change the temperament and the pace of the way you're playing is really important, and it looks like she's able to do that.
Yes, she's looking at the scoreboard, I think, looking at her score. She's not scoring at much under a run a ball. She's 42 of 54 deliveries, but it's a lot more sort of within herself at the moment. Oh, there's an appeal. Oh, and she's gone.
We've done it again, Sarah.
Oh, no.
We've done it again.
Davina's looking very disappointed. It was a big stride that she got in there. There's a big appeal from Western Storm for LBW, and Davina Perrin, just as we were saying how well she's doing, has been LBW to Wellington for 42 of 55 deliveries.
Yeah. Not a reckless shot by any means, but just beaten there by the bowling of Wellington.
Yeah,
big stride forward. Oh, there's some sign language coming here, and she's communicating with Ria Fakrala. She's coming out to bat, but looking very disappointed there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a strong, confident appeal, and a sort of a decision made straight away by the umpires there. I think Perrin will be watching that back in the changing room, but there's nothing to suggest that it wasn't out from where we're square of the wicket here.
No, right, we can't do that.
I think it might be more of a disappointment than anything else, and so just as she was looking very settled at the crease, and although she hasn't got to that 50, she hasn't pushed on, it was still a very impressive display from a young cricketer in a big environment.
And what was really impressive also in that scenario, as she and the batter crossed, that she was talking to her and saying, come on, you can do this. It's too easy when you're out, when you're disappointed that you're out, to just not even acknowledge the other bat. She didn't do that. Very much a team player as well.
Yes, I mean, it's always obviously disappointment when you're out, but to walk away and give advice to the new batters in the middle, and having a discussion with the umpires here, really sure about what exactly. Fackrell having something to say as she's coming out to the middle.
Still talking.
Not sure that they can argue the decision there. We're just trying to see a replay on the TV there, but I'm sure we can all catch up with that decision later, as Fackrell has taken a guard. They're putting the pressure on a little bit. The close fielders are moving into catching positions. It's Wellington to Fackrell, who's just solid in that defence for no run.
As Wellington's good day continues. Picking up a wicket there.
Yeah, and she'll be sort of looking at those selectors and saying, look what I'm doing out here in this environment, and sure they've got something coming up that she could be on the cards to be picked for. As Fackrell dabs that down again for no run to finish Wellington's fourth over, and she's gone for just 13, and that one wicket of Davina Perrin that she's picked up there, and the score moves on to 85 for 6 of 16 overs.
Yeah, so what can we say here? I mean, I think, if we had the meter on the screen giving the probability of winning, I think we'd be on 98% for a Sparks loss here. But things happen. But it would have to take something pretty remarkable to do it. I just would like to see that sort of fight, if you like, at the Sparks end, just to show what they can do. Get themselves, those of them who are playing in the 100, moving on into that with that positive mindset, because they've been able to do something here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big time. They've got 34 overs they could bat for here, these two. It's one for Ellis out in the covers. That's Chloe Skelton bowling, isn't it? It still says Griffiths on our screen here, but it's definitely not Griffiths who she's bowling there, and that's a dot ball.
Yeah.
I was thinking that with the sleeves on, it could be Smale, but she's definitely a little taller than that. So yeah, Chloe Skelton moving the ball into the batter for no run.
Just with her off spin here, just keeping the batsmen on their toes.
Watch that one down the leg side.
And she literally did that for Krill. You actually saw her turn around and watch it go past the leg stump. Don't blame her at all. They're all runs.
Indeed, and they're all important at the moment. Skelton to Fackrell for no run.
Better ball just outside the off stump and just played back.
Fackrell looking to work that down to the offside, but again for no run. Good little bit of fielding at backward point there.
Yeah, Skelton's got that short run up that means that she gets through the overs quite quickly, so you find the overs ticking away rather quicker than you expect.
Oh, has that bowled her? It's bowled her. She's gone to pull that to the leg side, and it seems to have been bowled all ends up there. So that's Fackrell gone for 0 off 7 deliveries, and not sure what she was doing there exactly. I think she was convinced it was going down leg side, went to pull it, and then was clean bowled.
What's not in doubt is that she's out. The way the ball was going, it almost looked like she knocked the stumps. I don't know whether the ball did it. We may be able to get confirmation of that.
Oh, yeah, it's come off her leading leg.
It's gone off one leg and onto the stumps. So sadly, Sparks are finding imaginative ways of getting out today, and that was really, really unfortunate.
Yes, although we have seen a few strange ways of getting out today. I think the caught and bowled absolutely smashed back at Katie George that we didn't realise where the ball had gone, and then obviously Wellington being caught out in the grill of the helmet, and now Fackrell sort of played on off her legs onto the stumps for no runs, and that brings Georgia Davis to the crease. Georgia Davis, one of the players to receive her 50th cap this morning with her family present, and they'll be hoping that she can make it a 50th cap to remember today. You'd have to think that the Sparks are up against it at the moment. It's 87 for 7 off 17 overs, and it'll be Wellington to continue from the New Road end.
Yeah, and that was we watched the ceremony from the outside this morning when the caps were being presented, and it was a really nice occasion with the families joining in the circle, and the caps being handed out, and it appeared that it was other players within the squad each doing a few words about the people who were getting the cap, so really nice to see.
Yes, it's a lovely environment, and these are a team, a sort of a family that are together a lot of the time now, and training together. Oh, that's a little bottom edge. That's quite fortunate from Bethan Ellis there as she scampers through for a single. Yes, and I think from looking back on my winters, a once a month training, and then every other Sunday in the summer, these girls will be training together 3 or 4 times a week. Some of them who live together in houses as well, so it makes it convenient for training and going to the gym together. It really is a sort of extended family. It's Wellington to Davis for no run.
No, that's really, and that's been part of the big change, hasn't it? That opportunity to train and to be paid for doing what you're doing, so you're not trying to balance that with doing something else as well.
Wellington to Davis, comes forward, defends that for no run. Yes, I think when it first started off, professional, if you like, cricketers, they started being paid through the Chance to Shine programme, where they had to coach as well as train, but it actually gave them the opportunity to not have to have another position as well, and then we started the central contract for the girls, as that's another dot ball for Amanda Jane Wellington. And then we moved on to the Central England contracts, and then the 3 or 4 contracted players in the first season. As Davis strikes that nicely, but decides against the quick single there. Another dot ball for Wellington. And I think must be on 12 to 14 contracts at the moment. Some of these just summer interim contracts. As Davis pokes that back to the short mid-off fielder for no run to finish that over, and Sparks are 88 for 7 off 18 overs.
I think that professional approach also helps the players understand that yes, it's great that they're going to be paid, but they also have responsibilities in that as well. So in times gone by, I don't feel like training, I might not do it. Absolutely, if you're going to be a professional, then you have to do all that's required of you, and perhaps even a little bit more. So I think it is that professional approach to what you're doing, and that it is important to follow that.
Yes, and keeping up with, say, minimum standards of fitness, of lifestyle, of all these other things that come alongside not just the cricket environment, but it becomes more and more important, and some of the girls are very fit. Skelton into Ellis, who's sort of pushed that away to a backward point, and they've just run a single. Yes, I mean, you do look at the players, and there's still very different body shapes, if you like, within the teams, and perhaps different fitness levels, people who go over and above, work on their own time, but you'd like to think that a lot of the juniors coming through, the younger players, that's the norm now rather than the exception, and those players are coming through fitter and healthier than ever before.
And with an expectation that they act as role models for most of the school children have gone today, but the school children who are here and coming and watching, they are role models for those, particularly for those girls who are watching them.
Skelton to Davis, who's just played that to the offside. Alex Griffiths sort of diving full length on the floor to stop that for no run. Skelton, as you said, quick through the overs, quick back to a mark, quick through. Darts that one in a little bit flatter, and Georgia Davis will get through for a single.
I thought briefly about a second there and thought against it.
Yeah, I think a second at this point in time, when it would be slightly rushed. Might not be the best thing to be doing.
It's the one where all your team are on the sideline deciding no.
A bit more flight to that delivery from Skelton there, and Ellis just solid in her defensive game and signalling to her partner, no run.
Great time for a slow bowler, isn't it, to be able to bowl with very little pressure on here, and if she wants to put a bit more air on it, that's absolutely fine.
Ellis rocks back there. There's a big sort of ooh from the players there, as if it was going to be close to the stumps, but she did get a little bit of bat on there that would obviously have saved her, and just having a word with Georgia Davis at the other end there. Skelton to Ellis. Nip that down. Another time, maybe again, that would have been a single, but we're settling for no run to finish the 19th over.
Yes, you can see Skelton there, just a little bit more loop on that one, and it did look like she was trying to just get it to turn that a little bit more, which sometimes when they're trying to keep the runs down doesn't happen quite so much, but she's got so many runs to play with here. That's a great opportunity to experiment.
Yeah, and of course you've got the different spin from each end, which is keeping the batters on their toes as well, so making sure they're watchful. We've seen a lot of defensive shots from the batters here, as we actually do see Smale coming on from the New Road end now, marking out her run up. Another sort of Welsh contingent within this Western Storm environment. Played in the 100 a couple of times for the Oval Invincibles as well. I think there's a lovely picture of her sort of celebrating a wicket that kind of in the final that got them to that first victory. And even though still quite young, Smale, she's been around on the scene for quite a while, and currently helping Sophie Luff position her field for what will be her first over of this innings.
So she comes now.
Smale to Davis for no run.
And left armour, so a slightly different line in again, just to keep the batsman guessing.
Yeah, and the run rate, although I'm not sure how relevant it is creeping up above 6 and over. Davis has hit that in the air, but it's safe. It's dropped into the mid-wicket area for 1 run. Western Storm won't mind that at all, will they?
They will be, from this point they'll be thinking, let's get this finished quickly, and get it done, rather than letting it hang on to the end.
Also, dare I say it, there's a bit of a black sky above us at the moment, as that is no run to Ellis there. I
think Mike was saying there was a forecast potentially for a little bit of rain later on, so yes, I'm sure that the Storm will, as their name says, will have a little bit of an eye on that.
Yeah. And Ellis rocks back and defends that for no run. I'm just looking for the Duckworth Lewis pass score, and it looks like it's 228 at the moment, which I think is quite harsh.
We're quite some way from that.
Smale to Ellis, who plays that forward for no run.
Yeah, very quiet period of the game here now, but Storm don't need to do any more, and the Sparks are just trying not to lose any more wickets at this stage.
Yes, it just seems that we're playing with 3 players on the pitch at the moment, the sort of close cover fielder, the bowler and the batter, as they work through for another tight over there from Smale, just 1 coming from it, and we move on to 91 for 7 off her 20 overs. A little bit of discussion here with Sophie Luff, the captain, and looking at the field of where they're going to set the field now for Georgia Davis. Looking at where their deep cover or extra cover in front of us is moving around. Skelton to continue with her off spin from the Diglas end, as we welcome back Mike Perkins into the commentary box. Welcome back, Mike.
It's all happened in a bit of a hurry, this, hasn't it, from a Central Sparks point of view. Skelton delivering a ball that bounces up and forced away into the offside by Davis. No run on offer on that occasion. But Western Storm in firm control of this game, and they did the job with the bat, sticking up 284 on the board, and they're doing the job with the ball at the moment with 7 of the 10 wickets they need. Single flicked into the onside, 92 for 7 now. Bethan Ellis, I thought, with her 30 odd the other day, came out with a bit of credit from the Thunder game, so she'll be looking to continue to bat here. Skelton's bowling and Ellis is back, and it's a defensive stroke, no run.
Yeah, you do wonder what your game plan can be at this sort of time when you're thinking, say the Duckworth Lewis is saying it needs to be 228. They've obviously got nearly 200 runs to win, 7 wickets down.
Yeah, there's not a lot to play for, unfortunately, for the Sparks at this stage, other than to just take it one ball at a time, I think. We're ticking up towards 4 o'clock now here at Knee Road, Worcester, as that takes a top edge. It goes fine, and Ellis will look to get back for 2, and does get back for 2. 94 for 7. But you can't have... I mean, there has been an element of bad luck with the 2 balls that hit batters' pads and went onto the stumps. Eve Jones from the very first ball of the innings, and then Rhea Fackrell had the same fate against Chloe Skelton. A few balls keeping low, I suppose. Chloe Brewer had that experience as back goes Ellis. Defends into the offside where there's a gap and picks up another 1. 95 for 7 now the score.
Bit of a cold breeze coming through the commentary box now.
Yeah,
I think from the sun of this morning that briefly came out, so it's clouding over, and it's getting even colder for the month of July than we'd like, isn't it?
No, and there was a little sprinkling of rain when I was sitting out there before every now and again. Nothing that you'd almost not notice it if you kind of had thick enough sleeves on, but it was just falling down here. Cathedral surrounded by slightly darker clouds this afternoon, but it's been very much like the other day. If you play back on this pitch, you're in a bit of trouble. But Western Storm made batting look very comfortable indeed in their innings. 60 for Sophie Luff, 83 for Amanda Jade Wellington. That was really the standout innings, and the one that took this game away from Central Sparks.
We've got a fielder under the helmet here for the first time today. Alex Griffiths is fielding at sort of short leg just in front of us here, and let's wonder if this is going to put any pressure on Ellis now.
Here comes Smale to bowl, and that one is swung away, and Alice Griffiths has to duck as it goes behind square, luckily for her, on the leg side, and away for 4 runs. 99 for 7. The Sparks nearly get to their 3 figures.
Can't help but think, is that a message? Don't put that fielder close to me. I'm just going to hit it hard. And although she's staying there, Alex Griffiths, she's not moving anywhere after that first delivery.
I suppose she had the fortune of the ball being in the right spot outside the leg stump as well for Bethan Ellis, who works leg side on this occasion. There will be 1 taken, and that brings up the 100 for the Sparks.
A ripple of applause from around the ground there, a bit of a whoop from somewhere.
Some of the school children are still in and enjoying them getting there, but there we go. 100 for 7, the 100 up for Central Sparks. They need another 185 for victory. That seems unlikely as Georgia Davis comes forward and defends.
Yeah, it does seem that these two are just trying to play for as long as they can and stick around and frustrate the Western Storm.
Sophia Smale bowls one a slightly shorter length, which is driven up to mid-off. We imagine Sophia Smale will be one who plays another active role in the 100 this year. On her way in now. Bowls a ball that's driven firmly. Diving stop though at short cover. Prevents more than 1 being scored. 101 for 7.
These two at the crease now have got a lot of experience of playing together, having been through the Warwickshire age groups from sort of 12, 13 years old.
Smale bowls. Ellis defends down to the helmeted Griffiths in close on the leg side, but it was all along the floor on that occasion. And you're with Mike Perkins and Sarah again on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. I think I did just see some Warwickshire shirts
Coming
go
round the
past
corner
there,
there.
so I don't know if that was with a view to next season, potentially something happening there, because we'll be reverting back to counties next season. It'll be Warwickshire who take over the Midlands team.
Still to be decided, or the tier 2, tier 3 underneath that. You'd have thought Worcestershire would be a tier 2, but you're not sure how things are going to work.
Skelton bowls, turned around the corner by Davis, no run on offer, 101 for 7 it remains. As I say, it's very much on my to read list, that article by Raf Nicholson this week about what's going on with the tier 2 teams, but it seems some of the national counties feel a bit misled. Now both batters have ended up in the middle of the pitch. It's Fran Wilson with the throw, and that's a problem because the run out at the non-striker's end of Georgia Davis, and both batters ended up in the middle of the pitch, and that's rather summed it up from a Sparks point of view. 101 for 8, and I guess when you're at this stage where there's no head coach at the moment because they're appointing a new one for when they become Warwickshire, it's sort of a bit difficult to know who takes charge in this situation, and sort of who kind of picks the players up and makes sure things are right for going forward at this stage. I guess a lot of that responsibility will fall to the captain, Eve Jones, who would take it anyway, but very, very disappointing for the Central Sparks, this.
Yeah, and you feel that they're on a little bit of a downward turn at the moment in this game, and having lost the other day as well, and it just it's a sad end to what's been a decent few years as the regional
and
set
a very
up in the
decent
Sparks,
season with the T20
with the T20 side, and the decision to not have a head coach before the end of the season and have some interim coaches in there doing the role is bound to unsettle the players. It was I think I'm right in saying a shock to them when the decision was made, and to have someone that's there for you and to understand you as in a coaching environment, and that's to be taken away from you, is bound to be unsettling for any team.
I understand if whoever gets appointed is available before the end of the season, they will come in for the final part of this competition, which gets underway again on the 26th of August. These two teams will be playing each other once again, only at Taunton rather than New Road, as Skelton bowls, and it's driven off the back foot past Griffiths up to Amanda Jade Wellington at mid-off, who's been one of the star performers in this game. Izzy Wong would probably be the other one, taking 2 wickets and 2 balls at the top of the innings against the side she's still contracted to at the moment, although I suppose she's contracted to England, isn't she? Yeah,
and that's another thing with the tier 1 when that gets started.
Here comes Skelton again, dot from the previous ball, dot from this one outside.
I don't know if you remember when they first did the regions, the 8 regions, there were 16 centrally contracted players for England, and each region got 2 of those. Now, whether they're going to do something similar or whether it's going to be a bit more.
Here's Skelton bowling. This one is defended by Ellis, who's prodding forward.
So are they going to reallocate those county players? There's other question marks. Marie Kelly, for example, is the Warwickshire women's captain, although this year perhaps hasn't played the Warwickshire games because of the regional commitments, but she's now obviously with the Blaze, or what will be the Nottingham team. So how does that fit in? Where do people go? There's still a lot of questions that we'll find the answers to, I'm sure, in due course, but it's definitely an uncertain time for some of these players.
And you'd imagine, having lifted a trophy this season, she would be quite keen to remain with that side. I suppose that the big question as well is Durham and what sort of a team they put together. It's already we know it's gonna have Holly Armitage, we know it's gonna have Danny Hazel.
Yeah, I mean it was a surprise when Durham got that 8th slot there, and a lot of the players being based around the Yorkshire side and sort of Leeds and University up there, but they have won it for a reason, and there must be something in the bid there.
Sophia Smale bowls, and this one is defended into the offside. No run available. 101 for 8. Well, it is, I think, primarily because they are going to make Chester Lee Street the main ground available for all the games. That seemed to be the thing that caught the eye for the ECB.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of advantages to a lot of the major counties being involved.
Wong's come up to slip. Who would back her getting involved here, as that one is defended back to the bowler, no run.
I think personally from a county point of view, for a young girl now coming into the system to be playing for Warwickshire and then aspire to play for Warwickshire as a woman as well, rather than...
Sophia Smale bowls, and this one is into the offside, no run again.
You'd have to say, if you're not from a sort of cricketing background, the kind of lines between Warwickshire youth to Sparks EPP to the Phoenix with the 100 to England, it's not a clear-cut line there.
Smale bowls, fuller of length, and it's driven into the offside by Potts, who is still not off the mark just yet.
Whereas you'd say that hopefully with the Warwickshire setup now, it's a lot clearer, you know, who you support, who you follow.
Sophia Smale bowls, back into the crease goes Potts and finds a gap at cover and gets herself off the mark, 102 for 8.
But again, where the minor counties fit in, and where you fit in as a girl who perhaps lives in Staffordshire, for example, that's all still remains to be seen of how that fits together.
Here comes Smale again, and brings forward Ellis, who just pushes the ball back to her. Dot ball. 1 or 2, understandably perhaps, drifting away on this Friday afternoon, but it's been really good to have you with us on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. Not been a great day for the home side so far, but Western Storm getting a morale boosting win by the looks of things and sticking 285 on the board. Good opening stand of 92, their 4th best for any wicket in the competition and their best opening stand of the season. 60 for Sophie Luff and 83 from 53 balls by Amanda Jade Wellington. 5 wickets for Katie George as well, as Potts takes her guard.
So quite an attacking field. I can't see too many boundary fielders currently, apart from maybe on that mid-wicket boundary on our far side.
Here comes Skelton. Brings Potts pushing forward with the bat, but doesn't get anywhere near that one. Potts making her 50th appearance here today for the Central Sparks. Drives firmly up to mid-off. Stopped by Amanda Jade Wellington before a run can be scored. Again Skelton bowling, and again Amanda Jade Wellington fielding off an off drive from
Just put yourself on a repeat there, just
It's like we rewinded the tape and hit go again. As this one is bowled, Grace Potts just not able to cover her stumps in time. She was a little trapped on the crease by that delivery from Chloe Skelton. 102 for 9. This game disappearing very fast from a Sparks perspective. They need 285 to win, and they're not even going to get close by the looks of things. Hannah Baker on her way to the wicket for the last stand from a Sparks point of view. Looks as if Bethan Ellis may well run out of people to bat with here.
Yeah, and Grace Potts was looking sort of solid in her defence there, but again it begs the question, what can they do at this point? You know, as in, do you just stick around and play as much as you possibly can in the middle, or do you try and play some shots? I mean, you saw there that the field was in, and Grace Potts was just literally trying to make contact with the ball forever, and then she missed the one that made a little bit of a turn there, and she was bowled. But yeah, Hannah Baker coming into the crease, she can bat. She's obviously low down the order for the Sparks, but as with most of these girls, when they play age group cricket, they bat higher and they are capable. You do get a little bit more as you get older, sort of more into either batting or bowling on a lot of occasions. But say she is a capable batter, but I think this, to be honest, is a little bit beyond these two now.
Yes. I think the damage was probably done in the first 2 balls of the innings when Eve Jones and Abby Freeborn were both out for naught. Chloe Brewer also didn't get off the mark before she was LBW to Wong, so 3 wickets to Wong at the top. Webb and George were both out to Alex Griffiths, one caught by Smale, one caught by Wong. Perrin LBW to Wellington for 42. She was the most fluid batter, as that one's driven up to mid-off again. No run on offer off Chloe Skelton for Hannah Baker, the new batter. Western Storm on the brink of victory. Bowling here, keeps low and it's out, and that will be the win for Western Storm by 182 runs, the margin of victory here. A comprehensive win for the visitors from the West Country. Central Sparks have a lot to do before this competition resumes in August. The players will head off for the 100, perhaps a format that the Sparks players will enjoy a little bit more, having had success and reached finals day in the T20 competition, but bowled out for 102 in 25 overs here against Western Storm, who get their third win of the season to move off the bottom of the table. I know many of you will be making your way away from the stream, but do rejoin us. We'll have more cricket from New Road on the Friday the 30th of August as well, so make sure you rejoin us for that. Sarah, again, just some final thoughts here from you before we run people through the card.
Yeah, it's sad to see in a way the Sparks going down so quickly in this game. I think obviously those first 2 wickets did set the scene for the rest of the environment, but if you do look at the Storm innings today, something in the middle order that pepped them up or kept them going, that's what the Sparks need, and it just seemed that it just went from a bad situation to worse today, unfortunately for them. Some positives in Davina Perrin's innings, and some good solid bowling at times within there, but it just seems that they're a little bit away from where they should be at the moment.
Well, thank you to Sarah again for joining us on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. Thank you for you at home for joining us. Thank you to Carol Camino, the former Worcestershire and Middlesex cricketer, for joining us as well. Let's just quickly run you through the card. The main scores from the first innings were Amanda Jade Wellington making 83 from 53 balls, Sophie Luff 60 from 102, and Sophia Smale put on 92, with Emma Corney, Smale making 42 and Corney 39 at the top of the innings. That gave a total of 284, so a chase of 285. Katie George's 5 wickets for 50. The thing that sticks out in the bowling figures for Central Sparks, but their chase never really got going. Eve Jones out first ball the innings to Izzy Wong with a ball that darted back into her pads and then, unluckily for the opener, onto the stumps. Abby Freeborn then edged the next ball through to Nat Ray, having a bit of a waft outside the off stump. She was caught by the wicketkeeper Ray off the bowling of Wong, also first ball, so 0 for 2 to start the Sparks innings. Davina Perrin came in at that point and played nicely, but lost Chloe Brewer again without scoring LBW to Wong from a ball that kept very, very low, but she was back to, and I guess that's the lesson really that's been learnt from batting in New Road, is you have to go forward at the moment. Courtney Webb was out with a pretty poor pull stroke that went up in the air and was caught by Smale off the bowling of Griffiths for 8. Katie George out, caught by Wong off the bowling of Griffiths for 14. Then it was the turn of Davina Perrin to depart. She just missed a straight one essentially from Amanda Jade Wellington and was LBW for 42. Ria Fackrell got one that kept low, hit her in the pads, and again went onto the stumps, as was the way in the Central Sparks innings. They didn't get much luck from that respect, and she was bowled by Chloe Skelton again without scoring, the 4th duck of the innings. Georgia Davis was run out to compound matters for 4. Fran Wilson with the throw in to Skelton, who knocked the bails off. Georgia Davis only making those 4 runs in her 16-minute innings. Grace Potts wasn't quite able to cover up defensively and was out for 1, and then Hannah Baker, before that over was out, was also LBW to Skelton, who finished with nice figures of 5 overs, 2 maidens, 8 for 3. Izzy Wong at the top, 4 overs, no maidens, 20 for 3. Ellie Anderson, 4 overs, no maidens, 23 for no wicket. Alex Griffiths, 4 overs, no maidens, 23 for 2. Amanda Jade Wellington, 5 overs, no maidens, 14 for 1. And Sophia Smale bowled 3 overs, no maidens, 8 for no wicket. That then is the story of the card. A disappointing one from a Sparks point of view. They just couldn't really get going in their chase, and it ends up handing Western Storm victory by 182 runs. Thank you for joining us on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. We look forward to seeing you again at New Road on Friday the 30th of August. These sides play again on Monday the 26th of August, but the result here, Central Sparks lose to Western Storm by 182 runs.